Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of Dota here on the CCT channel. My name is DK Truman. I'll start off the day with you into some absolutely astounding matches. The first match of the day is looking pretty brilliant, but there's a lot of good matches coming up. Avalis versus DMS is the first one. Both teams are looking incredibly strong. DMS top of the group. Avalis did not play yet, but of course they have been. They just won a tournament very recently. The next match is going to be Night Pulse versus Passion UA. Passion UA is also the group leader together with Night Pulse. So we're getting pretty much arguably the best two teams of each group to take each other on. And then afterwards, someone else will take over for the Navi Junior versus Dragon Esports match, and Pantheon versus Hydra, where the expectation is Dragon Esports Club and Pantheon will kind of lose because they have lost everything else so far. But yeah, the first two matches are just really going to be interesting and close. DMS 2-0. 2 matches won so far, so can they beat Avalis? Avalis was Avalis is a strong lineup. It's just a straight up strong lineup, especially with the iteration that they have right now. They do have one change than from what they had previously. They have Lonely in their mid lane instead of Stormstormer. Of course, a little bit sad not to see Stormstormer play, but it is I mean, in these teams, players tend to swap quite a decent amount. But yeah, let's talk about the Avalis versus DMS matchup and see what their rosters consist of these today. The roster is for DMS the same as the other couple of days. Shigetsu, Mello, Yul, Dahak, Problems, and Ike. We've had them previously. They're still really, really good. Especially the fear that you have of Dahak in that off lane tends to be one of the biggest factors and contributors to the DMS roster. But also Problems playing very off-brand post 4s. We've seen, in general, a bit of a trend arising with all the sniper post 4s coming in and the Naga post 4, post 5s. So this batch is starting to become a pretty strange one, at least for me. But they'll be fighting up against Avalis. And Avalis is no slouch either. There we have Smiling Knight, name that I can't pronounce, but he also once had a name Lonely, Zibit, Eki, and so Nako. So there's only 2 people that have their pictures. I'm surprised that Seneko doesn't have his picture showing. The man's been around for quite some time. But the Avalis roster is a scary one. Smiling Knight, of course, played for quite some time in South America. There we have his nice little shirt that he's still wearing from his time over there. But it's a team that the only downside for them is that they keep swapping mid laners. They had Mikey last month. Then in the recent qualifiers, they played with Stormstormer. And now they have another mid laner. Not that, of course, he is bad whatsoever. I am actually just going to throw his name in a Google Translate to see what Google Translate says. Because I don't know how to pronounce Riaf? Riaf. Okay, so I guess that's Riaf. The more you know. If anyone in chat by any chance speaks Russian or Belarusian, I don't know if that's a different dialect, and could tell me if it's Riaf, that would be much appreciated. The draft is starting though, so we're going to be jumping right in to see if there are any interesting bands coming along. Enigma first phase ban, okay. For a team that has the Hawk, that's surprising. I mean, the Hawk even picks it against a Rubik. But as expected, every team bans out the Visage against the Hawk. And the Enchantress ban also means, hey, maybe the Hawk wants to get something that still summons creeps. The Shigetsu Slark ban. Shigetsu Weaver still available. And DMS, what's it gonna be? Her last ban. Like that can still go like Beastmaster, Lycan, really anything else that summons creeps for now. But there's just too much to ban in this patch. There's also the Tinker that you always still have to be a little bit fearful of. Yes, it did get nerfed, but it's still really strong. Clockwork ban. I mean, Primal Beast is always a first phase ban, really. And with Clockwork ban, Primal Beast looks a lot stronger. Primal Beast is strong currently. DK is still strong. Batrider is not the hero that I'd immediately think of, but it does get played quite a decent amount. It's okay against Primal because you can interrupt his bulldoze. Not bulldoze, but the it's called Onslaught. It's kind of a bulldoze move, but of course bulldoze is from Spirit Breaker. But it is a good way to interrupt it and bounce him back a little bit if it comes to that. Batrider also primarily played as support. I think they played as a +5 a lot on the DMS roster. Nature's Prophet. Everyone's been picking NP. Actually, the Hawk could have also gone for the NP. Batrider is also not a bad choice against NP. You can just fly. You can't really sprout a Batrider, and he can just fly over the trees and burn you to a crisp. Though NP gets played a lot in the mid lane currently. There's still a couple of supports and some. I have seen some safe lanes, but it's mainly in the mid lane that it's been looking very strong. Doom and Tusk both removed. Tusk, of course, snowball save. Doom counters too many heroes. And anything that has any regen gets countered by Doom. And there's a lot of heroes that if you get Doom, you just straight up die. I'm surprised Primal Beast is not removed. Almost every team like first phase bans Primal Beast and still available. Centaur. Okay, Alchemist. So you're gonna look to scale quickly. Smiling Knight loves playing the Alchemist. With the Nate's Prophet as well, you have Tower Push, because the little treant, the gigantic treant that he summons has sort of a bulldoze demolish effect. Does 150 damage to buildings. If you actually get to level 25 on the Nate's Prophet and you get the left talent, the treant does like it has 4.5k HP and does like 240 damage. But because you do 50% more, you do like 300 plus damage per hit on a building if you have the level 25 talent, which is nuts how much the Nature's Prophet damage can do. Against the Alchemist. Okay, they're gonna go Mirana. This is gonna be a safe lane. We've seen so much safe lane Mirana lately. We've even seen JT play off lanes from Mirana yesterday. Beastmaster. That's what I kind of expected. You have Dahak. He plays anything that summons creeps. I mean, obviously he can play anything, but he loves playing micro heroes. A little bit too much sometimes, but I like every team bans Visage against him because he just loves playing it. But no, there are people that still play Visage, but not to this extent where every team first phase bans it, because it's not really the strongest. Nonetheless, Beastmaster is very strong. It opens up depending on the build you go for, but honestly, with both builds, you can take, if you get the Helm of the Overlord or the Drums of Slum, you can take Roche at like 12 minutes in the game easily, and that's also what they tend to do on Beastmasters. So early Roche takers have very strong tower pushes, of course, good team fighters, aura builders. I'm gonna pick up the Bristle and Pango. So this is an NP support. Then with the Bristleback off lane, Pangolier mid. Probably. I mean, technically you could swap things a little bit around on the Avalis side. You could make the Bristleback safe lane and the Alchemist support, or the Alchemist mid, or Alchemist off lane. And there we have it. Shigetsu Weaver. Shigetsu plays like 3 heroes, and 2 he's really good on. Slark and Weaver are probably his best 2 heroes. And they already banned Slark, which it would have been a pretty good Slark game. Pretty okay Slark game. Bristleback is so-and-so, because Bristleback does a lot of damage. But regardless, the Weaver comes up. They banned the Rubik, because otherwise you'd still get Shiguchi, and I guess that's good. But Avalis looking primarily for a pulse 5 or 4. And DMS, I mean, even DMS, they could still flex the Weaver or Mirana safe lane or support. There's plenty of flexibility between them. Not much time left for Avalis to make a choice. They banned the Primal because that one was still left. DMS probably need a mid laner. Okay, mainly need a mid laner against the Pangolier. Timbersaw is still a possibility. You're up against Nature's Prophet, 2 strength heroes, and a like you should win the match against Pango mid. Honestly, Timbersaw is a good choice. That I would possibly expect. Could technically also put the Bat Rider mid and get a different sport. Bat Rider's okay against Pango. And against Nate's Prophet, plus you can get early ganks in. Kadoban and DMS go for the Shaker. Okay. I mean, Shaker mid's always fun. And it lanes so well against Pango. It should win its lane against Pango. Avalis to counter this. DMS looks like a heavy pickup lineup, pick-off lineup. Avalis is not an easy lineup to pick off, though. The Bristleback, Alchemist, very tanky. Pangalier's got, of course, the... Oh, my... What the hell are they doing? Okay, so it's Alchemist 4, Nate's Prophet 5, Queen of Pain mid. Pango offlane. Okay. So Smiling Knight is going to be playing the safe lane Bristleback. The Queen of Pain pick is interesting. They have a grand total of, what, Rolling Thunder and Alchemist Stun to control Weaver. They have 2 spells. One is a take some time to land onto the Weaver, and the other one is an ulti. Avalis have no control on their side. Yes, Queen of Pain should have a pretty good time against the Shaker. And the Bristleback should have a pretty good time against the Peacemaster in lane. I kind of like DMS draft a little bit more. I do think that Avalis can, of course, you know, if they get a good timing going, they can run over this game, especially with the Nate's Prophet being able to join any side lane and be annoying in that regard. Go for the early ganks onto Earthshaker in mid. But Earthshaker mid has been looking really strong lately in the Pro C. A Queen of Pain as well, obviously, with the Dagon build. But I am slightly liking DMS's draft a bit more. They've got early Roche. They've got solid tower push. They've got great team fight, very solid pickoff. And they scale incredibly well in towards the late game. And also, they're just impossible to catch. Like, Morana's just going to leap away. Batrider can fly away. Shaker, once he gets his Aghanim Scepter, he can just jump out. Because they don't have that much burst to kill off a Shaker or Weaver in one fell swoop with the amount of stuns that they have. So, okay, so it's good to know. I was correct. The mid laner's name is Riaf. Or, yeah, Riaf. And Riaf is, for the people that are interested, rank 157. So, still very high ranking.
Oh, snap!
You know, that's the problem I have with this batch.
The battle begins.
So much. Is that the draft is so freaking open that I don't know who's actually playing what. Because every single hero I'm seeing at the moment is looking like, oh, it can be a core. It can also be a support. Like, Weaver can be a core support, Shaker a core support, Batrider core support, Morana core support. Yeah, okay, only Beastmaster is the one that you kind of know that that's going to be an offlane. Because the mid Beastmaster doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, Mellow's going to be annoyed in mid. Queen of Pain, not as bad as it used to be, because Shadow Strike is not that problematic anymore. Because Queen of Pain's on level Shadow Strike. They always go for the Scream of Pain max level, so you normally don't really have that much to fear as a melee. It used to be a lot worse, where you just get bullied out of the lane and you couldn't return. Top lane. Eki and Zibe just going to be annoying, but it is a double melee against double range lane, so if they keep the lane equilibrium on their side here for GMS, they should be just fine in the top lane. And Smiling Knight bottom should have an okay time against Doc. Like Doc probably will just get himself some jungle stacks going, so that he can get his tools as fast as possible. But as you can also see in the dire triangle, there is a sentry ward placed to make sure no stacks will happen just yet. An early sentry ward to counteract any stacks for the Beastmaster. Or the Shaker. Because they sometimes also make stack for the Shaker, so you can just Echo Slam. And get like huge. Oh. Top lane. Some concoction stun. Ike taking a lot of damage. Aki going for the TP out, but first blood gets secured for the Weaver. Turns it into a courier snipe as well that had a healing salve and the sentry ward on it. And that is, well, not a bad start there for TMS top. And one thing that is pretty great to have, possibly later down the line, is with Shigetsu. With problems on the Mirana, if you go for rotation in mid on Mellow, you can get yourselves like a fissure into arrow stun, which is a normally easy kill. Meantime, Queen of Pain, okay, he did go for it. He did go for 2 points of Shadow Strike, so yeah, that Shaker's not going to have a lane. Like, Mellow is going to have nothing to do in mid. The constant Shadow Strike spam. Which does mean, of course, that Queen of Pain farms a bit slower. But it also denies Mellow's farm, so... The big trade-off. Ike top lane, drop in low, trying to run away. Zibi will be able to swashbuckle him down. There's a lot of damage coming out in the top lane. A lot of physical damage. With the acid spray, you reduce, of course, the armor of your opponent. And then swashbuckle, shield crash, both physical. Alchemist and concoction also physical, so... Acid spray in combination with Pango is actually really solid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, fortify the creeps to make sure that he doesn't get the flag bearer creep in mid. And Mellow's just being all the way bullied back towards his tower. Pops healing salve. Eki is coming in aggressively to look for a catch and deny the farm. Eki going in. Mellow, Shaker. He's going to go for the man fight against Eki. And Eki will healing salve up. Be a little bit more annoying. But the Quap is not coming. And Mellow. Does he drop? Yes, he does. Eki gets a solo kill. They tried to possibly gank bottom, but doesn't observe reward spotting everything out. And a 1k lead for Avalis now. Mellow back towards mid. Rune secured. Amplify damage rune as well for the Guap. And the Alchemist made sure only a Wild Wing Ripper is left in the camp. It's a little bit of a disaster in mid. Okay, it's a lot of disaster. Mello is the same net worth as Eki.
Dire's courier has been killed.
TP mid by Seneko. It does get spotted out by the Observer Ward. They're gonna start pressuring the tier 1 tower already.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Stop, you bully me. Level 3 Shadow Strike. Absolute hell. But it is 2 wisdom runes for the dire side. So the supports of Avalis not going to be so smart. So Neko is stuck and surrounded, and Mello gets a freebie kill. So that's going to help him get back up in terms of net worth. He's closing in on towards his level 6, and he's already halfway towards the blink. He's going to rush the blink this game because he knows he needs to be active soon as Shigetsu gets hit by a centaur creep top lane. And will lose his life there with that stun swashbuckle from Zibe. Neko TP's mid. Wait. I thought he TP'd mid to refill the bottle. They didn't swap the bottle. Mello. Oh, unstable concoction coming in. Mello is in trouble. He has his level 6, but he can echo, but not worth it right there. Not without any teammates of his coming in. Doc is clearing out the ancient stack that he made. The very big ancient stack at the moment. And he is going for the Aghanim Scepter build. But let's look at Aki coming in from the side. Together with the Queen of Pain. Doc. Oh no, his stacks. Oh, this is really well done by Avalis. They know exactly what they're doing. Smiling Knight to steal all those stacks on the Bristleback to get his own Ags faster. They will get the kill onto Eki. But the Huck is so freaking pissed off at them. Like, this is tilting. These Mellows close, like, almost at the blink dagger. But Smiling Knight's almost at his Ags as well. They're going to go in onto Smiling Knight. The arrow lands. Echo Slam's available. And they lock him down. He gets blasted to the side. First Echo to kill off Smiling Knight. That is a worthwhile trade. And Eki coming in again. Together with the Queen of Pain. Gives away that they have a ward vision, of course. But Mello is an easy target. He also doesn't have a Quelling Blade, so he can't even cut his way out of the trees. Rolling Thunder from behind onto Ike in mid. Clop top net worth. And he's closing in on his Dagon. Shigetsu is almost done with the Maelstrom, but of course needs a bit more after that. And they're going to steal the ancient, just the jungle stacks in general here. Especially the very big ancient stack is going to get stolen by Avalis. All these stacks, bro. Shigetsu going in on the Weaver. He wants to go for the fight. Stun comes out. They know there's no Echo Slam on the Shaker. He also doesn't have Blink just yet. Shigetsu needs to juke his way through because this is getting a little bit problematic, but more like they've stacked more for Avalis than for themselves at this point. And Dahak being chased down. Seneko coming through the roar as well. Keeps Seneko at bay. Dahak, can he get out? He needs to stay out of vision. They're gonna dive the tier 2 if they fortify. There's a lot of damage coming onto these Avalis heroes. But there's no one else coming in to fight. Weaver went back towards top. No TP. Shaker trying to get his Blink Dagger done. Oh, Avalis is just running them down. And they know exactly what DMS have built up the entire time. And
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
they're getting beat.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mello does have
Dire's
Blink
bottom
and the
tower
Echo
has
now.
fallen.
But so does Pango also has his Blink Dagger now being delivered. Eki's running up towards Ike. Spots out the Batrider. Eki's doing so much on the
Dire's
Alchemist.
middle tower is under attack.
Even Seneko at the moment is
Dire's middle
farming
tower
like
is
crazy.
under
They're gonna have both the supports on the Radiant side of building up the Solar Crest. Smoke up by DMS.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that could be a good Echo, but they need more heroes. Echo, arrow, lands onto the Queen of Pain. Can they kill him off? Lasso. No, Ike is too slow. Eki's gonna die, but Ike stays. Forgot how to pronounce his name. Riaf stays alive on the Queen of Pain. Shigetsu needs to care a little bit. Time lapse as the roll Blink Dagger from the Rolling Thunder. Pango. Sonic Wave comes out. Then Shigetsu is dead. I mean, that tends to happen if you stand in the middle of 3 enemy heroes. You can die. And Doc still can't fight because he doesn't have his Ags. Mello just used his Echo, so that's going to be on cooldown for quite some time. And Shigetsu needs his Gleipnir. Where Smiling Knight's got Ags, Queen of Pain's got Dagon, and Zibber's got Blink. They've got their items on Avalis to constantly fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I love how coherent the Avalis is playing. Even though they constantly keep swapping their mid laners in this roster, you can really see the hand of Seneko with the moves that they make. Mello gonna get jump taken down, and they find another kill onto Mello in the jungle. They scan immediately where the Huck is so that they can grab the Wisdom Room, but it gets denied by the boar. Well, Seneko will drop top lane. Batweave manages to catch him before he gets the TP away. The saving grace is that Shigetsu still is pretty decently farmed. Queen of Pain does see Dahak walking up the high ground now. He's gonna get caught. Dahak. Sonic Wave quickly. Beastmaster. There's the Echo Slam in return onto the Queen of Pain. They managed to take down the Queen of Pain. Seneko is gonna be a next target here. And they will smack him dead. Mello gets a double kill on the Shaker. And Dahak stays alive. Oh, that was a big jump there. Mello with an absolutely perfectly timed Echo to counteract that play.
You have learned nothing.
And Ox now got the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll need a bit more. It's going to go Blink. And yeah, Ghost Scepter is kind of a heavy Ghost Scepter game. A really heavy Ghost Scepter game for the Dire side. That's honestly the best tool you can get. Shigetsu is going to get 100 to 0 in half a second there with Rolling Thunder Blink reveal. Pangolier also now has the shard, so he can roll up and make that stun last even longer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle
And now
tower
Roche
is under
gets
attack.
secured for Avalis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With Mello going for the Aghanim Scepter, he is closing in on it. It's actually decent. Like, Mello is very solidly farmed at the moment on the Shaker. Considering how the game was going and how his lane was, the only big difference in net worth is just between the Radiant and Dire supports at this stage. I mean, of course, one side doesn't. They have Alchemist and Nate's Prophet. Those two heroes just farm so much faster than a Bat Rider and Mirana. Innately. Just Nate's Prophet pops his ulti once, boom, the entire map is cleared out of creeps. Oh, they're actually going for Smiling Knight here. But there is no... Oh, if they had Echo Slam, they would have killed off the Aegis, but no Echo. Shigetsu trying to run away. Rolling Thunder comes out. Problem's going for the TP, but he's going to get stunned and Dagon to death. He almost killed off that Bristle. Speaking of which, Bristle is going for the Bloodstone. At that point, can you even kill him? You're going to need like a Scotty on Weaver, definitely, at a certain point.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke up from DMS. Looking for a fight in mid. Echo Slam quickly onto the Queen of Pain, the Roy as well. Quap is dead, but they used everything they had available to them. And now they need to be running away. Mello will be taken down as a counter, and the roll after Ike will find a secondary. At least blew up the Quap, but it did cost them the Shaker, who is closing in on that Axe. And it's possibly going to cost them... Nah, no tier 2. Creeps aren't there. Bristleback ran to the other side of the map. Smiling Knight doesn't really want to do much until he gets his Bloodstone done, which is in a couple of seconds. And there we have the full Bloodstone finished on the Bristleback. His healing is going to be off the charts. Top side, arrow not going to land on Sibbe. He's building up the Lotus Orb against Lasso, Roar. That's about it. Smiling Knight, chasing after the Bat Rider. He doesn't have his Bristleback effect, so won't be able to just spray him down. But it does show that the Bristleback feels like he does have an Aegis, of course, but at this stage he's a beast. Dark under ward vision bottom. Tries to go in a different direction, but that's where Smiling Knight is waiting. Going for the TP out, gets the TP to safety. Forces a couple of TPs back to base there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And stays alive. That's most important.
Are fortified.
Net worth advantage is 5k, which is actually not that problematic. In 20 minutes, 5-6k is not that much. Mello's got the Ags now done. Just got the extra mobility. They're going to go for the Tormentor. Can they kill it off in time? Yes, they can. Take it. Get the, for the Bat Rider. Bat Riders. Bat Rider's shard is actually trash if it's a support. And the Avalis squad will go for the experience rune. That's going to be for Bristleback. Oh, Mello actually steals away the wisdom rune. Sneaky beaky right there. We'll be able to disengage because he's got the Aghanim Scepter. He gets out. Sonic Wave gets used on Shigetsu in the jungle. And Shigetsu just barely survives.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
TP's back because the last tick might have actually killed him. There were two little instances going on at the same time. Now Beastmaster also has a Ghost Scepter, so that's going to counter a good chunk of that bristle damage. Eki? There won't be a deeper chase. There is no Sonic Wave, they know. Speaking of the Queen of Pain, is going to head top towards Dahak. Dahak, though, throws out the roar in response to the Queen of Pain. The arrow almost lands, and Seneko, yeah, now they're going to surround Dahak on the Beastmaster. He's going to go for the TP attempt out of there, and Dahak does disengage. Okay, that got pretty scary for the Quap. Okay, that got really scary for the Quap. Bottom lane, Mellow being chased by the Smiling Knight, but yeah, it's not easy to catch a Shaker with Ags. They actually want to go for a Smiling Knight. He just used his Bristleback. If they were a little bit faster, maybe they could have made a play, but there's a counter smoke immediately from Avalis on the other side coming in. Iketsu. They dust him. They spot him. He's trying to run away. Does he get his time lapse off? No, he does not. Nate's Prophet ulti hits. And Seneko blows up Shigetsu. Great rotation from Avalis. The moment they saw that their bristle might be gone on, they smoked through the gateway and came as backup.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Eki farming away. He's got the blink Solar Crest done. Of course, this could be a game where he could get Aghanim Scepters for his team later down the line, like one for Quap, one for NP, but NP is going to be building his own. One for Pango, maybe. The Quap Ags is insane. How much it actually does.
Top tower is under attack.
Ooh, Dahak. He needs to disengage, goes for the immediate TP out. And I guess Smiling Knight is going to look to grab the Tormentor. It's always nice to have a hero in your team that can solo Tormentor. Free shard for Alchemist. Berserk Potion, always good. Any interesting items coming up? Mallow's going for a shard. Well, BKB shard. Dahak's going Lotus Orb. And Shigetsu Nullifier after his BKB. They do have a couple of annoyances that you really want to get rid of. Stuff like the Solar Crests that they have, the Shield Crash buff.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But Smiling Knight is building up the AC. He's almost level 18 as well. They're all TPing bottom, where Dahak is going to be the target. Rolling Thunder comes in. Sonic Wave gets thrown out. Can they kill him off? He does have his Ghost Scepter to stay alive. The Echo Slam gets dropped in return. The Queen of Pain lasso taken care of. They will lose the Hawk, but at least they find the Queen of Pain in response. Time lapse out from Shigetsu. Weaver. The rest of the team is in a bit of a pickle. Mellow's going to go for the immediate TP, and it's a 1-for-1 trade with the Queen of Pain once again dying. Quap really is desperately in need of that BKB. And if Dahak managed to get his Primal Roar off in that fight, he probably would have even survived.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Roach number 2 on the menu. And yeah, if they get the Aegis Plus banner, that is going to be high ground push possibility. Seneko mid is going to get blown up while they take the tier 1 tower. Yes, indeed, the tier 1 tower was still standing.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
Mellow, no TP available, so has to be a little bit careful. Also still don't have the BKB. Does have the recipe now. Mellow gets scanned with the eye, with the gem. Bottom lane, the Hawk. Rolling Thunder comes out. Does get the Ghost Scepter off in time. Arrow comes flying out. It's not going to connect actually, but he roared himself with that Loadstorm. So Doc is taken care of. Problems is the second one with that Sonic Wave usage. And Shigetsu will just immediately dip out while Mellow is trying to push out the mid wave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Eki and Suneko are actually catching up to their own cores. Like, this is... Eki's going for an Aghanim Scepter to give. Okay.
Dire's
I mean,
bottom tower is under
oh,
attack. Radiant
Queen
are
Pain and Pango both really like it. But yeah, the net worth chart's kind of insane in how much Suneko has also farmed.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Tier 3 tower gone.
Middle tower
Smiling Knight
is
can
under
just
attack.
keep on mowing down buildings.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
What's stopping him? He's got the Aegis. At least the banner will be able to get taken down now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But the second set of racks are under siege. There's still a tier 2 tower top, so they can't just get megas immediately. Echo Slam on the backline coming out from Mellow. He gets the Fisher Stun as well. Do the kill off the Queen of Pain. He's dropping low. Crop is dead. 2 kills secured. They're trying to continue. Smiling Knight goes back in. Can he find the damage? The Hawk does not have his sustain anymore. And now it's Smiling Knight just charging in for blood. Buyback came out from the Nate's Prof to rejoin the fight. Eki's dropping low. Mellow is stuck and surrounded, taken down. Shigetsu tries to disengage. And it's gonna be a huge team fight victory still for Avalis. An absolutely fantastic Echo Slam, but it was just not enough. Shigetsu is gonna pop the BKB. Smiling Knight does not fear anything the Weaver throws at him, because he can just heal that up with his Bloodstone. And that's looking to be tier 4s that are the targets here for Avalis.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, that was a great Echo Slam. Unfortunately, just that's where it
Dire's
ended.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gonna have to kill off Smiling Knight twice. No BKB on the Weaver. Smiling Knight charging forward. A lot of damage onto Shigetsu. Does have time lapse. Doesn't want to use it. But they already lost the Ancient. So game, set, and we're going to game number 2 with a win for Avalis. The Bristleback was too hard to handle. Mellow did come back pretty nicely in that game with the Shaker, but also you were dealing with a lineup that consisted of supports that were essentially the same net worth as their cores. And at that point in the game, it becomes really hard to play the game. First of all, you had no real counter for the Bristleback, because they didn't have like a Skadi or Shivas on their side just yet. Second of all, they were just really farmed on those supports. And at that point, yeah, Nature's Prophet and Alchemist are incredibly good heroes as supports to farm. They're pretty weak if they get, like, if they have no farm in the early game and you run them down, but they lost early game. The Queen of Pain destroyed Mellow in the middle lane. Bristol had a really solid safe play. The biggest thing, of course, is the fact that they invaded the jungle, the triangle, and the big Angel Sack to the right side of the map very early on, which meant that it took probably another 5 minutes extra until the Beastmaster had his Aghanim Scepter. That's a lot of time that the Beastmaster has to wait to get his items. There were 14 kills on DMS, by the way, 10 of them on Mellow, and 4 of them on Shigetsu. So the 2 supports and Dahak got 0 kills that game. Just a little stat there for you. Nonetheless, that was game number 1. We'll be going to a short little break. I will be back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from sorry, game number 2 between DMS and Avalis. My name is DK Truman, and I'll be covering this match for you. Let's see, do we have any interesting bans / picks? So far, the same expected bans, except this time DMS add in a Nature's Prophet ban, because Snako was piss off annoying last game. Avalis, they do remove the Visage, and they also get rid of the Slark, because they know exactly who they're playing up against. And the Alchemist is also taken care of. Now Avalis is the one that goes for the Batrider first pick versus the Mirana for DMS. I don't really know why everyone's loving the Batrider first pick these days, but okay, it's a choice. Mirana, of course, has big flex potential with it being a pulse 4, or pulse 4, pulse 5, or safe lane. And it wouldn't surprise me if this game it's going to be picked up as a safe laner. The Batrider is just weird. I've seen it do pretty okay in a lot of games, but also absolutely terrible in others. And it also really depends on what you're playing up against. But it does counter heroes like the Primal Beast pretty nicely, because you can just boop them in the middle of their onslaught charge. That's always a nice one to use it for. Technically, you could also do it against the Mirana when she leaps, but it's a little bit harder because of how fast that goes. And it's the biggest plus is that you have a BKB piercing stun with the lasso on Batrider. A lot of teams pick up a Shadow Demon against Batrider for exactly that purpose. You can Demonic Purge him so he's too slow, or you throw out the Disruption to save anyone who gets lassoed. Plus, if DMS pick up a Shadow Demon, it's really good with the Mirana, because you can set up the easiest arrows of your life. I think a Shadow Demon would be a nice pick here for DMS. There was also a draft yesterday that I saw with a safely Mirana plus 5 Naga Siren, so you could just throw out the net arrow combo. And then they also had a Kunkka offlane, so you even had the X-Mark arrow combo. So they had so many setups to make sure that the Mirana arrow was an easy hit. Okay, Tusk doesn't give that much away on the DMS side. Tusk can, of course, be a plus 5 or plus 4, but it lays really well if you have a Mirana safe lane. Did you pick up Tusk 5? Also a snowball save against the Batrider. Anyone who gets lassoed, you just hurl into your snowball and roll into the sunset together. And then the snowball melts and you just stand there completely wet. Is you burned by the Batrider as well. Speaking of which, Batrider, is he going to get a partner just yet? Wind Ranger. Okay, I still think Whirlwind Wind Ranger is way superior than the single target ulti Wind Ranger, because I honestly hate the single target ulti Wind Ranger. And not enough people go for Whirlwind. But that's just me. Wind Ranger can run away from the Tusk Snowball Chase. Evasion's always nice. They go for the Naga, actually. And the big threat on their side is they play this as a core and a support on Avalis. Just like everyone else does, kind of, in this patch. Wind Ranger, same story. Can be a core, can be a support. Wind Ranger can literally be in every lane. And I don't really see it as a plus 5, but I do see it as a plus 4. So it can play 4 of the 5 roles in this patch. Whereas Naga, I've primarily seen as a 5 for a safe lane. I haven't seen it as an off lane in quite some time. But it's not really a position that I wouldn't expect it to be in. Smiling Knight is a really good Naga Siren player, though. And that's the problem for DMS at the moment. Because of that Naga pick, they're going to have to try and counter the Naga pick in case it is actually a safe lane Naga. So your draft is already going to be centered around a bit more AoE clear, and then your single target might be suffering. Though with Moran and Tusk, you already have a lot of single targets, so if you get like a Lesh, wouldn't be the worst. Or Underlord. Underlord would actually be a really good pick here for DMS. It's amazing against all three heroes of Avalis because they don't like being rooted. AoE root against the Naga and the Illusions. Wind Ranger, you get a Rod of Atos as well. Cannot run away. Batrider, same story. I think an Underlord would be a great pick for DMS. Also a good setup for the Marana arrow. You could also go Centaur. It's great in lane against Naga. You build Blade Mill, so Wind Ranger can't ulti you. And you could also go for Dog Dazzle very early on. That's also a possibility. Dazzle is great against Naga because of the shard. Of course, you can one-shot the Naga illusions. That's why I always like playing Pugna against Naga. Because I just get the shard and I just drop the thingy, whatever it's called. The Plague Ward. And then just do the old suck to kill off all the illusions. Ursa. It is a Battle Fury hero, so it's good against Naga, but it's also very good against single target heroes because it is an Ursa. So I like these choices of DMS in terms of their heroes. Dazzle, I mean, Doc plays a really good Dazzle, so I can understand why. And I know he doesn't like playing, you know, Underlords or Centaurs. So both would still have been pretty good picks, regardless. Beastmaster. Now they're going to be picking up the Beastmaster on Avalis. That's their off lane. I'm thinking this is probably Batrider 4, Naga 5, Wind Ranger safe on Avalis. But it could also be Beastmaster off lane, Wind Ranger 4, Batrider 5, Naga safe. It could. My arm's gone. Sorry. My arm's gone. Gotcha. Let's see. They're expecting a mid laner for DMS, which is very much the case. They need a mid lane hero. Looks to be as well that it's a Marana 5 with a Tusk 4. And both sides. I mean, technically they could put Wind Ranger mid. Last pick is for DMS though, so you need to make sure you don't pick a hero that gets insanely countered. Like you pick Shaker and they pick Quap, because then you're sad. Honestly, would they go for another Quap game on Avalis? Quap doesn't have really any big counters now, especially now that the puck has been banned. But there's also always still like Storm Spirit available that you could go for. And you need to kite the Ursa as much as possible. Nagasiren is pretty good at that. Ursa pops in rage, you pop Song of the Siren, you just chill for a bit. They don't have any like big setups with the Nagasiren ulti. Ban out the Earth Spirit. Pick up the Troll. So the potatoes? Then Wind Ranger mid, I guess? Okay. Interesting choice. So Troll safe, Naga 5, Beastmaster off lane, Batrider 4, Wind Ranger mid. Against Wind Ranger, what do you pick? I mean, you can still go Quap. Whatever you want. They're going to go Shaker once again. It's a lot easier this time to play Shaker than it was last time. Plus, mainly because there's no Quap. And Yeah, they have a Naga and they have a Beastmaster, so if they summon a couple of creeps next to them, if they summon the illusions, big Echo Slamajama, definitely on the menu. I mean, I like GMS's draft last game. I like this draft even a little bit more than I liked last game's draft. Last game, of course, they lost, so yeah. But I like DMS's draft. I do think that the supports of Avalis can be very impactful with the Naga Siren, of course. The Song of the Siren save going to be very, very important so that they can at least make sure that Dahak dies, because I think Dahak's going to be the ace factor here for DMS. Once Bello's got the Blink plus Aghanim Scepter, and he's got like the safety of the Dazzle behind them, and even the Puck save possibly later, it's going to be pretty insane. Solar Flare picked up by every Mirana these days goes for Solar Flare. I think it's a pretty good spell. I just missed the Invis. But you, considering you're playing with an Ursa and he gets like at max level like 80 extra damage from Solar Flare or something, it's pretty good. And also daytime vision added in, like 3 times the daytime vision, so you can chase people down, is pretty pog. But Avalos as a team are probably are definitely better. I just think that DMS are. I like the draft. No win range went for Focus Fire, so meh.
Are you okay?
Doc really has a specific set of heroes that he likes to play. Dazzle is one of his favorites. I personally love Dazzle. I think it's a fantastic hero. Not a big fan of the fact that Juju like is a U spell, because I don't like spammy heroes, but yeah. It's what I say when I'm practicing Tinker at the moment in the patch. Mellow walking up to the enemy, smoke breaks. He knows exactly where they are. No way, Jose. Look how far around DMS are walking. I've never seen anyone make that walk. Ooh, but nicely done. Ike is already placing a sentry ward to counter out the right camp. And then probably also one for the Ancient. They're going to be waiting on the high ground. I don't know why Dahak is walking so far forward. This is a weird move. Oh, they actually didn't use the second sentry for the Ancient camp. It's going to be the rune spawning, and the bounty rune gets picked up by problems. He was immediately going to die because the Ice Shards blocks himself accidentally in. And first blood for the Wind Ranger. That's not fun for Mellow, because now the Wind Ranger's going to get a couple of pieces more. Full bracer added in for the Wind Ranger. Never fun to lane against an enemy mid laner when they get a free first blood. Ike taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Being blocked by his own creeps. Does manage to get himself back. But is going to need to chill with the tangos at the moment to regain his HP. Bottom lane, Ike very low. Eki's actually diving underneath the tower for this kill. He wants the first blood. Nice attempt with the tree block there, but it is going to be first blood secured for the Batrider regard. Sorry, not first blood, second kill secured for the Batrider right before he dies. Is it worth it though? You give full experience to the Ursa that way? I'm not too sure. Smiling Knight gets taken down in the top lane. Oh, that's not good. Naga is not a really great hero for... Naga can't defend you in the slightest. And now that she also gets a kill bottom, it's getting a little bit dire. Eki though might be able to get Ike as a return kill. And Ike looking like he's going to get taken down. Indeed, he drops Shigetsu, needs to be careful himself because there's a flame break coming in. Eki's going for another kill, gets a double kill on the Batrider. Mirana has no TP available. And yeah, the Batrider just chilling. That's a counter ward to boot.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That's a
under
pretty happy camper. The one thing, of course, Naga can do in the top lane is just be annoying with Deluge now. Max movement speed and the status resistance reduction are pretty okay. Shigetsu wants to harass Eki, but Eki just got his boost of speed delivered, so Shigetsu needs to be careful. The boar slow coming out as well. A lot of damage on the Ursa. Well, top lane, Snako ticking down, poison touch. It's luckily only level 1, because he did just level it. So he will not be taken down, but it is a scary lane top. Take is also having pretty good time in mid. Ike is gonna die once again to Eki, who's on a killing spree, and he's gonna dive with the Firefly onto Shigetsu. He does have an Earthshock to the side. He's trying to juke his way through, but Shigetsu is looking like he's just gonna get burned. Maybe gets the kill onto Eki in return. The tower will find Eki, but it is another couple of kills in that bottom lane in favor of Avalis. Dib is actually also going in for Ike, who still doesn't have leap, which is definitely going to be his next spell that he's going to level, because otherwise like every time he TPs in, he's just instantly dead. Yeah, he now has leap. He's dropping low. The boar, the wild axes almost catches him. My lord, that bottom lane is hell. Luckily, Mello is doing really well in mid. And bottom lane, Eki is going. They're going for Shigetsu once again. Eki's chasing. I can't really help because he doesn't have leaps anymore, and Shigetsu is just going to be forced to jungle at this stage. Oh, Beastmaster Batrider. What a disgusting lane coming out from them. And Eki's actually going to take the gateway to the other side. Towards mid, when Ranger went a bit deep, Ice Shard's block comes out. Mellow, the stun is there. Problems gets the kill. And the Shaker is a pretty happy Shaker with that one. But is going to need a bottle refill at some point, so wouldn't mind if a support dies. For this, Eki's actually going for Dahak. Oh, Dahak is going to burn, and Problems cannot help him in the slightest. Dahak is a freebie kill there. Saneko's the one that gets it. He stole that kill with the Luge, by the way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I've rarely seen, like, Batriders 4, 2, and 3. I've rarely seen a Batrider do this much. So Zib is being chased by Shigetsu. And they lose Saneko in the top lane to Echo Slamajama. Smiling Knight on the run. Is he going to get away? Zibby got taken down. There's a snowball chase. Smiling Knight's going to be another one dead. Mello gets a double kill. They kill off Zibe in bottom. They get a double in top, and DMS all of a sudden pretty happy once again. But in comes Eki onto Shigetsu. Run away, Ursi. Run away, Furball. Arrow's not going to connect from Ike. Eki is going to be able to get another kill and a courier. Bro, everything that's going well on the side of Avalis is Eki. That's the only thing that's going well on their team, is Eki.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smiling Knight, top lane, in a little bit of trouble. Is not getting any support, and is very dead. Oh, the tower is actually focusing problems, but it will be Smiling Knight dying to the Tusk.
Dire's bottom tower.
This is third death in the top lane.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Dire's top tower is under attack.
To the gills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, look at Shigetsu. He's farming creeps. Look at Eki. He wants that ass. Hi, Shigetsu. How you doing? He does have Firefly. Power Shot comes in. Shigetsu's still not level 6. And there's the Firefly. Shigetsu dies. Problems is the possible second because there's a lasso available. And there's even mana boost from Ziba to make sure that Eki's got everything back to full.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shigetsu died 4 times. Oh, Eki? That would be a huge kill if they can secure it. Eki is dead. Echo Slam gets dropped onto the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger trying to get the Focus Fire damage in, but it is still the kill onto Eki being secured. And finally, they kill Eki. Eki is about the same net worth as Smiling Knight. Ike is also really farm. Smiling Knight's really poor. I mean, Shigetsu's not that much richer. Same with the Huck. I'm actually surprised the Huck doesn't have more farm. Feels like he should. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised he has this much farm. He has 5 assists. And another kill on Shigetsu. Because the Ursa is gonna die once again. Dragon back into death's loving embrace.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Nako's now level 6, so you got Song of the Siren. As a save, Ike's on the run, being chased by the Wind Ranger and by Eki!
Middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, nice drag there from Problems. They're gonna go in onto the Wind Ranger. Nice power shot though to still get the kill secured. Eki's gonna be chased. His Firefly just ended. And with the Ice Shot's block, it's gonna be a killing spree for Mellow. Who's got the Blink Dagger right there.
It was your own downfall.
Kind of weird that illusions don't fly away when you use Slugger. I feel like they
Dire's top
should.
tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I guess they aren't physical forms anymore. So that's probably the reason why. Top lane, Doc. In a bit of trouble. Problems. Tries to help out Doc. The arrow is going to land on Smiling Knight. They're looking to burst him down, and he is dead. Smiling Knight, not so smiling right now. They're looking for the tier 1 tower in the top lane. They secured Ziba is on the run. If there's a chase coming through. And Ziba did get spotted. Walrus Punch is available as well. Arrow come. No, Arrow's not going to come out because there's even a Wind Ranger coming in from behind.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Let us fight.
Echo Slama Jama dropped on the Wind Ranger. The arrow lands, but the song of the siren saving the day and catching out the Shaker. That right there is why Naga Siren supports such a great thing. Just that one stupid spell. But actually, to be fair, Naga has like 3 stupid spells now. Because Ensnare and Delusion are also both really strong spells. Mirana's gonna get caught. And Tsuneko gets a kill to boot. While bottom lane, Shigetsu needs to be careful because his worst enemy, Eki's coming in. Eki. He does have his Enrage now. But Smiling Knight also has the Battle Trance. Shigetsu trying to run away. There's a Shaker coming through with the TP Fissure Block. Jump in onto Eki. Do they blow him up in time? Lasso comes out. The Enrage was still going. Shigetsu gets back. Nice drag from Problem. Smiling Knight in a bit of a pickle. Is going to be forced to pop the Battle Trance in a second. Chase onto Eki. Take down the Bat Rider. Smiling Knight now has no backup. And will be just jumped down by Mellow. Yep. When Enrage is available, it's a lot harder to kill off an Ursa as a bat. We have, like, when we had the qualifiers recently for like EPL and stuff, we had games where there were 6 kills in 20 minutes. Now we have 29 kills in 12 minutes. Give me this, Dota. Give me Mayhem, Dota. Just pure run at you, Dota. It is a lot more fun. Duck is closing in on towards Zags. Will at least help with the Naga Siren illusions clearing, and it makes I mean, you can take Tormentor easily that way, but they also have Ursa on the Radiant side, so they can in general take Tormentor very easily. Mellow in a bit of trouble, is going to be chased, has a Fissure Block, needs to run opposite directions, but the problem is Eki! Eki came in with the lasso play, and they find Mellow. Experience runes are about to spawn, so Doc, he manages to grab it in time before the Naga illusion deletes it. He gets to closing in on his Battle Fury. Smiling Knight still is a little bit away from it. Probably going to be like a 16, maybe 17-minute Battle Fury for Smiling Knight. And Shigetsu should have it 15, 16.
Radiant are scanning.
Kind of nice that if you get eggs on Shaker, that your Enchant Totem also does cleave damage. Probably one of the coolest aspects, that like biggest changes that they added to the Shaker Ags to make it really effective. Because then you got the big cleave with the Slugger, and you just get mayhem all over the place. Just everything flying in different directions. Smiling Knight on the run, turns into Miss Piggy. Let's get spotted out. Fissure Block. Arrow flies out. Song of the Siren, they're trying to run away. And they only find the Mirana, who doesn't have a leap available anymore. Although with Song used, they can go Roche. Yeah, they're gonna head into the pit. They've got Dazzle with Ags. They've got Ursa. That's an easy Roche. Enemy doesn't have Song of the Siren, which is probably the only real scary thing against you. Also, Zibe this game did not go for the Ags build, but he went for the Helm of the Overlord. So a different build than we saw last game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They also gave the Aegis to the Huck. on the Dazzle, which is interesting. To be fair, he is going to be the main focus of every single team fight that they'll ever have because he has Shallow Grave and tons of healing and damage. So it makes sense that you want to keep your big fat healing buddy, saving buddy alive.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they're looking for a target. Eki wants Ike, but Ike's got double leap. Eki's not that fast, but the Huck is going to get spotted and will be immediately lasso dragged back. Shallow Grave keeps him alive. He's got the heal as well. He should be just fine. They're going to go in on the Wind Ranger. And the Mirana ulti comes up as well, so damage will be coming through. Wind Ranger can run away and will run away. So pretty big rotations coming out. Ooh, they might be able to get a big ancient creep, but I think he just... Yeah, he took the Centaur Conqueror creep right there so that he would not give away 250 gold. And the Battle Fury is done on Ursa. He's close to his Blink Dagger. Smiling Knight just finished his Battle Fury and is going for S and Y. And it's been a while since they were in a little bit of trouble. The Hawk gets skill onto Eki mid. Right now, like Eki did really well in the early game, but trying to simmer down in his usefulness. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he doesn't have a quick catch. He does have Solar Crest, so always nice to have extra shields for his allies. But once Mello's got the Ags, the game becomes a lot rougher. And this Aegis, I guess, is just going to be a farming Aegis for the time being. It does make sure that the second Aegis will spawn a little bit sooner, and then you can get the banner, which will open up possible high ground attempts. Radiant side are pretty... like, DMS's one big weakness is they can't push high ground. They have no high ground hitting heroes at all. Like, you'd have Shaker hit high ground or something. Whereas Avalis have pretty good high ground defense, with of course Song of the Siren or Blink Lasso if it comes to that. But more importantly, the Song of the Siren is just huge for high ground defense. They also have high ground push if they need it. Seneko, once the Song of the Siren gets hit by the arrow, Fissure Block comes out. Seneko gets hexed up and they knock him down without a chance to respond. Eki's gonna get spotted on the other side, and I don't really know why the Tusk Walrus punched him down, but okay. He was at like 10 HP, and then you're like Walrus punching, dealing with that kill from Shigetsu. Cool. Maybe it's so that he can get his Blink Dagger faster, but still. Tormentor's up. That's an important one to quickly grab if you're DMS. You got Ursa? Yeah, he's going for Tormentor. That's what I love about good team players. Just get your team the Tormentor quickly so that it respawns faster as well. And it's a free shard for the Tusk. Thank the Lord, because the Miranas, well, the Miranas is actually not bad. You get an extra leap charge, I guess. And it actually has support Mirana. You can farm pretty nicely because of it. Because then leaps also do damage. You can use it to farm camps a little bit faster with like leap Starstorm, leap Starstorm. But the Aegis has now been reclaimed. Doc is closing in on his BKB. Ursa's going to go for the Basher into Shard Ags. For him, I mean, BKB is actually pretty useful this game because you're playing against Song of the Siren later down the line. It does have its downsides though. If Song gets used and you are the only one with BKB pops, the entire Dire team can kill you. Well, they can't touch your teammates. Echo Slam from Mellow coming in big. Snowball chase. Zibbe is dead as well. In return, Windrange trying to get the damage out. Smiling Knight charging forward for Ike. The Mirana is permanently rooted. But an absolutely beautiful Echo Slamma Jamma play comes in from Mellow. And manages to get himself out of there as well. With a double kill going to Shigetsu on the Ursa. Because cleave, baby. Cleave. That was neat. The only downside is they do a play like that and then instantly it's back to farming. Not like, let's take the tier 1 tower bottom, try to steal the enemy. Well, Tormentor was already clear, but something objective wise. They get a nice double kill and then it's okay. That's all our attempts made. Smiling Knight spots up problems. Is trying to run away. Uses the drums as well. Aisha's block. Smiling Knight cannot chase further.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Eki cutting down the trees so that he's got good vision. There are TPs coming in with Mellow joining in the bottom lane. And Shigetsu is also TPing bottom. Do they have a smoke? Is the question. They do not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The tier 1 tower bottom lane will be secured by Doc. All the rest of the team is looking for more. 2 more minutes until Roche respawns. Towards mid, this could be a big catch. They go in for the shaker. Roar comes out immediately, and Mellow is dead without a response timer coming in. Smiling Knight walking up the high ground, but can they continue this fight without Mellow? I don't really think that you want to. Dahak is going to be the target here in mid. Smiling Knight, they won't be able to get a catch on him. Leap over by Ike gets him out. There's no lasso. There is a song if they want to use it aggressively. But Snako won't be able to get a catch / reel in combination. Now it's a bit right there with the blink reveal. He's also got the Vlad's aura now. Probably expect I mean, does anyone on the Dire build a pipe? Maybe Naga? No. Playing against Shaker, pipe's pretty useful. Maybe not the most useful because you are playing against Ursa and Dazzle, and those are pure physical damage.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 being pushed in with the Ancient Thunderhide. Sib is just chilling nearby. They're waiting for Roche to respawn, but it's 25 more seconds until it respawns. So they're going to lose their tier 2 tower mid. And they might even start tickling the high ground. They're going to go for tier 2 tower bottom. They know that they're going for Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They don't really care, though. They get 2 tier 2 towers out of it. And Roche is still not up yet. I mean, they're going to just knock on the high ground. There's no reason for them to stop. They have a catapult wave here that gets a frenzy buff. This tier 3 tower is dropping fast. Fortification. Used to keep the tower alive. There's a TP from Mello. Lasso drag being used onto Dahak, but the BKB was in time from Dahak. In the meantime, top side, Song of the Siren comes out onto the Mirana. He's trying to disengage. Seneko wants to get the root. And Ike is going to be left behind. I don't know why he pops Solar Flare. Yeah, his teammates now get extra damage and daytime vision, and attack speed. Why would you pop a 120-second cooldown that no one in your team has any use of right before you die? His rune's almost up. Dahak's gonna get roared up. Snowball save coming in to keep Dahak alive. He still is gonna stand strong. Gets healed up. Back to full he goes. Echo Slam in response. Get a double kill. Seneko doesn't have Song. They know he doesn't have Song. He's gonna go for the TP out. Oh, gets the TP just in time. But that was Shallow Grave. Almost all your HP gone. Pop Magic Wand, Shadow Wave, boom, full HP. That was a Dazzle. That was pretty happy. He's going for the Lincoln Sphere next. Now, then he'll have a BKB Lincolns. Very hard for the Bat Rider to break through without the Force Staff done. Eki, Shield Rune keeps him alive. Otherwise, he would have actually taken damage and wouldn't be able to blink. Chase in after Eki. But it's going to be the lasso onto Shigetsu. The Ursa, Shallow Grave keeps him going. Can he stay alive? He's going to try and get the damage right before. The heal is going to be pretty substantial. Another heal coming out. Shigetsu gets knocked over the fissure, but is going to lose the Aegis. That's the first life gone. Has a second one. And the rest of Avalis disengage. Net worth wise, we're still even Stevens.
Radiant are scanning.
Getsu's closing in on his axe. He's almost done with it. It's a big item. A really big item. At that point, Lasso Drag doesn't really do diddly squad. Lasso Drag, Roar, you can just pop your ulti and be chill. Observe ward placement. They want to go for Dahak. But everyone of DMS is also here. They get spotted by the Ancient Granite Golem, so everyone knows the enemy is nearby. Shigetsu gets spooked. He's so close to the Ags, he needs the 200 gold. Fighting right now would be a very bad choice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's been a while since I've seen the cores of either side really die. Like, they died so much in the laning stage and right after the laning stage, but it's been a while since they actually, like, got smacked afterwards. Now there's an Aghanim Scepter on Shigetsu. So the Ursa is just fine towards mid, though. Lasso onto Problems. The Tusk is dead. In response, Fissure block. Echo Slam gets dropped. Slime Knight pops the BKB in time. Shackle Shot connected on the Miranda will leap away. There's the Roar coming on the Ursa, but he is in a lot of trouble. Shallow Grave, can they keep him alive? There's going to need a lot of healing coming out. Smiling Knight does have his ulti, does pop it in time. Will be able to heal back to full. Shackle Shot is perfect onto Mello and Dahak. And Dahak up the high ground he goes, running away. He has the Shallow Grave still available. Song of the Siren comes out so they can continue to fight in the process. And Seneko with the root will get his team out of there. But they make it a 2-for-1 trade. Coming through. And Smiling Knight's starting to look pretty scary on the Troll Warlord. His damage output's impeccable, and those shackle shots from Riaf are also connecting nicely. I keep forgetting his name. Or how to pronounce his name. It looks like it says pro, but... Tormentor for Avalis. And a free shard for Marana. For the... Oh, Shaker gets a free shard. Free shard for Wind Ranger is what I meant. But also one for Shaker. That one's pretty nice. The Fisher cooldown reduction, and you can walk on it. Speaking of Shaker, he's got the Shadow Blade. And a casual Ogre Axe. I assume he wanted to go for BKB previously, but has queued up that he wants an Octarine.
Radiant are scanning.
He go an Aether and then Axe afterwards. Yeah, he's got the Blink last Force Staff, so he can now break the Lincolns on the Dazzle and still take him for a spin. Versus going MKB. You're playing against Troll. Good to get MKB against Whirling Axes. Because if you get hit by Whirling Axes, there's a 60% miss chance. And it's horrid to deal with. Third Roche is going to be pretty important. Soon enough. What? What? Did he just have a click on the floor ready on the Tusk? I think he did. He probably had Walrus Punch. Oh. He actually could have gotten the catch there with the Walrus Punch. Chase in on Snako. They find a secondary kill. But I think Problems had his Walrus Punch alt clicked on autocast and just a click on the floor, so anyone blinking on him would immediately get punched. That's weird. That was like instant punch onto the Bat Rider before he could even get the lasso.
Are you okay?
Yeah, they're trying to get Roche when it spawns. It's going to be a minute and a half. Jump up on the high ground by Zebe. There's a jump in onto Shigetsu. The Ursa pops the enrage, trying to stay alive. There is Dazzle in time. Echo Slam gets dropped as well. Walrus Punch on the back line. Shigetsu, is the healing going to be enough? Shallow Grave comes out once again, and Smiling Knight is dead. The Hawk saves the day once again. They almost actually died from just the shard damage and the Battle Fury cleave. But luckily enough, Dahak with the saving grace of a absolutely beastly healer. 8k damage in that fight by the Troll Warlord, and it's not enough. Roche up in a minute. So obnoxious. Like, Ursa's got the Ags plus shard, so he has all the stats resistance and 80% damage reduction going on. And then when you almost get him killed and you're like, yes, we got him, in comes Shallow Grave, and you're like, ah, okay,
Dire's
GG.
top tower is under attack.
Dark, too good.
Dire's top tower has
30
fallen.
seconds for Roche. That's Ags Roche. Free Roche.
Tower is under attack.
All three cores have Ags, which means you're probably giving it to the Tusk.
Dire's top tower is
And then you gotta deal with Tusk, big ass Walrus kick. So Troll pops his ulti, for instance, and you just yeet him out of the fight.
under attack.
Mello also has the Octarine available. Cooldown reduction. And in the pit they go.
It will charm my eyes.
Game's looking rough for Avalis now. Unless they can kill off the Huck, which is not an easy task.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Walrus kick available
Radiant's
on the
bottom
Ursa.
tower has fallen.
Sorry, the Tusk.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The wind blows on many fronts.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Shaker sold his Ogre Axe. This casual Ogre Axe that he had, he sold it. I was thinking maybe still get the PKB, but I guess not. The problem that they're dealing with right now is Snako is being obnoxious with the Naga Siren illusions the entire time, so Dahak needs to help with pushing out the bottom wave, otherwise their high ground's going to get broken. But aim from behind is Mellow. Spots out Sibba. There's going to be the scythe usage. Can he hit the arrow? Yes, he can. On the tailbone right there. Fissure block. Sibba is dead. And they're going to try and push everything out. Can the wave be cut in time? Not fully. Eki, he's trying to cut the wave as well. Snowball chase. Ice Shard's block ain't really gonna do much against the Bat Rider now, is it?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Smiling Knight's gonna get spotted out. Jump in. Echo Slam from Mellow, but the BKB from Smiling Knight and his ulti immediately used. Mellow needs to get out of there. Ursa's going in. Shigetsu doesn't care about your ulti going off. Smiling Knight is dead. Wicked Sick coming out from Shigetsu looking for more. And everyone of Avalis needs to just continue back to cutting the creep waves. Shigetsu has also got his level 25 talent now. Eki, once again, trying to run away. Problem should I guess the Ice Shard's block is nice for at least the slow. You can get it off. Do they get the bash? No, they do not get the bash on the Wind Ranger. Gets the TP back to base. Catch onto Wind Ranger. There's no BKB this time around. Can be off, get himself out of there. We'll go for the Tusk kill and we'll find it. Hex on Shigetsu. He still has the Aegis on the Ursa. But they were technically not all there to take a fight. And they're actually still looking for Shigetsu. Mellow gets a little bit scary, but the root will stop him from blinking forward. There's going to be the roar. Onto the Shaker. Can they kill him off? He gets hexed up. Is the lockdown enough? In comes Shigetsu going for Eki, but the Force Staff keeps him at bay. Oh, he's also got Aviana's Feather, so it's a flying bear.
Double damage.
The Sib is going for the refresher. They have a 11k net with lead here on the side of DMS, which is not insurmountable, but Doc's closing in on Octarine and, you know, more cooldown reduction on the already insanely low cooldown Dazzle is not fun. Sibe, Fisher block. Oh, the Echo Slam immediately gets dropped, but the BKBs, they get themselves out. Lasso drag. Eki dropping low, tries to go for Dahak. The Fisher's blocking everyone's entry here into the fight, and they lose Eki. Buyback comes out immediately, chasing for more. There are multiple targets that they're going for. Smiling Knight was chasing deep for Shigetsu, but they lose the win range, and Dahak is still on the back line. Shaker jumping all about. Song of the Siren keeps the Ursa out of the fight, and they really want this Dazzle. Can they kill him off? He's going to get silenced up. Shallow Grave comes out. Smiling Knight with the ulti. Can he get enough damage? Dazzle's going to get bashed, stunned up. Dahak gets the BKB. Heal off in time, and Smiling Knight gets punched out of existence. With Mello going for Eki, who just bought back. And Eki is a goner. That should be game. That was actually a really nice attempt with the Song of the Siren used to keep Shigetsu out of the fight. Unfortunately for them, Wind Ranger was also dead. If Wind Ranger wasn't dead, they might have killed off the Dazzle and gotten more out of it, but now it's too much to handle with Dahak never dying. He's got the full Octarine core being delivered as well. That's also a lot of extra HP.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And they still have the Roshan's, but they might actually have two. Yeah, they have two Roshan's banners because Ike also has one. They might even drop the second Roshan's banner for the tier 4s if they want to go that route, because there's still tier 2 standing bottom. Ooh, Shigetsu pops BKB. A little bit of an oopsie daisy. First BKB charge used. They're all going to be backing off on the side of DMS. Not free. Torment to quickly taken by Shigetsu so that they get 280 gold per hero. Melo's also got his level 25, so minus 50% Echo Slam cooldown. Echo Slam's on a 40-second cooldown now. That's pretty nuts. Still surprised that he doesn't go for the Enchant Totem cooldown, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Because then you'd have an Enchant Totem hit like every 2.5 seconds or something. Echo Slam instantly. They Walrus Punch Sibe as well at the same time. Sibe's already dead when the song was being casted by Seneko. They're looking for Dahak. Double jump in, he immediately shallow graves himself because he knows what's coming with the BKB usage. Can he keep himself alive? There's going to be the lasso drag. Dahak shallow grave is keeping him going, and Dahak is almost dead. Does he die? He is still not trying, and Dahak survives everything. This Dazzle is indestructible. And with that, game 2 goes to DMS. I can't believe he got, like, he just didn't die there. Like, it felt like he must have died there, but they just couldn't kill him in the end. And that is, of course, DMS taking game number 2 in this series. One more to decide who is going to win this, Avalis or DMS, but it is as expected. You know, DMS top of the board at the moment. Avalis did not play a group stage match just yet, so this is the first time we get to see them in action here in the CCT tournament. And yeah, can't wait for game number 3. So we'll be right back after the break for map number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 between Avalis and DMS. The last one in the first series of the day. And the drafting phase is starting. I would assume we might get to see a Dazzle ban, considering Dahak played so well on the Dazzle last game. He was actually unkillable in the end. How much they even threw at him, it did not matter. Right now, Avalis start off with the same bans as expected, same with DMS. Actually, Dazzle is being left in for the time being. Ken and Engban, so Nature's Prophet for DMS. That one was left through, and that is a Dahak classic, though of course they can flex it on a support spell. Crystal Maiden is not as good against Nature's Prophet as you might want it to be, because the freeze doesn't last for 10 seconds anymore. It just does 4 times the damage, which actually doesn't even kill it. Also, they play the Nature's Prophet on the offlane, but they also flex it as a support on Avalis. Sorry, on DMS. Alchemist. They're pretty fast on their picks and their bans on both these sides. Naga Siren. Marana is still left in the pool. The Alchemist in game number 1, Eki played really well. Honestly, Eki's played a really good series in general. Another snowball save for DMS. And they have, if this is a Naga Siren support, which it's looking likely considering they have an Alchemist, unless it's an Alchemist support, but yeah, they would have a Naga Siren and a Tusk save. They'd have Song of the Siren and Snowball save for anyone in their team who gets caught, which is pretty big. They slowed down pretty quickly now on the side of Avalis. Wind Ranger once again. And the Pangolier. So Pango offlane mid maybe. Alchemist safe lane could be. Also could be post 4. Wind Ranger safe lane. Mid lane, off lane, post 4. Flexible to the max. Muerta. Okay, that's a lot of damage. So you're looking at probably the Muerta safe lane Tusk or Naga 5 NP off lane. Because an NP Tusk can easily kill a Crystal Maiden support in the lane. Like, they've got Sprout, they've got Ice Shards block. Crystal Maiden has no mobility tools. And Naga Muerta is a really good lane because you can just root someone and then Muerta shoots them back. Or you shoot them back and then Muerta, Naga roots them and then reels them in. Ember Shaker ban, yeah, the Shaker ban I understand. Mello's been playing Shaker 2 times in a row and he's playing it really well. Primal Beast this time has been banned out by DMS. Other possible heroes you could still go for a DK. Last pick is for Avalis though, so it wouldn't be too surprising to me if they make this a safe lane win range and get a different mid laner depending on how easy of a matchup they can make it. I would probably just get Quap yourself if you're DMS. Or Puck. Puck normally tends to be okay against almost everyone. Because if you pick like a DK, they might go for a Huskar and then you're screwed. Most of the spirits are also still available. They could also just put the Nate's Prophet mid and get a different offlaner, like just get Dazzle again. Because NP should be fine against almost everyone in lane as well, even the Quap. I don't know if Mello plays the Nate's Prophet mid, but it's not really the hardest hero to learn. $15 left. They ban the Quap. Okay. Sand King. Sand King actually survives nicely. Also, still flexible. But it's very likely Mellow on the Sand King mid. Lanes pretty well against Wind Ranger Pango. The thing is, I don't know. Avalis can make this Alchemist or Wind Ranger safe, but they could also now just grab a new safe laner. And they do exactly that. PA safe lane. Eki again on the Alchemist. And the Huck's going to be playing NP. Yeah, honestly, Rhea played really nicely on the Wind Ranger last game. Had amazing shackle shots. It just wasn't enough with all the saves. This time there aren't as many saves, but with problems in Ike on the Naga plus Tusk, they still have saves. Tusk is also going tag team this time, so with the Nate's Prophet in lane, they can definitely destroy a PA Crystal Maid lane. I am going to go DMS once again. Though late game scaling, PA is insanely good for that specific reason, but so is Muerta, and Dark Nate's Prophet's one of his best heroes, if not his best hero. So I'm gonna go DMS. Yeah, both sides have decent Roche. DMS has better high ground push and high ground defense. A lot more of both. We'll wait and see what's going to happen. If Eki, brings out another early game performance as he did in game number 1 and game number 2 on the post 4 position, they might be in a lot of trouble. I was really impressed with Eki's performance so far in this series. Like, he made that offlane work. What's his rank? He's ranked 25. That does not surprise me in the slightest. You know what I am slightly surprised by? Seneco's ranked 98. And that's not surprised because, I think Seneko is a bad player or anything. But normally when you see position 5 players that have been in Dota for quite a long time, you see them like drop in terms of their ranking and not really care that much about their ranking. But Seneco's still top 100. Ike's actually slightly higher ranked though, with 94. But Eki is the highest ranked player in this game. That's nuts. It was nice to see when the highest ranked player is not a core. Support power, baby. Support power.
Nice. Well, I tried.
Remember when Saxa was that? And he had 3 accounts that were rank 1, 2, and 3. miss Saxa. What's he doing these days? He was always such a good player. All aggressive smoke up coming out from Avalis. They might get cornered from both angles. They do have that observer ward on the high ground. Oh, the smoke comes out a little bit later. Mello's going to get jumped in mid. He is going to lose his life, and that is first blood for Smiling Knights. Counter ward will be successful. Ike needs to be a little bit careful. There's another stifling dagger to slow him down. But the rest is a bit too far away. Going for more, and that looks to be 2-4-2 bounty rune trade.
The battle begins.
Oh, they might just kill off Smiling Knight here. They know he doesn't have Phantom Strike. He takes a lot of damage. He's not even going to throw out the Unstable Concoction. I'm surprised he's not going to throw out the Unstable Concoction. Feels like he could have saved him there very easily. Just let the PA die. And it's another Pango plus Alchemist lane that they played in game number 1 that did so much damage because Acid Spray with everything Pango throws at you is too much physical damage. Also, Ike is playing the Tusk 5 in this case. Of course, Problems is the Pulse 4, but Naga is playing a Pulse 4. Normally tends to be the Pulse 5 in most, if not all cases.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Top side, Eki dropping low. Ike on the chase. Can they catch Eki? Oh, nope. Blood grenade even thrown onto Ike, but he should be able to survive just barely, though Ike needs to be careful. Zib is now level 2, so he's got Swashbuckle. Healing salve on Ike. Ike needs to get his level 2 as well, so he can either get Snowball or Ice Shards. Either of the two would get a kill onto Eki. And now he's got Ice Shards. And there's the catch onto Eki. And gives the kill to Shigetsu, while bottom lane, Dahak loses his life to Smiling Knight. And Soneko even immediately tips Dahak. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Little BM tip action.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PA late game is always terrifying, but so is Muerta. So they do have that trade-off, because Muerta does a lot of damage late game. And then he does need to get an MKB though. Aisha's block onto Eki. The silence hits as well. Shigetsu needs to be definitely careful because they don't really have that damage. Bottom lane, Snake is going to die to Dahak. And top lane, no kill will be happening.
Stun. Nice.
I have punching for you.
One plus that, of course, PA is going to have this game is he is a Battle Fury builder. So Sprout, leashes won't ever be a problem for him.
I'll take your tribute.
I'm curious what a Naga 4 does more than the Naga 5.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Top side. You want to pump in some damage onto Shigetsu. There's the silence, attempted to silence up Eki in time. Nice try there from Shigetsu, but it's not going to be enough. Swashbuckle in, Shigetsu drop in low, tries to get this spear off onto Zibib, misses his chance there, and Zibib's going to get possibly a double kill. No, he's going to back off for the time being, and Ike is going to be able to stay alive for now. But yeah, he's missing a couple of these dead shots on Muerta. Maybe not 100% comfortable on the hero just yet. And Smiling Knight's not really being harassed in his farming whatsoever. He's having an outstanding time. Because Naga can't do diddly squat in that lane. Just, he exists. Oh, gateway by Ike, but it gets scanned. And they immediately back off on Avalis. You know, these guys have some spider senses sometimes. Also place an observer ward. So Eki knows if Shigetsu is trying to farm the creeps behind. And Shigetsu might get gone on here. There's a Tusk back in action, spotting Eki out. Creeps are underneath the tower, making it a little bit more problematic. Swashbuckles available. Shigetsu. They want to go for Zibe here. Snowball chase with 3 heroes in. There is a shield crash, so Shigetsu needs to get back, and he dies because Ike drags him with him.
See what you are up against.
Yep. That was, you could see that one coming from a mile away. Mellow in mid. Wind range ulti used. Goes in aggressively with the stinger. Doesn't get enough creep kills. Mellow's actually going to die because the wind range's focus fire was still on. And Eki will be just fine as well. So a couple of good catches here for Avalis.
Radiant are scanning.
And while all of that's going on, of course, Smiling Knight just chilling in the bottom lane. Naga left the lane previous. Oh, they're actually going to TP Mellow in. Can they get a catch? Mellow's trying to get the burrow range. He's not the fastest. Gets the burrow catch. Epicenter as well. Smiling Knight. He does have a Phantom Strike. Doesn't even need to use it. Mellow's Epi doesn't do anything. They lose the crystal. Mellow in the trees is going to get jumped by Smiling Knight. Eki, Alchemist is going to die, but they do lose Mellow after he just died previously in mid as well. Snowball chase onto Ziba the Pangolier. I mean, Smiling Knight's just cleaning up house right now. Going in onto Ike. Make that an extra double kill for Smiling Knight. There's an experience rune to grab as well. The Huck actually stole the Radiant experience rune. Is gonna die because of it. But they'll at least get the double XP runes. However, 3k net worth advantage right now. Top net worth Smiling Knight. Second is Riaf. And third is Sibe. So all three Daiko. And Eki is of course really farmed up on the Alchemist. Because that's what he does. Eki plays really well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Eki used to play on Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But of course, Team Secret's had multiple iterations at this point. Quick kill in mid. On to Suneko. I mean, Crystal Maiden is probably one of the easiest targets in Dota. But a 4K net worth lead for the Radiant side. Smiling Knight, he already has 2 pieces of his Battle Fury. We're not even at 10 minutes. Like, he just needs the Claymore. And then he's got Battle Fury. It's going to be like an 11 minutes. Okay, probably 12-minute Battle Fury. Unless they harm him somehow. Doc's even going Blade Mill. That's showing exactly how rough this game is for him compared to how he expected it to go. Let's see, with Concoction, they're going to go in onto Dahak. Power shot as well. Smiling Knight's here. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. And they turn this into the tier 1 tower bottom attempt. They have fortification, so maybe they'll be able to stop any push going forward. Problems has Song. That could give them a good setup with an epicenter burrow, but they're just going to let this tower go.
While you're away, Ryla.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, he's going to have an 11-minute Battle Fury. That's insane. Especially with full power treads, magic wand, and a Wraith Band. There's some good ags to give if he wants to go that route this game. Wind Range's ag is always nice. Bango ag is amazing. Smiling Knight's PA ags is also amazing. Crystal Maiden's ag is actually also pretty good.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant are scanning. They scan exactly where they're smoked. They're heading right towards Seneko. Smoke gets broken.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But the Battle Fury is done for Smiling Knight. 11 minutes and 11 seconds. He gets a full Battle Fury finished. He gets to top lane, gonna get ganged. Gets his ulti off in time before the damage comes through. Rolling Thunder is gonna lock him in place. Do they have the counter coming in? Song of the Siren, can they catch up? Eki gets out of range, but Zib is not going to be the lucky one. Silence gets thrown on to top of him. Eki with the stun usage. Eki, can he keep Zib alive? Epicenter Burrow coming in from the side from Mellow onto the Wind Ranger. Shackle shot. Wind Ranger staying alive. Crystal Maiden ulti. Mellow is melting by ice. And Zib is still alive.
Radiant's bottom
Should be able to get himself out of there.
tower.
Gets reeled back in, but shield crash, still has swashbuckle. No, he is going to get taken down. So they'll at least get Sibir, but they also did manage to lose Mellow in that engagement top, and Smiling Knight is chilling with the Battle Fury farming away all over the map.
Loaded to the gills.
Gatsu is done with the Maelstrom. Is going to go for the Mjolnir next. I can understand Mjolnir, but prefer Gleipnir. You need more ways to hold the Wind Ranger in place in a game like this. Same with the PA in place, holding. Bangalore doesn't really care.
Bounty.
And Ox got Blade Mills going Shard. Then try to get anything little, so no big items on the MP for the time being, so that he can get the tools to try and catch back up. Problems with, again, the real in play onto Seneko. Crystal Maiden, that's the only one that's really dying at this stage. And Eki almost has his full Solar Crest already finished up as well. Oh, Smiling Knight's going for an early BKB. I was thinking maybe just go Deso. but it's not a super fantastic Deso game, and you need BKB against. They have a lot of magic damage on the Dire side with the Epicenter Burrow, with the Muertas, Pierce the Veil.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a bit top. Would be a nice kill, but they definitely won't have the damage to kill him off in his Rolling Thunder. Not with the Muertas farm at this point in the game. Net worth wise, they're not increasing on Avalis as much. They've been staying about the same net worth for the last 5 minutes, a 4k net worth lead. And considering they got a Battle Fury this early on Smiling Knight and you have the Alchemist on your side, it's surprising that they're not growing.
Dire are scanning.
I'll take your tribute.
Looking for Smiling Knight, but he already left the bottom area because he knows what's up, and he also cleared all the creeps. Honestly, Smiling Knight's got the most amazing spider sense, because he is just perfectly dodging everything DMS always throws at him. This BKB is about to be done. They might be able to get a good catch here on the Alchemist. Rolling Thunder gets pump fake to Huck. Just be careful, there is a Blink Dagger available on the Pango. We'll be able to get the lock in. Shackle shot hits onto problems in the back line as well. Song could not be used in time, and they will get the kill secured. Song out of the range so that Suneko does get taken down. Interrupts the Suneko ulti. That one was really nicely done, walking out and back in. Onto Eki they go. Muerta ulti being used. Zibik doesn't have a Rolling Thunder available anymore. And they'll make it a 2-for-1 trade. Looking for even more Wind Ranger on the run. But Smiling Knight did just get his BKB delivered. And he knows Shigetsu doesn't have his ult. So they're going to go in onto the Muerta, blow him up. Snowball save not in time. Control on the Sand King. Burrow has been used. BKB from PA. Reveal comes out. And Doc wants to go back in onto Sibit with Mello coming through. With the Blade Mill popped on Doc as well. He's going to go for the quick TP out, knowing that otherwise he's just dead. He tried to hope that the PA would kill himself with his Blade Mill. Zibid's actually losing a lot of HP. Burrow back in. Zibid dropping low. The Pangolier. Swashbuckle to the side is going to stay alive. And Mello is not so lucky. 7k net with advantage for the Radiant side. And Smiling Knight 8-1-1 on the PA.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's coming out onto the Wind Ranger. Shackle shot, tries to get Ike. Will lose his life, but Ike does die as well. Smiling Knight BKB is up in 20 seconds. Rolling Thunder, though, as a response, is Zibit charging in onto Shigetsu. Pops his ulti to stay alive. Mello has his Epi and Burrow available. Is going to pop the Epi. Burrow charge forward, looking for Smiling Knight on the backline. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does. 7 kill streak picked up. And they find themselves 4 kills, lose only the Tusk, and that net worth advantage is gone. Huge play coming out. They have so much magic damage. And BKB was still on cooldown on the PA. They hit him with the Nature's Prophet ulti, the Epicenter, the Muerta's ulti. Everything hit at the exact same time. And in the Roche pit they go. EMS to secure the first ages of the game. And yeah, one bad fight. And all that advantage they had accrued has been vanished before our very eyes.
Roshan has fallen to the dais. Radiant are scanning.
I am king of the invisible realm.
In mid, Mallow heals himself up to stay alive, burrows in aggressively? I would have assumed he'd burrow backwards.
Ice is not always nice.
That was an interesting attempt there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Saber concoction. Silence not on time, but Shigetsu gets himself back without any real harm. Duck. Going for a Crimson Guard on the Nate's Prophet, so he's just playing full defensive NP this game. Eki jumps in onto Shigetsu. Shigetsu pops Aegis. We'll have a second life coming back up. So should be just fine. But Smiling Knight did TP here. And Smiling Knight, they are looking for a possible fight. They're smoked up on the side of Avalis. But the Hawk looking to just steal away the XP rune. And we'll be able to steal the enemy's XP rune out. Ike walking up the high ground. Nope, nope, nope. I don't want to be here. Let me go. Will be taken down. However, Doc might be able to just push out the tier 1 tower top. Crystal Maiden TP in. And they're looking for Doc.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But he's just going to TP back to base. And away he goes. Catch you never.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Loaded to the gills.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's
5k net
middle
worth
tower is
lead.
under attack.
Once
Radiant's
again,
middle tower has been denied.
a little bit sad that the Wind Range, of course, died to the Tormentor, but they got a free Torme for the Alchemists and one for the Crystal Maiden. So they did get 2,800 gold from those free
Radiant's
two
bottom tower is
shards
under attack.
that Avalis managed to secure. Now DMS smoked up. Heading out. He gets to... What's he got? He's got the full Hurricane Pike now done. But nobody's being spotted, nobody's being caught. bunch of dodging and weaving. Eki does get spotted out though, and Mello will be able to get the catch on a quick alchemist kill. I say quick alchemist kill, but he's a little bit more obnoxious than initially anticipated. However, no need to pop the epicenter for that. Gateway was being attempted to be taken. Duck's going for the pipe next. Yeah, he's building a lot of defensive. They have a pipe as well in Avalis. He's just trying to stay alive while Muerta does the damage, and so does the Sand King. Going in onto Zibit Pangolier. He is shackled up, dragged back. And Zibit's dead. Ensnare Reel In is such an amazing spell. Especially if you play it with a Muerta, so he can drag you back into the calling. I didn't even realize he went for the calling talent instead of the other one, the Afuenda thingy. Mello needs to be a little bit careful with the snowball save chase in for more. The Huck gets the kill, and it is dominating for the Huck right now on that super tanky Nature's Prophet build. Like, they're winning all these engagements, mainly because PA isn't at any of them. But with the nullifier coming up on the PA, I mean, it's a good one. Ofrenda, I think it's called Ofrenda, the other one. So, heroes killed inside the calling refresh its duration and create another revenant and expand the radius of the calling by 100. Okay. Interesting. Burrow in onto Smiling Knight, Mellow Yule. Gotta be careful. Gotta get out now. Being chased, frozen in place. Smiling Knight, Walrus Punch comes out. Snowball save was not successful, and they're gonna lose their Tusk to boot. So a nice double kill with Mellow dropping, being secured. Naga's got Blink, so he's got the Blink song, or song Blink. Combo available. The Hawk, instead of going for pipe, is going AC. I think that's a better choice. You are primarily against magic, physical damage. There's very little magic damage except for Crystal Maiden in this game. And like the Gleipnir procs. Because PA is physical, Pango is physical, Wind Range is mainly physical at this stage, and Alchemist is also only physical. They just build up a ton of armor, and you're Gucci. Roche is going to be up in 2 minutes. It is going to be a dire spawn, but it's going to be a short dire spawn. But that would be second Roche of the game, and that is the banner that you want to have.
Radiant are scanning.
Getsu closing in on his BKB, a minute 25 left on the Roche respawn timer. Smiling Knight, he has his nullifier now done. So against the drums, against the Solar Crest, against the Yules, especially against the Yules, it's going to be very important to have. And it also removes Crimson Guard buffs. I still don't understand why it doesn't remove pipe buffs, but Dota is a weird game. And while they're chilling in the top lane, the Huck is going to be split pushing bottom and taking the tier 2 tower down. He's got greater treants which have reinforced stats, and reinforced means you can break buildings very quickly. Doc, Shackle shot, connects. He does try and stay alive, pops his ulti, he's still staying alive. He does a lot of damage onto the Wind Range in return. because the Wind Ranger almost kills himself with the Blade Mill, but the means top lane, Smiling Knight's completely alone. Did already get a kill onto the Tusk, but he is dead, and this is perfectly done by Dahak. They're even going to song onto Zibe. Find the Pangolier next. He rolls up, but doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, and they know it. Burrow Strike in, Control comes out, they find a secondary, and that is going to give them Roche.
You can't cheat that.
Yeah, 100%. Doc deserves that tip
This'll
right
come
there,
in handy.
because he keeps them occupied for so long. They can just walk towards Roche and take the fight. And that's going to be Roche number 2 going in favor of DMS, because there's not really anything they can do to counter it. Big fat plays coming out from DMS.
Sun has fallen to the down.
And Shigetsu, he's got the BKB, he's going for the MKB next. At that point, PA can die very quickly. Because PA currently with his build is all about dodging, with surviving with his evasion essentially.
Loaded to the gills.
Shigetsu is a nice target. He did lose his first Aegis very quickly. But they kind of have to make sure he doesn't lose his second Aegis the same way. Jump in. Nice fear comes out. Ike is still rooted though for a very lengthy amount of time. Smiling Knight has a BKB. Will he be able to get the jump away? There's a Rolling Thunder. Great Rolling Thunder from Sebe. Coming into the middle of the fight. Muerta's ulti is about to end. Smiling Knight pops the BKB. Eki gets the stun up. And Shigetsu is looking to lose his first life. Wind Ranger ulti on top. And he's just going to charge down the Muerta. Epicenter on the back line for Mello. He's trying to go for more. Gets nullified. The Yule's not going to keep him alive, and he is dead. Shigetsu, his entire team is gone. Song of the Siren was still on cooldown for the Naga, and now Naga needs to blink out, TP out. And a pretty just huge return fight coming in for Avalis so that they can immediately start pushing this bottom lane out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
And that's going to be the bottom set of racks. Completely gone.
Bottom barracks.
Tier 2 still standing in the mid lane. Naga Illusions are trying to cut it as best as they can. They're not the best at cutting because of Deluge being a talent or a facet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're going into hiding.
And just like that, net with advantage jumps to 11k. They've got a full set of racks secured. They get another Tormented. That's a free shard for PA. Radiant Dire can still get their own Tormentor, which should give them a nice shard for Tusk or Sand King.
Dire are scanning.
Wait, if you get Aghanim Scepter on Sand King, does it also work with the pulse that you get around you from Shard?
Radiant are scanning.
Mello closing in on his Ags. We might get to see some fun stuff in a bit. He's got the base incremental radius of Epicenter talent. And if he goes for the Epicenter Pulses at level 25, you get absolute chaos in the team fight. Because then there's going to be like pulses and stuff everywhere. Amplified damage in the river.
Double damage.
Oh, the Wind Ranger? Really? I would have expected it to the PA.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But they don't want to push high ground just yet. I assume they're just going to be waiting for some time. Doc, ready to steal experience runes. Got sprout leashes in a bit. Why the hell would you ever take the sprout damage talent? Towards mid though, Eki charging forward. There's the burrow, there's the silence as well. Eki is going to get himself stunned up. Doc trying to finish off Eki. Nate's Prophet ulti comes flying through. Doc getting controlled. Song of the Siren comes out. And they cancel it immediately. Shigetsu with the BKB plus the ulti going off. Looking for a target. Hold the PA in place. Smiling Knights is dead. Shigetsu's MKB doing the work here. Finally gets a chance to hit his targets. Save for the Wind Ranger. Gets a perfect shackle shot. But the Wind Ranger doesn't have the damage pumped out because the focus fire was ending and they find 3 kills. That is huge. Shigetsu gets all 3 of the kills as well. And now, just like that, it is DMS back in the driving seat.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And no buyback on the 2 main cores. They do have one on the Pangolier, but now it should be a set of racks in favor of DMS. If you're not careful,
Radiant's
maybe
middle
even more.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're going for tier 4s. They're just looking to finish. Pango buys back, but the rest doesn't. Doc is still the only one that's pushing, but he is going. He says, no, guys, just finish it. Screw the racks. This is all for the finishing money shot here. Seneko has a buyback available. They keep him distracted. There is no fortification left on the Radiant side. In 1 second, they have fortification back up just in time. Tier 4s are gone. Dahak is the only one right-clicking the Ancient, but the problem is Wind Range is almost back up. PA's up in 7 seconds as well. And they kind of need to back off on DMS. They will lose Ike, who jumped in a little bit aggressively on the back line. Buyback comes out from Ike to rejoin the fray. There's going to be Burrow in. Smiling Knight pops the BKB. But they will lose Zibit in response, who doesn't have a buyback. That is a dieback onto him. Shigetsu needs to be careful. His Pierce to Fill is now on cooldown, and that's the moment where they want to engage. But they need mana on DMS because they have none.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Got it. Haste.
Smiling Knight.
Are scanning.
Going for the refresher next. He's got Abyssal, Nullifier, but this Muerta is a hard kill. Muerta's got Shadow Blade now, going for the Silver Edge. So break against the PA is also going to be pretty impactful. Burrow connection onto Eki. And they hold him in place. He already force-staffed himself forward. He's now going to get leased up as well. Smiling Knight. He doesn't have a BKB on the PA. He needs to be very careful here. Burrow Strike's available from Mellow. Sonego's going to get taken down. Song of the Siren holds him in place. Root comes out on Smiling Knight. Burrow is connecting. Smiling Knight does not have a buyback available. Smiling Knight's dead. And so is everyone else on Avalis. It is DMS that win it in the end.
Radiant's H die is unvictored.
After that early game PA farm, who would have thunk that DMS came back swinging and take home the bacon? DMS still top of the board and will be... I'm actually going to check. I think they're pretty much secured to being the group winners of Group A They have played against... They only have to play against Vroomy left. Okay, Vroomy might be able to overtake them for the first spot. Not that it really matters, but they're already on towards the next stage. Avalis losing their first game in the Champions of Champions Tour. What a surprise coming in. But an absolute beautiful series so far. If this is just an inkling of what we're going to get today, I am looking forward towards the rest of the matches. Speaking of which, next is going to be Passion UA versus Night Pulse. Both teams are 2-0 in Group B, so both teams are at the top of their group. We'll be heading over towards that match momentarily, going towards a short little break. We'll be right back. We'll see you after the break.
are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First series of the day has been concluded, and it was a little bit of a possible upset there. DMS took down Avalis in a 3-map series, but now we have game number 2 from group number B. It will be Night Pulse versus Passion UA. Both teams have not lost a series yet. They're 2-0 going forward. Night Pulse actually playing with Toby as their offlaner, which is interesting, which is very interesting, considering he recently played for Team Secret, of course. But there's a whole bunch of Team Secret rumors coming through. Passion UA recently picked up Organization. They used to be, I'm actually stuck on what they're, Rivnia. Team Rivnia is what they used to be. Here we have Yoi, Niche, B-Body, Fernandes, and Flacco. A team that in rank isn't as high, but they have incredibly good coordination between them. And honestly, Yoi, he's a really good safe lane player. Yeah, solid, full Ukrainian lineup as well. And they're going to be taking on Night Pulse. Night Pulse also added in another change. They're playing with Kami now as their safe laner. Kami is their safe laner. Vitun is no longer with the team. Toby as their off laner, or at least Vitun is not playing with them right now. So I'm wondering if there's going to be, post-TI Shuffle is coming soon, so there's a lot of talk in that regard, but looking forward to seeing what Night Pulse can do. And Kami back on the safe lane is always a fantastic, wonderful vision. Of course, a lot of people might remember him as Dream. And Janter as the Pulse 4 is always, he's a very capable and playmaking support player. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do against Passion UA. This should be a very close and exhilarating engagement between the two sides. And here we have the current bracket of Group B. Night Pulse and Passion UA at the top. Hydra right behind them. And Vidar and Pantheon not doing too well. I think Pantheon might even have forfeited the rest of the tournament. So Pantheon is out. So it is really on who is not going to be in the second to last place. But the draft is starting, so we're jumping in right now to see what heroes are going to be picked. And most importantly, also ban Visage. Why is everyone banning Visage? I know B-Body also plays it, but Visage isn't like that amazingly top tier. Tinker ban, Ench ban, Pango ban. Primal is also here that gets banned a lot. We're playing against Toby, so Phenomancer springs to mind as like the first hero. Primal ban, Sand King ban, yeah, those are the expected bans. And Night Pulse. What Nate's Prophet is maybe another hero that you need to ban out. Night Pulse could have actually also gone for the Visage themselves. But Lina first pick, oof. Oh, every single game Lina gets first phase banned. Against Lina, what do you even go? Because Lina is primarily a safe laner. Vitun used to play, but of course they're playing with Kami now. Centaur, so they're going to go for the dive strat. Against Lina, Alina has incredibly long attack range, a lot of magic damage. So the best tool to play against Lina is just dive on Lina and blow him up. And that's so far what their plan of attack is going to be. Troll ban, Rubik ban. I mean, Clockwork is a hero that I would say you should ban. It's good against Centaur, and it's great with Lina in lane. Omni Knight would have also not been a bad choice. They pick up the sniper. Is this a support or a mid? Like, the flex is nice, but the sniper in this batch, it's almost always a support sniper, which is such a weird thing to see. Night Pulse? What you gonna go for? What are you gonna get? Okay, so Sven pulls 5, probably. Get good armor. Good defensive, has a stun. Against Centaur, heroes that are always spring to mind is like Mars, which is amazing, so that you can hold the Centaur. Like, they tried to stampede out, you just arena them, they can't run. Heroes like that, where you have some kind of catch or lockdown. Disruptor's another hero that springs to mind against Centaur lineups. Also, Mars would be great with Lina because you can defend Lina. I think that's very important. You can just drop arena around the Lina or half around the Lina. Monkey King, is this a +4 monkey? I mean, they're pretty annoying. Monkey King +4 just hunts you down all over the place. But it could also be a safe lane monkey. Or mid. I mean, that's the beauty of it. They can play it anywhere. Because Lina is not guaranteed safe lane. Warwick can also easily play a Lina mid. Surprised Nate's Prophet was left in so long. Jakiro. Jakiro is okay against Monkey. It used to be better, of course. But Jakiro is always solid. It scales so well in the late game. If your support duo is Sniper Jakiro, you have a potentially really insane late game scaling supports. Because Macropie is amazing. Sniper, of course, can turn into a right-click core. Potentially. Sven scales in a different way. He builds a lot of auras, which is going to be really effective in late game, but he doesn't actually deal damage in the slightest in late game. Even if you like God Strength, normally you have no items that gives you any damage increase. And Nightfall, I mean, they would have loved to have themselves a Rubik right now. Shed Demon is also banned. Enigma. They don't have a black hole interrupter. pierces BKB yet on Passion UA. So the Enigma pick's pretty good. It also cuts down the trees that Nate's Prophet can be on. The downside is you can also accidentally cut the trees that Monkey King is on, which would be bad. Gyro ban would be good against Enigma. Troll Warlord's not the worst choice. To go for potentially... If Wraith King wasn't so terrible, Wraith King would be a good choice against Enigma. I mean, laning-wise, you'd probably get destroyed. Never mind, it wouldn't be a good choice against Enigma. I was thinking the Reincarnation against Black Hole, but... It also has the downside of they could just kill you first and then Black Hole you afterwards, which... kind of same story. Alchemist? Alchemist is okay against Enigma. Get a safe lane Alchemist, put the Nate's Prophet mid. Kill off the Enigma Eidolons and lane pretty nicely. And if you get a decent early game, you can win this game against Nightballs before they get strong enough. They banned the Timber. Alchemist seems way more likely now with that Timber ban. Of course, Timber is great against NP because the sprouts you chop. $30 more seconds for their last ban. I mean, I would just always ban Alchemist at this stage. It feels like too good of an Alchemist game. Naga ban. Okay. So Earthspirit mid. Monkey 4, Enigma offlane, Sven 5, Lina safe. Unless they're making this a Monkey mid and then putting the Earthspirit 4, which is also doable. Hell, they could even make the Lina mid, Sven safe lane. Enigma offlane. Then you'd have like a Monkey 5, which is which is terrible. Passion UA. Come on, Alchemist. Right? Or am I missing something? That's like the most obvious of obvious picks. So it is going to be a 4-position Monkey, mid Earth Spirit. I mean, I like Passion UA's draft here. They're pretty strong. Their heroes are solid. You do have that Nate's Prophet mid, so you got the global TP that you can work with. Earthspirit doesn't really care about your sprout, but the little creep that chases after you is going to hurt you. But Alchemist should have a pretty okay time in his lane. It is a Monkey plus Enigma lane against Ichikiro plus Alk, so Alk should be just fine. Sniper Centaur versus Lina Sven. Honestly, Sniper Centaur can definitely get kills in that lane because they do a lot of damage. And mid, I think that's going to be a little bit of a trade. Though it should still favor the Nate's Prophet, because Nate's Prophet does so much damage with the Treant that he summons. And Earth Spirit doesn't have a way to kill the Treant at all, so gonna summon the Treant to keep right-clicking him down. So, into the game we go. Both teams smoke up. I am looking forward to seeing what will happen here, because of course this is I haven't seen them play yet on the side of Night Pulse with Kami as the safe laner and Toby as the off laner. No V-Tune to be seen. It is a bit sad because I love watching V-Tune though, but understandable. Looking for engagements. Will they be able to find any? Nah, bruv.
30 seconds to battle.
No one going for the early game fight. I'm wondering what kind of build we're going to see on Fernand's. Because I've seen the Aghanim Scepter Rush. That one was not that great. That one was actually pretty bad. But like the more supportive-oriented build with 4 staff and Solar Crest, that one seems to always still be very effective. Yunta wanted to body block the creeps so that the dire creeps walk. Yeah, he body blocked the creeps so that the dire creeps walk underneath the tower. And the lane gets auto pushed at the start. A lot of damage already onto those Eidolons. It is going to be all 4 creeps at least for Yoi. The mid lane is the one that I'm the most interested about because technically I don't really know who wins that between those 2 heroes. Side lanes, I would say both side lanes should be Fashion UA's favor.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Lina is also just an obnoxiously strong hero. Sniper, once he's got some level in Shrapnel, he will be able to do a lot of damage. But Headshot's pretty good for a laning stage tool. And Yanta's just being annoying as a Monkey King should do. He's taking a lot of damage there from the Jakiro. And if he stays underneath 90% HP, his Simian Stride doesn't work as well. But now that Fernand's has his level 6, Kami is getting bullied out. That's the one big downside of the Shrapnel facet, is that you don't, like, if you drop it in trees, it lasts for 1 second instead of, I can't remember how long it normally lasted, but normally it lasted for quite some time so that you could constantly keep right-clicking and chasing people down. There's going to be a stun thrown onto Toby bottom lane. A lot of damage in onto the Enigma. Can they keep him alive? Nope. First blood secured for Yowai. Turns his attention towards Yanter, who's taking a heap of damage in response. Yowai, yeah, he still has a magic stick, so should be fine. However, Yanter looking to grab himself the Lotus. Till the end. Ooh, nice sidestep there against Fernand's.
Are fortified.
He's actually still trying to sidestep. Does he die? Yes, he does. Fernandes gets a solo kill onto till the end. And the Sven is dead. Oh, they cut the tree of Yonter and... Fine. The little pesky monkey king. So the side lanes are looking very good right now for Passion UA. Mid is slightly advantageous for Passion UA. Jump in onto Flacco. He is going to get taken down by Yonter. What an Alchemist starting his life. He's 4 minutes in, he's got phase boots, and he's about to get his soul ring. It's a pretty good early game for an Alchemist. Stomp in on the Sven. Deal more damage. Now level 2 shrapnel as well. Monkey King going for the Spirit Vessel build. Niche in mid is harassing Warwick pretty heavily at this stage. But the Air Spirit, of course, has a play once the creeps die. You can possibly drag him underneath the tower if Niche does not sidestep it. Oh, he actually went for the resonance, resonance facet on Earth Spirit. Magnetizing Stone Remnant gives Earth Spirit bonus attack damage for 8 seconds. Interesting. Normally you see them go for the other one with where the Stone Remnant cooldown is like 4 seconds. But it refreshes every single time you... but they only have one charge, and it refreshes every single time you roll over it. Nice to see a little bit of a change in facets. Nate's Prophet ult to use. They're going top for Kami, who's dropping pretty low. Sprouted in the trees, and Kami is... gonna die to Fernandes. Big rotation kill coming in. They're turning their attention towards the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Oh, Niche actually went for max level Sprout this game instead of Nature's Call, which is weird considering you're playing against an Earth Spirit mid, because Sprout doesn't really do anything against Earth Spirit. Speaking of which, Earth Spirit, he used all of his spells. He's gonna try and run away. Gets caught by the Sprout, but he can just cut his way through. Akiro on the run. Magnetize doing a ton of damage in the process. Going in onto Fernandes as the secondary will go for the dive. They are gonna go in, and that is the sniper found and killed. Alchemist level 6. And top side till the end. Both Wisdom Runes does go to Night Pulse. Tree does get cut onto Janter, and he will not be able to run away. Can he get the TP out? No, he cannot. Double kill for the Centaur. They did at least get the double XP. And now Toby's level 6, so he's got Black Hole available, which is still a way to kill off Yoi early game. Speaking of Yoi, he might just die here.
Radiant are scanning.
Black hole available. He's on the run. Is he going to get any backup? There's Laguna Blade top lane in the meantime. Batyuk dropping low. Batyuk gets taken down. But the Alchemist stays alive, which is pretty important. Centaur, of course, also important. But Yoi, if he gets... he's getting... got 2k ready for his Radiance. Jason onto Flacco, rolling boulder in from Warwick. And Flacco is another one down. Also, Monkey King was... Yeah, okay, he changed his mind. He's going for the Rod of Aegis now, because Warwick is going for the Spirit Vessel. I was also very confused. Earth Spirit tends to go for Spirit Vessels. And now bottom lane. They need to be wary of the fact that they might just go in for this Alchemist kill. There's a Jakiro nearby. He doesn't have Ice Bath, so even if they Black Hole, they have no way to interrupt it yet, but Yoa is going to go top. Just dip to the safer lane.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Nisha actually has max level Sprout now. Not even leveling Nature's Call.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Blacko, Jakiro surrounded by Eidolons. Does get the Ice Bath down, taken down. Warwick, can he get out? He doesn't have any spells available. Yoa with the stun and Niche from the side. Damages it enough. Rolling Boulder in a second. One more hit, and it's a double kill for the Nature's Prophet. Sacred Relic done on the Elk. It's going to be like an 11-minute Radiance. That's pretty problematic.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bachuk's got Blade Mill, so Lena's got to be careful now with random Laguna Blades and such. Laguna Blade does get thrown out onto Bachuk, pops his Blade Mill a little bit too late. Can he get out? Nope. Kami is on a killing spree. Lena is also having a so the big plus is both safe lanes are having a good time. The downside is the Alchemist is 2k ahead of the Lena. And his Radiance is, well, he needs 18 gold to get it. Rolling Boulder coming in onto the Alchemist. He pops his Chemical Rage. There's going to be the Black Hole. Can they kill him? Yes, they can. Ice Bath a little bit too late from Flacco, and that delays his Radiance by another minute. This is huge. That gank, he was 18 gold away from securing the Radiance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kami getting tickled. But it will be the tier 1 bottom lane taken care of. Toby's going to go for the Aura build with the drums into pipe. And Nature's Prophet. Okay, he's going Gleipnir. Warwick has his Blade Mill, his Spirit Vessel fully done, and is going Blade Mill afterwards. Spirit Vessel, amazing against Alchemist. Yunter jumps right on top of the 3-man smoke gank.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Going in till the end, dropping low. Nature's Prophet ulti. Kami's going to get hit by the Sprout. He has a Quelling Blade, but he is going to get hunted. And that's why they went for the Centaur, because they can just stampede you down. Stun flies out to Warwick, and he get himself the Rolling Boulder out of there. No, he cannot. Actually, that Sprout might have saved him. Assassinate comes in time, and Fernandes will get a double kill. That Sprout almost saved his life there.
Radiant are scanning.
And a big couple of kills coming in for the side of Passion UA. With EOI, of course, that Radiance done, going for the Blink Dagger next.
Middle tower is under attack.
Still 13 minutes radiance with almost a blink added on top is very insanely good timing. And Niche is almost done with the Gleipnir. Needs 200 more gold.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean,
Dire's
the
middle tower
pipe
is
is
under
nice and
attack.
everything, but you're going to need to get some good black holes this game.
Dire are scanning.
Woke up from Passion UA. Looking for a catch. Toby would be a nice kill. They might need to be careful as well because the Monkey King's nearby and Kami's not that far away. Kami also is almost done with the full on Gleipnir. Yanter gets caught by Niche. Jump back. But they don't know which tree. They do. Yoi knows everything. He knows what's up. He smells it. He dealt it. He kills it.
Radiant are scanning.
Used to be easier for Nate's Prophet to kill off a monkey with Nature's Skull, but it's now you only cut one tree. Oh no, Bachuk! He does a blink, and he's gone. Oh yeah, Bachuk. Net worth wise, the game is still staying pretty even. A 5k, 6k net worth advantage. Not insurmountable, definitely doable. They're looking for Yanter, but he's just hiding in the trees. Being a sneaky beaky monkey. Kami TPing top. With work there. Gleipnir reveal. It's going to be a catch onto the Centaur. Blade Mill kills off Kami though. Kami nuked himself. Oh my lord. Work is even going to get gone on in the top lane. Ice Path. Assassinate comes through and I still can't believe that he accidentally killed himself there. On the Lina.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's pretty hilarious. Yoi is going for the BKB. After he's got the BKB, that's kind of probably a moment where they can go for objectives and start pushing. Speaking of which, Chemical Rage at the ready. Yoi. No, he's not going to jump in. But might get some nice farm here from all these Eidolons.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Or not, because immediately Enigma sends them all back.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Yonter spotted. He's just being a little bit obnoxious, but that's all he's been doing all game. He's just obnoxious. He hasn't really been able to contribute much. I mean, they're 10k behind, so hasn't been able to contribute anything.
Dire are scanning.
Trying to take the gateway. Is the monkey going to be there in time? Flacco, he actually gets the TP out. And all of Nightfall's are bottom right now, where the Alchemist is nearby. He spots the Monkey King coming out. Cuts the tree, but does he know that the rest of the Dire side is all there? Nate's Prophet ult comes out. Yoi on the run. They have the LSA. Control up, kill him off. In comes Leash with the TP. Center Stampede, charge forward. trying to go for Toby to make sure no black hole shenanigans come into play. But they're going to go for Niche. The Nature's Prophet's now going to be surrounded, and the Nature's Prophet is dead in a moment. Rolling Boulder is going to interrupt the TP. Niche is going to finally fall. And the rest of Passion UA now on the run. Blacko on the monkey, on the chase will be controlled up, and a triple kill coming out for Kami. Come, Camellia. Yeah, the Alchemist got baited hard there. And then Niche TPing in a little bit too soon before the rest of his team joins. They'll find the Sven, but that's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
not even going for it. Okay. Sven just walks it off. I mean, he is pretty fast with the Solo Crest and the Warcry, but still, he just... Bye. Have a great life. That amazing net worth that they built up, the 10k, is dwindled down to 6. But the Alchemist is now getting his BKB delivered. So should be next time able to survive such a gank attempt by just running. Kami's team all smoked behind him. Sorry, Flacco's. They're going bottom onto Kami, center stomp, quick catch. The Lina is going to be the target here. He's almost done with the BKB, but almost is not done yet. And this actually gives the chance to possibly go for the Tormentor steal if you're Passion UA. They spot out Toby. He doesn't have a blink out. Toby is going to get stunned up. And Toby is dead. No black hole. They know he doesn't have a blink yet. Go for the tier 2 tower, and then most likely the Tormentor plus the experience rune. Oh, they're just gonna, with the fortification coming up, they're just gonna focus onto the Tormentor, get a free shard. For their supports, Sniper gets a free one. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Hero 1 is kind of meh, but the Sniper's concussive shot grenade is amazing, because he was going to buy it anyway. Experience rune for Bachuk. Does get stolen by Yantar on the other side. But now we're back to an 11k net worth lead.
Dire are scanning.
And the problem is, it's not only Yoai, it's also Niche. Nature's Prophet is one of the flashiest farmers in this patch as well, with Wrath of Nature being insanely good. The route onto Niche, the Nature's Prophet in the trees, but they don't have a blink on the Enigma, so they can't even go for the aggressive black hole play. Rolling Boulder interrupted. There's going to be a catch-in from Bachuk from behind. Warwick trying to get away. Wukong's command, Yunter, that's not really going to help you that much. A bit of armor is nice, but a nice Ice Path Macro Fire on the Sven. Laguna Blade onto Bachuk. Kami needs to be careful because he killed himself last time this way. But there is going to be a black hole onto Yoai, keeping Kami alive. Yoai's dropping low. The Alchemist needs help, and actually they're losing their heroes here because Niche is being kept out of the fight the entire time. Kami gets a double kill. And finally we get to see a big black hole play coming out from Toby. That was pre-blink. A lot of damage from the Earth Spirit, actually. He did 6.1k damage in that fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kami going standing next. Got the Chrysalis just delivered, so Kami now actually does do solid damage. Even more burst against the Centaur, which is scary. Down to playing Ward Gaming. Ooh, smoke. think Yanta spotted that out just in time. Smoke gets broken. And they find the Monkey King. Assassinate. They do take him down in one fell jump. It's going to be Roche. That's the target for Passion UA. Black Hole is up at 80, so they know that there is no Black Hole coming into this fight.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And that's the first ages of the game being secured. Niche is now a higher net worth than Yoa, actually.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he's going for the Daedalus. He's just going to be big boy, right click, Nature Prophet. That really doesn't like summoning treants.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Roots and run.
Tormentor secured. Flacco. That's the shard. That one's kind of trash. That shard's actually pretty trash. Centaur's one would have been a lot better, especially considering he's going for the Crimson Guard.
Is under attack.
Because Crimson Guard scales based on your HP. So if you get like 7k HP on Centaur, the damage block is astoundingly high. Elk going for AC. The other interesting buys. Warwick has his hand of Midas, BKB, Blade Mill, and Spirit Vessel. He's going Shiva's next. More healing reduction against the Alchemist is kind of a requirement.
Dire's
And you
top
have
tower is
Fernand's
under
on the
attack.
sniper. He's going core. He is almost done with his Dragon Lance. And then you're going to have scaling +4 into a
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
pretty amazing high ground defense lineup then.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Keep you in from the Elk. That's going to be a quick jump in. BKB in time from Kami. But Yuke, the Centaur, not going to be so survivable. He can't even get his spells cast. TP out of there, says the Dire team. They will lose the Sven, but Kami's on the run. Can he get out? He's pretty fast. He's got bots to be as fast as possible in the trees, trying to run away. Can they find vision of him? No! Kami TPs to safety because no one sees him. One tree blocking all the vision in the world. Baffling that he gets out. Baffling. Going for the Danik as previously stated. What's Sekiro got? Sekiro's got a mech. And oh, he's got the Guardian Greaves not fully done. And full AC onto Yoi. Level 18 AC on the Alchemist. He actually went for the Acid Spray grants armor to allies talent instead of damage per Grievel's Greed stack. Interesting. I personally love the Acid Spray ally buff as well because it's 6 armor that you give to your allies. Which is a lot considering you're
Dire's
playing
middle
against
tower
Alina.
is under attack.
But in that previous fight, bottom lane, if Centaur got his pipe and Crimson Guard off in time, he probably wouldn't even have died.
Middle tower has fallen.
He just kind of forgot to use his spells, his items when he blinked in. All outer towers of Night Pulse have been secured.
These of three, let them be.
Monkey King got the Nemesis curse. Ah. I mean,
Radiant
sure.
scanning.
Not like you really do that. He's going Gleipnir, I guess, but it's... This monkey is hella poor. Even poorer than the Sven. And Passion UA are cutting away any farm potential that Night Bulls have by pushing in all 3 lanes. Which does, of course, add a bit of risk because they can jump you at that point, but... Yeah, with the Aegis reclaimed, they're going to back off. Wait for the next Aegis, probably. Actually, the smoke up already on the side of Night Pulse because they know that the Aegis was reclaimed. Yoai needs to get out and is on the run. High ground vision. He throws out the sun onto Yunter. It goes. Niche is here. They can get a good 2-man black hole if they can get on top of him. Yoai just gets nuked. Kami going for the right click fight up against Niche. Niche is body blocked by the creeps. He's trying to run away on the Nature's Prophet, and the Nature's Prophet is not going to be so lucky. He's dead. Yunter doesn't even fall in the process. Black hole onto Batyuk. The center held in place. This is looking like an absolute disaster for Passion UA. With the Lina coming in with the right clicks, and that Alchemist was so fast gone. He didn't even pop the BKB in that fight. All that net with swing to Night Pulse. They're going to walk up the high ground. Oh, Flacco just comes to say hi to Kami. Misses the ice path. And in the trees trying to run away. But the trees get cut. And so does the Jakira. No buyback on any of the heroes on the side of Passion UA. So that is going to be definitely the bottom set of racks. Luckily, there's still a tier 2 tower standing in mid and a tier 1, tier 2 top. But that net width is all gone instantly.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Assassinate, don't really care. He's got the Warcry, physical barrier, in combination with the Solar Crest,
Tower is under attack.
in combination with a pipe on their side from the Enigma. There ain't no damage you can throw on this man. I know Assassinate's magical, that's why. Chasing in, they find the catch onto Toby. Warwick rolls in, might need to try and disengage there, throws out his Magnetize, pops the BKB. Warwick is in a lot of trouble. Should not have gone back in, will lose his life. Niche actually goes too deep, and Kami gets the kill onto Niche. Flacco, the next one down. Kami, do they want to go in for the fight against Lina? Lina does have a Satanic and a BKB to continue a fight. He doesn't mind on this Lina to continue without the enemy there. There's going to be the heal coming back up. The Blade Bill's not going to be enough. Batyuk dropping low. Up the high ground he goes. There's the catch onto the sniper next. He pushes away, but the double crit from Kami. God, coming into play, looking for Yoai, who doesn't have the blink available. LSA is not going to connect. Yoai is going to get slowed down. He's trying to get the stun in onto the Lina. Yoai, can he juke his way through? Has the blink. He blinks to the side. Blinks possibly a bit too close to Kami, but Kami doesn't have the Gleipnir mana to hold Yoai in place. Now going back in, he has Satanic. I don't really know if you want, like, you can't kill him on the Alchemist, even with the sniper. So Kami is just raid boss tanking everything.
Double damage.
The Basher definitely might help the Alchemist in these fights, but they're... Niche is TPing in too aggressively, where he just gets demolished by the Lina. Honestly, Lina should be either their first or their last target. Last as in you can cut. They don't really have the best kite. They have a centaur. They need to just dive the hell out of Lina. The problem is if you do that, black hole. Jump in, Toby. Oh! The stun onto Yowai by accident as a return. Yeah, Toby just used Midnight Pulse, and Yowai gets hit by a dot. There's going to be a catch onto Flacco. Control up the Chikiro. Center Stampede going in onto Kami. Kami pops the BKB. They need to back off now on the side of Fashion UA, but there is an aggressive chase coming out. Running away from Nurse Spirit's never going to be easy. Flacco with a great Macropie Ice Path, but the supports are going to be left to their own devices while Warwick is chasing for more. They have to fear the black hole. And it's another 3-for-0 trade favoring Night Pulse.
Radiant's top tower
Oh.
is under attack.
Kami
Radiant's
just
top tower has fallen.
TP stop and kills Niche. Okay. All that money. What was it good for?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's going to be the last outer tower gone. That means everything can be cleared on the high ground.
Is under attack.
Level 25 Lina as well, so he's got the crit on target affected by spells talent. Oh, they do lose a Monkey King on the side, but Alchemist is not there and their base is gone. Alchemist TP is not available. He is running, but they're doing a pretty good job at pushing very quickly with the Enigma Boots of Bearing buff.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And that's Megas in a second. Jump in onto Kami. Ice Bath as well. Buyback by the Nature's Prophet. They haven't secured Megas just yet. They still have Black Hole on Toby. So you still have to be very careful. War going in. Magnetize hits multiple targets. There's going to be a stun onto the Centaur. They're trying to still finish him off. Alchemist stuns himself. They're going to back off on the side of Night Pulse for the time being. Roche is up, and that is going to be a second Roche with the banner.
I'll take that. Haste.
Going in. Niche trying to get away, but won't be able to TP out of there. There's going to be a chase onto Yowai. That is a dieback on the Nature's Prophet. And can they get any more catches? They will find Fernand's on the sniper. Fernand's is another dieback, or at least a death without a buyback, and that is going to be Mega's probably even game. Black Hole is not even needed this game. Toby can just chill. Kami's got this.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The Dire now have Mega.
And that is Mega secured with, of course, the Ancient going down in a second. Are they going to throw it a last rod? There's a Rapier on Alchemist. He's got to chill with it. It's his beautiful little Rapier. Doesn't want to give it away. Kami is greedy for a kill, for blood, for the last kill of the game. It's actually going to go to till the end, but it is Night Pulse with a big comeback play. And Passion UA just kind of like not really knowing exactly what they need to do. That's the big problem. They had played against an Enigma where they had no BKB piercing interrupt of the black hole. That's always going to be a problem. But they also didn't really put any aggression in pushing. Eventually they got like all the outer towers, and then when the Aegis was about to go away, they all ran away, spread out on the side of Passion UA, and then Night Pulse smoke up. Great smoke regardless, but they smoke up and just quickly get a catch/kill on the Alchemist, and then it just snowballs, spirals out of control for Passion UA. Night Pulse is a scary team. Kami's, even though he played offlane for quite some time, Kami is still a really good safe lane player, and you definitely saw it in this first game. But that's only the first of this series, Passion UA versus Night Pulse. Game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game in this series, Night Pulse versus Passion UA. Indeed, game number one was a big turnaround play coming out from Night Pulse. They were behind most of the game, and then in came Kami on the Lina going bananas. Absolutely bananas, and blew them right out the sky. Game number two. Do we get to see any more interesting draft changes? Well, it starts off with the Lina ban from Night Pulse themselves. They don't want to they don't want Passion UA to get the Lina because they have first pick. And Passion UA remove Primal plus Pango. But the SF also gone on Night Pulse. I don't think it was even touched last game. Other heroes. I mean, Nate's Prophet might be banned. I think that one's probably a really strong case to remove it at this point in the game. Last game, Visage was banned by Night Pulse, which Passion UA, I mean, B-Body plays it, but is it a worthwhile ban? I'm not sure. Tinker's the stinky. It's definitely worth a ban. Because Passion UA has played it multiple times in the qualifiers recently. When they were still Rivnia. I think in the close qualifiers they turned into Passion UA. More passion. Doom ban. Okay. I mean, that opens up the door for heroes like Morphling or maybe a Lesh. And time be ticking down, time be ticking down, time be ticking down. Boom. A lot of teams used to pick Jakiro and then ban Rubik. Nyx Assassin ban? Enchantress pick? Oh, that's why, because in Nyx Assassin one-shots Enchantress creeps. So they could also go Murano, which kind of does the same, but a little bit harder to hit. Enchantress also counters a lot of offlane heroes, like Darkseer, for instance. You can't surge if you get constantly dispelled. Impetus hurts. I learned stuff about Impetus I never knew recently. Ember Spirits. A lot of teams have been ignoring Ember, even though he still has a really high win rate at high level MMR games. I mean, Mage Slayer is always still solid. And he's one of the best suppliers of Mage Slayer. So that's going to be their mid on Night Pulse. I don't really think Ember gets played by anyone else anymore. But if it's like they pick Huskar, then you might as well just change it to like safe lane Ember or off lane Ember or push for Ember. Actually, I don't really think Toby's going to play Ember. But Yunter might. Okay. Another pulse for sniper? Although this time it's for night pulse, actually. That's probably the Yunter pick. Monkey King banned. We didn't really see much from the Monkey King last game. They ban out, they ban out Omni and Lash, both two heroes that would hate playing against Doom. Seven seconds away. Tusk is what they'll play. Plus a Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger is still flexible. Played in all 4 roles. They definitely have their supports already with the Enchantress Tusk. Don't think they're going to flex that. God, I look so bald. Shadow Demon, Demonic Purge, amazing against Wind Ranger. You also have a possible save if Wind Ranger goes for someone. Got first phase banned last game, I think. It's also one of the highest win rate support heroes in this batch. And if you get the break later on, it even becomes stronger with the Aghanim Scepter. Centaur, War Runner, yeah, they're going to be able to run down, just like last game. No, so this time it's Night Pulse picking it. So it's going to be a Toby Centaur, but you can run down the Wind Ranger, get on top, quickly kill. The only thing that might fear you would be Enigma, for instance. If Passion UA picks it. Well, they're going to go Morphling. So that's the safe lane Morphling. They ban out Anti-Mage. Interesting ban. Of course, Anti-Mage is good against Morphling, but I mean, Kami plays Anti-Mage. It's been a while since I've seen Kami safe lane. Actually, gonna quickly check out his Dota buff page. There's Void, Morphling, Terrorblade, Juggernaut, Life Stealer, PA, Slark, Dusa, Duna, Naga. Yell's unfortunately terrible. He doesn't have any like super surprise safe lane heroes that he plays. He plays about everything. Safe lane like him would be pretty cool. Yeah, the Enigma band, the Visage band, both make sense because they are probably in need of an offlaner on Passion UA. Last pick is for Night Pulse, so there's no like Huskar last pick that could. I mean, there is a possible Huskar last pick on the Passion UA, but that would be very surprising. Because then Shadow Demon would just rush Ags and you'd always kill him. Ursa ban. They still have so many options. Troll. You're playing against Timbersaw, so you could also go Gyrocopter. You could go Troll. Timbersaw might be mid, actually, and then the Wind Range. It's more likely that it's a Timbersaw mid, because it's okay against Ember. But Ember's also really good against Timbersaw because of the Mage Slayer being insanely good against Timbersaw. So, Kami, what's it going to be? Could technically also play Sniper safe. Or Sniper mid. I think laning might be a little bit of a struggle then against the Tusk. Lark? Lark's not bad. Still a bunch of stats. Got a couple of saves. You can pounce over the Tusk ice shards. Or you go Muerta and you go pew 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 arriba. Okay. Kami going Muerta safe lane. A lot of magic damage, something that the Morphling hates playing against. It is also going to be a Wind Ranger mid. Muerta's plus is that he likes to also go for an MKB, so if you get MKB, Wind Ranger becomes kind of useless at that point in the game. And Timbersaw is another hero that dies pretty quickly to magic damage. The plus side is that this is terrible Timbersaw. It's not a terrible Timbersaw. It's not a great Timbersaw game. Like, he does okay in lane against the Ember Spirit, but if you get hit by Demonic Purge, Timbersaw can never buy his Ags, and that makes the hero absolute dog. Wieners. It's horrible. Like, if Shadow Demon gets an Ag and Scepter at one point in this game, it is so terrible to play against Timbersaw, against Shadow Demon as Timbersaw / Wind Ranger. Bajuk actually is going Twisted Chakram as his facet. Interesting. And Kami's going for Dance of the Dead, so not for the teleport thingy. What's it called? That thing. Interesting choices here. The rest are all picking what you kind of expect them to go for. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Muerta can bring to the table here. But the Timbersaw might be able to make up a lot of space in this game. Create a lot of chaos, mayhem. If he gets an early game advantage against the Ember Spirit, might be able to run him down. Though Ember Spirit is one of those heroes that actually is pretty okay against Timbersaw in mid. Is okay against the Wind Ranger in mid. Of course, Niche is going to be playing that Wind. And offlane Timber versus safe lane Muerta. I'll Shadow Demon 5. All the way around they go. If they spot Yoi, he is very likely dead because he will not have Waveform level 1. Dyer's going to smoke up. Yoi is actually walking away at the worst possible time for them. Disruption comes out. Kami shoots him back, and very quickly Warwick gets first blood. Yep.
No more games.
Morphling full Agi, walking around with like 200 HP. They'll never hurt me. Does give away, of course, that they have an Observer Ward somewhere, because they just randomly hit him from smoke.
The battle begins.
2 bounties. 3 bounties actually picked up for Night Pulse. Yeah, they're going in for more. Fernand's actually walking a little bit interestingly. Almost mistakenly walking the wrong direction. And Batyuk, he has Whirling Death level 1, so he doesn't have reactive armor. Equals he's getting bullied out by a right-clicking Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon with Menace is quite a menace, though, in the laning stage, because you do take more damage every auto attack he lands. Batyuk needs to be careful. Almost gets taken down there. Kami was considering it, but would need a little bit of a better positioning on the shot. Luckily enough, the creeps got dragged around, otherwise Batyuk would not get any farm in the lane. Toby, a lot of damage taken in the top lane. Waveform in from Yoi. Toby dropping low, and Toby is dead. Morphling gets a bit of a revenge kill there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And back Toby goes top. Now he has double edge, so now it becomes a little bit scarier for Morphling to do stuff. A lot of damage on towards the Morphling. He waveformed in. Yoi, can he swap enough? Magic wand used. Need one more shrapnel charge, but it's not enough, and Yoi is going to stay alive just barely. Bottom lane, Fernan's being hunted by the Shadow Demon. They don't have enough catch. Control up the Tusk. And everyone survives with a sliver of HP and gets out.
It is denied.
Come on, sprites.
I don't think so. I think it's going pretty well. For Night Pulse. He'll be a little bit struggling, but he's got the creep underneath his tower. In the bottom lane, Kami's getting some damage against him, but should be able to walk it off. Also has 13 magic wand charges, so he'll be just fine. It's the 4-minute rune spawning. Flacco will grab the water rune. No root coming out from Warwick. That's a bit. If they got the root, they probably would have killed off Flacco. Yanter might be in trouble now with the Centaur Conqueror creep coming in from behind. Flacco's actually the one taking a lot of damage. One more shot. No, he heals up just barely enough. No mana for Shrapnel. He needs 5 more mana on Yanter to secure the kill, and Flacco gets him right before the end.
Denied.
That one hurts. Yeah, if Warwick hit that Searing Chains earlier in the river, they would have actually just killed off Flacco pretty easily. Fat rip. And Batyuk feeling a lot more confident right now. Is gonna get gone on, feared, silence around him. Is gonna lose his life with that Yanter rotation and a nice catch. That's it all up. Top lane, Toby versus Yoi, 1v1. They kind of don't really have kill potential against each other. And Wind Ranger mid, with level 6, they can definitely kill each other. But that normally tends to be dependent on rotation. Speaking of which, there's a Fernand's move from the Tusk going for Warwick. But Wind Ranger still doesn't have level 6, so there's just not enough damage.
Where are you going?
Batyuk in the bottom lane once again gets hit by the silence. Does he get out? Seems he'll be able to Timber Chain. There's a Shrapnel. Last Shrapnel. Is going to be enough damage. Kami gets the kill. And it is
Radiant are scanning.
a Walk of Shame coming in for the Timbersaw now. Invis Room bottle up for Warwick as well. He gets the bottle refill this time.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And Kami top net worth of the game by a decent point. The supports of Night Pulse are also very well farmed. They're going to go in onto Fernan, Snowball to try and keep himself alive. There's no shrapnel for Yanter this time around. There's even a TP from the Enchantress coming through. 1 kill secured. Kami can get himself out. Flacco's going to get perma silence pretty much. Kami gets the TP out.
Radiant's mid
And with the Wind Ranger TP coming in, kind of at the end of the fight, yeah, they'll lose the sniper, but Oh, till the end.
Dire are scanning.
He's looking to disruption hit.
Behold.
Oh, this is huge. Unless he misses. Never mind. It was possibly huge, but it was not huge. It was pretty bad. He missed his disruption, or took too long to cast his disruption, because Finch just walked up and grabbed the experience room.
Got it.
He'll be going for a blade mill. He's hoping that Yoi, of course, accidentally kills himself on his body. This game once again.
Radiant's bottom
Oh no, last
tower
game it
is
was
under
Kami
attack.
actually that did that by accident. Vernon's on the run. Warwick already got the kill onto Flacco. I should block, trying to keep himself alive, but there's the silence.
Tower is under attack.
And there's the kill being secured. Double kill for Warwick on the Ember Spirit.
Radiant
And Bachuk
are
trying to
scanning.
just get himself out of dodge. Kami's going for the Maelstrom, he's closing in. Warwick is going Mage Slayer. And Yoi is going for the Dragon Lance after his Falcon Blade. But Yoi is actually going for Toby. Toby doesn't really care. Big fight in bottom lane. Bachuk. Snowball keeps Timbersaw alive. He has 3 Shadow Poison stacks, make that 4. He's going to get taken down. Warwick gets a double kill. They don't lose anyone just yet. Niche would be a huge one. He does have his ulti wrapped onto the Shadow Demon, and Niche dies as a 3rd in the bottom lane. Nightpulse chasing deeper. There's the route onto Flacco. Enchantress has level 2 Wisps. But is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Kami gets a double kill. Warwick gets a double kill. 4 kills for Nightpulse. And that is absolutely disastrous for the Dire side.
Never refuse gold given.
Snowball in, onto Warwick, but Fernand's already dead. 4 deaths on the Tusks, 3 on the Timbersaw. Their offlane duo has 7 deaths so far. Luckily enough, Yoi is still getting solid farm on the Morphling, but the rest of his team is starting to struggle and fall behind. Hunter's also almost level 6, so he'll have the Assassinate for extra magic damage. Root onto Niche, but you wanted to bait with that Illusion Rune. Warwick jumps out of there before it gets a bit too dicey.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Kami's Maelstrom is being delivered. He's going Maelstrom into Dragonlance, so no Gleipnir rush on the Muerta or Mjolnir, as we saw last time we saw in Muerta play. It was previous series. Which I think was Shigetsu.
Gotcha.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they're just taking care of the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Secured by Kami, topside. Toby still doesn't have his blade mill yet done. He's going in for a little bit. There's going to be a TP coming out. 2 TPs, one gets cancelled. I think it was Kami on the Muerta. But they're trying to get kills now, and that's actually delaying their farm a bit.
Radiant are
Because of Warwick's build, he's going for the Mage Slayer. He's not actually going to have that amazing amount of farm presence behind him. Because Mage Slayer is not a good farming item. Milsum is. Or Battle Fury, but no Ember goes for Battle Fury in this current patch or for quite some time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised that Toby has fallen behind Patrick now in terms of net worth. Oh, Flacco gets spotted.
Radiant's
And they even get the kill.
middle
Demonic
tower is under
Purge
attack.
was used for this, though. They're going to go in onto Yontu, who's quickly running away, but Morphling's on the other side. Assassinate will not even be get the cast off, and the Shadow Demon loses his life. They find 2 kills as a counter. And yeah, if Demonic Purge is used, it's one of the best spells that they have currently on Night Pulse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Akami is going to go for the Gleipnir. Okay. I mean, Gleipnir is just too good. Morphling can't waveform. Timbersaw can't chain. Wind Ranger can't run. Nobody can do diddly squat. They're looking for Yoi. But Warwick getting a little bit spooked. Niche has no ulti available. Warwick, Fire Remnants further forward.
You have my respect.
And Warwick DCs. Yoi Manta style. Yeah. You have 5 kills on Warwick, and he's behind the on this. He's 504 on the Ember Spirit, but he's behind in terms of farm against the Wind Ranger. Make it make sense. Who is 2, 1, and 0, and the only difference is they have about 16 last hits difference.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they are going to be sieging the tier 1 tower top, or at least attempting to, because there's a TP who gets cancelled from the Wind Ranger. Oh, that's because he got a haste rune. I'd cancel for that as well, because that can get you an easy kill onto really any hero. But they are slowly sieging out the tier 1 tower top and should drop momentarily. Kami's just continuing to farm. He is very close to being done on that Gleipnir.
Dire's top tower is under
He's even joining his team towards top. Everyone's going to be there except for Warwick. Nope, never mind. Warwick's heading that direction. 10 seconds. And then he also has his Mage Slayer to be delivered.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Where are you going?
Going in, catch onto Yoi. The Morphling swapping towards strength, but is it enough? No. Oh, the snowball save keeps Yoi alive. He does survive the demonic purge. Oh my lord, how? 20 HP with that dead shot coming in as well, and they still don't manage to take him down. Timbersaw wasn't even coming. Wind Ranger wasn't even coming. They were just letting that Morphling die, and Night Pulse was too scared to continue with the Pierce the Veil on cooldown. What a snowball save. So going in on towards the Tusk, they will find a quick kill onto him and look for the tier 1 tower in mid as a bit of a consolidation prize for not being able to secure the kill top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Toby needs to be careful. Timbersaw is coming. And Timbersaw has a Kaya. Toby pops the healing salve.
Dire are scanning.
And the healing salve is keeping him pretty healthy at the moment. Bachuk on the run till the end, coming in. Can he get the catch? Oh, they scan. Bachuk spotted. Gleipnir catch. Silence surrounds him. Gets feared to the side. Bachuk's dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Kami is still top net worth. Dragonlance is about to be done. Still an experience rune on the Radiant side of the map to be picked up. Smoke up. They're looking for Kami. That's a big kill if they can secure it. They know he's alone there, and Kami knows they know he's alone there. Look at that. He wants to start shooting, and immediately he's like, no, okay, bye-bye. Run away, opposite direction. Even gets the experience rune. But they might still be able to get the catch here. Till the end, rotates through to tank the smoke gank. Sentry ward placed. It's out of range. Bachuk dies in mid in the meantime while they're all hunting for Kami. And yeah, they got outplayed there. Kami knew what was coming. And Kami dipped out. Flacco is now being chased down, slowed down. He's going to get rooted up. Once his wisps end, it's going to be a kill to be secured. God, that takes forever. They do die on. We're back to a 4 or 5k net worth lead. For Night Pulse, Morphling on the run. Yoa is closing in on his Manta style. And then once he gets Kanda, the game gets really problematic for Night Pulse as well, because he does a lot of damage at that stage. But until the Kanda is completed, he doesn't really do that much in terms of damage. Fernan's Noble onto Warwick. Walrus Punch. Can he keep himself alive? Niche is also here. They get the fear off onto Fernand. Toby gets a nice two-man stomp. And Niche immediately forced back. Warwick still has Fire Remnant down. Can he jump towards the Fire Remnant? Yes, he can. Oh my god! Yoa gets blown up by Kami. Waveform into the silence, into full agi. Boom goes the dynamite. Toby trying to run away. The save on himself with the disruption. No one dead on Night Pulse. And they find 2 kills and a support. But that was a very, like, he did so much damage on the Morphling there. 2.2k damage. But he also instantly died. Full agi waveform into a calling equals death. And Kami is now beyond godlike. Pew, 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 pew. Hurricane Pike now done on the Muerta. Krakaka.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Works going for his own Gleipnir. That Morphling death there in that fight was painful. That was really painful.
Gotcha.
Of course, Roche should be one of the objectives coming up soon. Or that of Night Pulse. Marta is a good Roche taker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Passion UA quickly grabbing their Tormentor.
Are fortified.
Enchantress Sprink is always okay.
Dire's top tower is under
Wind range
attack.
almost dies. And so does Fernand's almost, but he does get the free
Dire's
shard.
top tower has fallen.
Bachuk spotted out thanks to the observer ward there. Fucking up the high ground, it's gonna get rooted. Muerta ulti used will quickly blow up Bachuk. He just doesn't survive any magic damage. He gets absolutely nuked.
Are scanning. Dire's
Look at Yonta's build. Look at this sniper. He went Maelstrom. He's going Maelstrom, Shard, Dragonlance, Mjolnir.
Dire's middle tower has
He's a
fallen.
plus 4. That's how confident he's feeling in this game. And how it's going.
Flames will spread thrice.
And they're gonna go for their own Tormentor with a Shadow Demon plus Ember Spirit.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I've never seen anyone try it with just those two heroes. That's why I'm confused. They're gonna continue. It is dropping low.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It is pretty weird. But they do manage to get it secured. Like Marta kills it in 3 seconds.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But Maelstrom done on Ember, so Gleipnir's not going to be too far behind. Toby's closing in on the Crimson. One of the strongest items on the Centaur.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Because of his
structures are
insane strength gain. 4 strength per level. And of course, late game with the Shard, you get so much HP that if you pop Crimson after that, that shield's huge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Roche gonna be the target here. Marta ulti, and Roche is quickly gone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tier 2 gonna be the next target, or I mean it's the last tier 2 to secure, so Kami might as well just clean it. He has the Aegis anyway. He has a moon shard bot on the Muerta.
Is under attack.
Gonna stampede, go in onto Bachuk, the Timbersaw in mid. They don't even have Muerta there. He's still pushing out bottom. This is how freaking confident they feel. Kami can just continue pushing out bottom. We'll just stampede, dive onto the enemy's Timbersaw mid and not need you at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Go in. Wind Ranger tries to get the damage out. Can they kill off the Shadow Demon? He does get taken down, but the Wind Ranger dies in return. There's Kami coming out with the ulti. Pop, pop, pop. Vernon's running away. Will be taken down. Kami gets the second kill. Still has that Aegis available. Yoi needs to be careful. They got a full set of racks. Already picked up. Toby chasing deep here. Pops the Blade Mill. They gotta be careful. Kami could use that shard. Marta gains 30% spell life, still doing Pierce the Veil. Just for the healing factor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kanda is now done on Yoi. So that could do a lot of damage. If he does he have his level 20? No, he doesn't have his level 20 talent. Waveform attack damage applies on hit effect is also kind of like the one thing that Morphling really makes him pop. If you have those two combined, you become one of the strongest, scariest late game heroes because you do so much AoE damage. Kami loses his first life. In response, Ferdinand with that War's Punch, is he going to be able to get himself out of there? Kami has his Pierce the Veil once again at the ready. And they're just trying to clear out this game, it seems, so far. The root comes out. Yowai with the Manta now on cooldown. Nice two-man root on the side going in onto Niche. They get a double kill. Kami gets them both. And in comes the Pierce the Veil damage. Triple kill for the Muerta.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Popping down buildings. Root onto Niche. He just bought back. Niche is about to drop dead. Taken down. Timbersaw also bought back for this. Butcher charging in, gets disrupted, gets surrounded. There's going to be the fear right on top of him. The Timbersaw is going to get controlled. Nice snowball save attempt to keep him alive for as long as possible. Walrus punch in onto Warwick. Sleight of fist, jumps back to the Fire Remnant, gets himself out there. Yowai might not be so lucky. The pop says, get back here. Kami still doing tons of damage. Fear gets sends them back towards the fountain. And Kami is looking to go for the tier 4. It's a little bit dangerous now considering their HP, but they're sending in like healing salves and such to try and stay alive
Dire's middle tower
on Night Pulse because they're trying to secure the game here. They're not even going for Megas. Muerta ulti gets used. There's the control in on the Morphling. No chance to return. And GG is called 2-0 for Night Pulse. Kami's good, bro. Kami's good. Like, yeah, Vitoon's also good, but Kami's also so good. Such a loss having him in the off lane because he's such a good safe laner. I honestly would love to see him more in the safe lane in a team. Yeah, I think he's one of the more outstanding performers in that role. And he showed it 2 games in a row. He just, like, big plays all around. Toby as well. Looks like it works nicely with Yonter in this Night Pulse lineup. Wondering if, of course, these are changes or if, like, V2 might be on vacation, which could be the reason why Kami's playing safe lane and Toby is asked to play off lane because it doesn't show on their Wikipedia page specifically. But regardless, Night Pulse 32-6 against Bastion UA. Night Bulls take the top spot in their group. Bastion UA should still be fine in the group regardless. But that is it for me for the day. There's one more series left to be played. That will be handled after the break. Have a wonderful day. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
hello, everyone. Sorry for that. There appeared to be some connectivity issue, but welcome back to the third day of the CCT series number 3, where yesterday we went through quite a few auspicious matches. Now today we're back again for some good old Dota. We have gone through 2 of the matches, and I do believe I have some news that uh, the fourth match, unfortunately, won't be happening today because the one of the teams have given forfeit. So unfortunately, that match won't be happening. But don't be disappointed because we do have Navi Jr. who's going to be joining us today, and this is the academy squad for the original Navi. And while I was doing my research, I saw something interesting. So I believe that art style is actually playing in Navi Junior. Of course, I will talk a lot more about art style and the rest of Navi Junior once we see the rosters and everything. But we can just recap today's schedule for you guys. It's going to be Avalis and DMS, who did DMS did end up winning 2-1, and I believe that DMS won 2-0 against Dragon Esports in yesterday as well. So DMS are actually doing pretty well in this tournament. And over on the second match, we had Night Pulse versus Passion UA, where Night Pulse won 2-0 against Passion UA. So again, Night Pulse also winning I believe it was 2-1. They did lose. They did drop a match yesterday, but kudos, nothing against them. That match ended up being 66 minutes. You had the mega creeps. The match went really long. You had the tier 5 neutral items come out as well. So that was a really exciting match for me to cause, and I hope that was an exciting match for you guys to watch as well. And now, moving on ahead, we do have our third match. It is going to be Navi Junior versus Dragon Esports. We have seen Dragon Esports perform. I would say there are a lot of missing factors in Dragon Esports, but I do believe that they have a lot of potential. I do believe that they have the skill because their laning phase goes quite well. But if we talk about their roster, we saw it yesterday, we saw it the day before that, but we will see it again today. It is going to be Paul playing on that position 1, Dual Rays on that position 2 on the mid lane, Norma playing the offlaner, Armageddon and DRT being there, and they're going to be playing on the support positions. If we talk about Navi Junior, and this is something that I'm really excited to seeing, we got the Juice, Niku, PMA, Daze, and Ridus. So I don't see Artside. Perhaps he's coaching them, but this is the academy squad for Navi. This is a fully supported squad by the AAA original Navi squad. So and we have seen ventures like this in other esports organizations where they have sort of like an A tier team and like a B tier team, except it's not exactly the same because this Navi junior squad is really good. I have to say, I have seen a few of their matches and they are built to perform. But we have got the Juice on the position 1, Nico on the position 2, and then you have PMA position 3, Days and Ridus on the supports, of course. So guys, I'm really excited to seeing what exactly this Navi squad is going to be, how they're actually going to be doing. I do think that between these two matchups, Navi and Dragon Esports, I do think that Navi are the favorites to be taking this tournament, particularly because Dragon Esports, their strategy seems to be a bit lacking. But we will see, of course, how Navi do debut. We of course we have like preliminary research, right, and they do perform very well in previous tournaments. But let's see how they're going to do in the CCT series number 3. They weren't there before in the series 2 or 1. So this is their first CCT series, and meanwhile Dragon Esports, they have performed in I believe the previous series, but without much success. Heading right into the picks and bans, guys. You have the Lina ban, which is, I believe, the Lina ban has been the first stage ban every time. That has been like the first ban for every match that I've seen so far in the CCT series. And that's saying something, because I never thought that you would expect the Lina to be that super sought after carry before in Dota, but there you have it, right? And then, of course, you had the Broodmother being banned out as well, an absolute menace of a hero. The way that Broodmother is being played hasn't. I don't think that's ever changed in Dota. It's just that, but that's just been the one where you go for those buffs and nerfs around how the hero is being played, and that's the situation where it's at right now. Tinker, of course, being banned, an absolute beast of a support hero, and I do believe that you would pick up the Tinker if you didn't ban it. And now Navi Junior have gone for that Rubik pick, and I believe we saw this yesterday as well, where teams were picking up that Rubik the first chance that they got, and I don't exactly disagree with it. It opens up a lot of options for you. I do think that once you pick up the Rubik, the first pick Rubik, you sort of position yourself to be playing that Rubik on the support position. But of course, you can choose to go mid. Meanwhile, Dragon Esports, they do pick themselves up that Nature's Prophet. I do think that this is going to be a core Nature's Prophet, particularly because you have a lot of I would say rat potential, particularly with those facets. You have that big treant, or that big tree, I would like to call it, and which is just so much. Particularly when you hit those later levels, your rat potential is just a lot stronger than what we've seen from the golden days of the Nature's Prophet, from the Alliance Nature Prophet. I would say I think the current Nature's Prophet is actually just a tad bit stronger than that. Of course, standard bans, we will see what kind of strategy exactly Dragon Esports are going to go for. The Enchantress is banned, and but I don't see the Jakiro being banned. So that's something that they could potentially go for, and that would be actually work so well. Jakiro is one of the strongest supports in the game right now. Not to mention your ability to push down those towers alongside the Furion would be heavily optimized if you pick up that Jakiro for yourself. Very good support, very good. It has a lot of utility in those team fights. So let's see if Dragon Esports do go for that. And I have a feeling if they don't go for it, then it's either going to be banned by them, or then Navi Junior is just going to pick the Jakiro right up, because it's such a high value support pick that you can get for yourself. And from what I've seen, the Jakiro has done very well in the CCT series too. Not like in the all of the CCT series, generally. Puck being banned by Dragon Esports. They don't want to pick the Puck. Oh, and in fact, they actually pick another tree hero. They're going to pick up the Treant Protector, and no Jakiro in sight for these guys. They've actually, both of these teams have let go of the idea of picking up the Jakiro, which is interesting. Navi Juniors picked themselves up that Lion, and I have to say, the Lion hasn't exactly been buffed or been nerfed. The Lion is actually kind of a bit untouched, really. Of course, you have the facets that have changed, so now your mana drain that does damage is now a facet rather than it being an innate ability. So we will see how exactly this works, because I don't get to see a lot of Lion. The idea of it is a very stable hero, right? You have that Earthspy, you have that Hex up, and in fact, Dragon Esports are actually going to go for a Medusa against the Lion. So this mechanism is going to be very interesting. Sure that you have picked yourself up that Doom, so you Navi can't pick up the Doom, but Navi do have that mana drain, which works very well against the Medusa, particularly in those early levels. So we will have to see what kind of plan that Dragon Esports have. Not to mention, they don't have a super good 4 protect 1 strategy, because they don't have, I would say, a lot of pick off potential outside of the Doom, right? Because sure, you have the Doom, you have that pick off potential, but it's a very long cooldown, right? It's 100+ second cooldown. So once you've used the Doom, outside of that, you don't have that pick off potential. You don't have that 4 protect 1 that you want to be going for with the Medusa. So what exactly is going to be your plan? That's what we're going to have to see. Meanwhile, Navi Junior, they certainly have a lot of pick off potential, right? You have a mid game, you have an Ursa warrior who's going to come online on the mid game, and if this Medusa, if you fail to protect your Medusa, if you fail to position your Medusa, if you fail to keep your Medusa alive, this Ursa warrior is just going to run over your entire team. Not to mention, you have the Rubik, who's going to be stealing all of these amazing abilities. The Medusa Stone Gaze is so easy to steal. The Doom is a decently easy ability to steal, right? You have the Train Protector. You're going to be stealing those abilities. So this is going to be a very lovely Rubik game, I would say. A very happy Rubik game, and this it might even be a position where you send the Rubik down as a core, right? Where you want to be going for that Gaia build, where you want to be getting that early scepter, which would benefit you a lot. But again, there and a Timbersaw can go off lane. But again, the Rubik probably not going to be being played on the mid lane. We will see though which hero Navi goes for. Dragon Esports, of course, perhaps they're missing their mid laner. It really depends on where they want to be playing this Nature's Prophet. Perhaps they want to be sending an NP down mid, or perhaps they want to be sending the NP up towards that top lane. We will see though. One thing is for sure, Dragon Esports, they should ideally pick another initiator. I wouldn't play the Doom as an initiator, because the problem with Doom is that he does not have a lot of survivability in his toolkit. Sure, you are a strength hero, but you have so much pressure on you to use a Doom that in this current meta, because of the such strong counter initiations that are going to come out, and particularly if you took towards Navi's side, whoever is initiating in is going to get bursted, and they're going to get bursted pretty fast by those Furious Swipes, by the Lion that is going to be at the ready. The Rubik has the potential for a lift up as well, so it's a situation where you might not be getting your Doom off. So you want to be picking up an initiator that can go in first before the Doom goes in, and that's the ideal way that I would play it, or I would imagine it for Dragon Esports. We will see exactly if that is their plan. We will see if this Doom is in fact an offlaner or a support. I have to say I have seen more of the Doom support than I have of the Doom offlane, but it can go either way. One thing that I do hope is that I remember last series we saw a team where the Doom, where you had a similar lineup where you had an extremely greedy carry, or what I mean by greedy carry is that a carry that requires a lot of farm and a kind of an ultra late game carry like the Medusa, except the Doom went for the Midas instead of perhaps going for that Bling Dagger, and that team suffered so much. They lost within 25 minutes, and I do hope that Dragon Esports don't make the same mistake. But meanwhile, Navi Junior, they have picked themselves up that Beastmaster, so they do have those 3 cores. So it looks like that Timbersaw is going to be going on that mid lane. It's going to be an off lane Beastmaster with that Rubik. It's going to be a safe lane Ursa with that Lion. And meanwhile, on Dragon Esports side, we will see. Of course, they know that they're playing up against mid Timbersaw, so perhaps Nature's Prophet not the best hero, because remember, the Sprout does not work against the Timbersaw, because you can just dismantle all of those trees with one of your abilities. It kind of provides Timbersaw with a very safe comfort zone, which you might want to be avoiding. So I would send this Nature's Prophet down towards top. I would prefer a position 5 Train Protector, go with the Medusa, perhaps this time around max out on that living armor, that lead seed, allow Medusa to keep on farming, send the Nature's Prophet down top with a tanky, I would say support hero, or send the Nature's Prophet with Wind Ranger perhaps. But I think this is going to be an offlane Nature's Prophet. The Wind Ranger is going to be going down towards that mid lane against the Timbersaw. Wind Ranger does do well. You have the potential to stop the Timbersaw from jumping around with that shackle shot. You have the potential to do a lot of damage as well with that focus fire or that whirlwind should you choose to go for it. It's an overall very well-rounded hero, and it's a hero that has been doing very well in this meta. It's one of the most picked, I would say, most potent carries. It's right up there with the Lina, or just a few paces behind the Lina, I would say. But overall, I do really like the lineups. I have to say that the pressure is going to be on Dragon Esports because they themselves have chosen to go for that Medusa, and whenever you have a Medusa, guys, you're banking on a 40+ minute game. You don't have what you will never have what it takes to finish up the game earlier on with the Medusa, and it's a situation where if you can't get your Medusa to farm, if you don't have your 4 protect 1 strategy locked down, if you can't get the Medusa to farm, then you're going to just get run over by the other team. And in particular, the other team has, you know, the Fuzzy Wuzzy. They have the Ursa Warrior, so that Ursa is going to come online. You know for a fact that that Ursa is going to be getting that Battle Fury up, hopefully within the first 15 minutes, if that is the play. Then the Ursa is going to be going for that Blink Dagger. Alternatively, when you are playing against a Medusa, you always have the option of not going for the Battle Fury. You always have the option of actually just going for that Diffusal Blade. Instead, you have the Lion as well. So that is a lot of mana burn. That you can essentially burst down the Medusa's mana and then take the Medusa out. And if you go for the Battle Fury route, that is going to be signaling to the other team, and that is going to be signaling a sort of strategy or a mentality from their side that says, hey, we're not really worried about the Medusa in the mid game. We're going to be worried about the Medusa towards the later parts of the game. And this is something that has changed in Dota, I would say, in recent times, or not so recent times. The Medusa, despite being one of the strongest ultra late game carries, much like Terrorblade, much like I would say Naga Siren, and in fact, this applies. What I'm about to say applies to the other super late game carries as well. Medusa is no longer Medusa, Terrorblade, Naga Siren. They're not as strong as the idea of an ultra late game carry goes. This game has evolved so much to the point where you have so many disables. You didn't have the Gleipnir back then. Now you have the Gleipnir, which is essentially made in just about every single game, and mobility is optimized a lot more. Utility is used a lot more, or not used a lot more, but there's so much more room for utility. There's so much more utility out there. There's so much variety in it that the ultra late game carry is just not the best anymore, right? And in particular, we're seeing a meta where you have a 6-slotted carries like the Ursa Warrior or perhaps even the Troll Warlord, who are able to get their farm up, who are able to become 6-slotted by that 35 or 40-minute mark. And by the time that happens, the game is usually decided, right? By the time that happens, that combination is a lot stronger than any possible ultra late game combination. So we will see if Dragon Esports are going to be successful. Of course, for a win from Dragon Esports, I'm just going to say they require more than 40 minutes of time. They require more than 45 minutes of time to actually end up winning this game. And meanwhile, the other team, the Navi Junior, they are probably looking to close this game within the first, I would say, 35 minutes or so, because that's going to be their ideal window. Ursa will start falling off after that point. Their high ground pushes will become much and much harder after that point, and it'll be a situation where perhaps, if you're unable to go high ground past the 35-minute mark, it becomes very iffy, right? Because at the end of the day, Ursa versus the Medusa does win. You have the Stone Gaze, which Ursa is powerless against, no matter even if you have the Enrage. The Medusa activating that Stone Gaze just means that the Ursa can't go in. And it means that the Ursa can't disengage very well either. So we will see how that mechanism plays out in game. We will see exactly which one is the stronger team. Of course, simply paper value, simply looking at some of these players, we know that Navi Junior, they have the backing, they have the expertise of some of the best Dota players out there. So perhaps they are the more well-equipped team to end up taking this series. But again, it is Dota, anything can happen. And in particular, I'd like to remind you guys that yesterday, we saw a 66-minute match, and I believe we went through like 7 or 8 Aegises, right? 7 or 8 Roshans. The Night Pulse tried going high ground like 7 or 8 times, 6 times with that Aegis on that Ursa warrior, and they still ended up losing. So yeah, guys, anything can happen in Dota, right? Anything can happen. I remember in one of the later in the last series, um, you had a 30k net worth lead, uh, right? Team Hydra were 30k net worth behind Team Night Pulse, and then they brought that lead down to 7k. They almost made a comeback. Their dream was real. So even comebacks happen all the time. Even comebacks against insurmountable odds happen. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far ahead that Ursa will be. Breaching the high ground of Dragon Esports is just going to be so difficult that comeback, irrespective of however far you are, it can always happen. And that's something that Dragon Esports will be banking on. They're going to, because they have a lot of heroes that can actually protect that high ground. You have the Treant Protector, and in particular, once you get that Scepter up in that late game scenario past that 40-minute mark, if you have that Medusa who has been farming, if you have the Wind Ranger who can ideally ideally get a few items up by the mid game, have that Glepnir at the ready and be able to rotate alongside the Nature's Prophet and that Doombringer. And of course, ideally, if the Nature's Prophet is able to provide some rat ability, provide some creep cutting for your team, then that is a recipe for success. That is a recipe that says that even if we lose out on a lot of our objectives, even if you get squeezed in, boxed into our base, we can still have a plan, we can still have a strategy to actually come back. And that's something that I'm going to be looking forward to. We don't get to see a lot of games like that where the idea from the start is going to be turtling through, and it takes a lot of willpower to actually get through that. I have to say, not a lot of teams possess that amount of willpower, but we will see if we are going to come towards that. But we're going to be rehosting the lobby. I do believe that some players have to be reconnecting, so we will take just a very short break, just a few minutes break, and then we will actually come back, and this time we're going to be jumping straight into the game. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back right after a minute.
for battle.
Welcome back, guys, and like I promised you, we are going to be heading straight into the game. Of course, I didn't get to theorize much on the theory of who's going to be going where and actually, we did talk about who's going to go where, but we didn't talk about who's probably going to be winning those lanes. If you look towards the bot side, it is going to be Armageddon and DRT on towards that bot side, and if I'm not wrong, Armageddon is actually used to be their support player, but now he's now actually playing the carry. So this is a bit of a switch up from previous settings. Yeah, I am quite confident Armageddon played the carry yesterday. But anyway, guys, it is going to be the Medusa on towards that boss side. It is going to be the Treant Protector who's going to be supporting that Medusa. I do believe this is the right play. And I do believe that the living armor should be maxed instead of either of the other spells, instead of Leech Seed even, because you want to be providing as much support to the Medusa as possible, particularly because you have a Beastmaster and a Rubik faced against you. So anytime those two boars stack up on that Medusa, that's going to be a lot of kill potential. That's going to be a lot of sustained damage that the Medusa is going to be taking. So that's something that Dragon Esports really need to be careful of. There's so much rotational potential as well, but at the same time, you have the Nature's Prophet. You have the ever strong globalized presence of the Furion that can actually come to the aid of the Medusa at any given point. So that should be okay. Okay, guys. So I was right, and I'm also horribly wrong. Armageddon is actually playing the support Medusa. This is interesting. This is to be honest,
Radiant's courier
I have never
has
seen
been
it.
killed.
I perhaps you guys have. But anyway, it's going to be Norma on the offlane Doom, and the Medusa is going to be supporting the offlane Doom. I'm not exactly sure what the idea behind this is. Perhaps utilizing the Mystic Snake and the Stone Gaze is the idea. I'm not sure how well it's going to work either, but this is a lane that potentially Navi Junior are just going to destroy because they have the Ursa Warrior, they have the Lion, and once you hit that level 2, level 3, once you have that Hex Up and that Impale by Ridus, then that's going to be a lane where you can potentially get a lot of kills, and that's essentially going to be their win criteria. They can shut down the Doom to the point that the dagger from the Doom is delayed if he's going for that. Of course, you no longer really need to be going for that dagger because you do have a Wind Ranger and you do have a Furion who are your cores. So you can go for a bit more of a greedy build. And meanwhile, towards that boss side, you have the Beastmaster and the Rubik against the Wind Ranger and the Treant. And this changes things in the sense that the Beastmaster's boards aren't as effective against Paw as they would have been on the Medusa, because you do have the wind run ability. So at any point where you're in a bit of trouble, where you're in a bit of a bind, you can essentially just wind run yourself away. So this is a lane that's probably going to be a lot safer for Dragon Esports. Wind Ranger can just get that farm up, and eventually Wind Ranger can actually just prove to be a menace. I do think that the damage output of Wind Ranger is able to provide towards some of those later parts of the game is quite a lot. Of course, towards that mid side, they in fact chose to send that Furion or that Nature's Prophet down against that Timbersaw, and this is I would have to say this is a bit of a risky decision. This is not a decision I fully agree with, because the Timbersaw's natural ability, his abilities just completely negate the Nature's Prophet Sprout. So I'm not sure how the Nature's Prophet's actually supposed to land any sort of damage or harass onto the Timbersaw. Of course, it will depend on a lot on the Nature's Prophet's itemization. Is he going to be going for that Glepnir build, or is he going to be going for that Orchid? Those two items change the scenario quite a bit. In this game, I would say that he can go for either. You do have a Glepnir builder in the form of Paw, and if you are the Nature's Prophet, then you can go for that Orchid first and essentially go for those ganks onto the Ursa Warrior, onto the Timbersaw alongside your Doom, and that's also a recipe for success. If we look towards the last hits, we will see Wind Ranger struggling quite a bit. This is a bit unexpected of the Wind Ranger. Of course, he is going to recover once he gets those levels in those power shots. And in fact, I haven't seen him utilize the power shots much, so perhaps he's just using his last hits to be getting those creeps down. It is the 4-minute mark, and I do expect a kill to be happening on this top lane at any point now. And now that the Medusa is going to be on the support position, I do think that Juice is going to be going for that Battle Fury build rather than any sort of diffusal shenanigans. And perhaps the reason that Navi are playing this so carefully on that top side is because they know that the Nature's Prophet's teleport is at the ready. So they know that they can't be too aggressive. They know that the teleport in Sprout can come out at any point, and if the Ursa does not have the aftershock, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But we will see where this Nature's Prophet chooses to rotate. Of course, both teams are just content farming, but his Navi Juniors is actually coming out on top. 31 lost hits for both the Timbersaw and the Ursa Warrior. And meanwhile, if you look towards the other side, Nature's Prophet is on 26 and Wind Ranger is on 23. Bro, Medusa needs to be a bit careful. And actually, Juice is getting rooted up, and there's the Nature's Prophet TP in. Jewel Rays first blood onto the Ursa. And this is what I was talking about. An overextension, if you're not careful, if you don't manage to hit your mark, then Nature's Prophet is just going to TP in and he's just going to take you out. As the first blood is going to go the way of the mid laner of Dragon Esports. And he's just going to go back towards the mid side and continue farming up. So that is going to be an early game advantage. That is going to be, you negate the CS difference between yourself. You gain a lot of XP as well. And you now have the potential to go for that early power treads. So however many kills the Nature's Prophet gets, you're essentially receiving boosts to your globalized potential. You're essentially receiving boosts to your sort of global presence, where you are able to continue teleporting, you are able to continue helping out your team and getting all of those kills across the map. Timbersaw, invisibility rune used up, TPing towards that bot side. We will see what exactly he's going to be able to do. I do think that there's an engagement on towards DRT. He will be the first one to fall. Will they be able to get some more? I do see Medusa taking quite a bit of damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So overall, Navi Junior managing to get 2 kills on towards that bot side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As now they're going to actually be going towards that tower. Now the TP in coming from the Treant Protector as well. Will they be able to return on some of these kills? Navi Junior have actually managed to take out all 3 heroes towards that bot side, including PWA. Roar onto the Treant Protector, and there's going to be no aid for DRT. That's going to be a TP dieback, or a TP die-in rather, by DRT. And already Navi Junior coming back into this game in a very strong way. It seemed like they wanted to press a button that says that we're going to kill all of Dragon Esports, and then they just went for it. Tier 1 tower down towards bot also has a lot of HP missing, has a lot of damage to it, and it will probably be falling by the next time that the Timbersaw chooses to rotate down towards that side. Of course, we are approaching the 8-minute mark. We will see exactly who is able to get the rune. Juice is eyeing the Medusa. Does need to be careful as he is surrounded by everyone. 4 heroes down now. Will they be able to get him? He does not have his enrage, and he will end up falling, paying for his overextension there. Did not have the support of the rest of his team. And now, Ridis, he's going to end up paying for it alongside his carry. I have to say, what a loyal support, what a loyal position 5. His carry went down, he went down with his carry. Disconnect seen by PMA. And this is I have to say that So Raze is going for his Maelstrom, and I would like to think that Wind Ranger will be going for that Gleipnir, right? Or potentially Wind Ranger can be going for that Orchid. I do think that you should have this dual-minded approach where one person makes the Gleipnir and the other person makes the Orchid. You could obviously go for that double Gleipnir. It does stack. You can use it over and over again. You can use it if you have multiple of those. But I do think that they need an Orc in this game. Not me, but I think that it would help them out quite a lot. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet quite close to his Maelstrom. And I do think that it is going to be a standard timing for that Battle Fury. I do think that it's going to be a 13 or 14 minute Battle Fury. And meanwhile, Paw, in a lot of trouble, Tree Protector is there to support him. And that essentially means that Navi Jr., they will have to back away. Did manage to force out a TP, and meanwhile, because they forced out that TP, they were able to go in onto an engagement onto Dual Raise. Doom not up yet. Will be used on Radius, who's just going to deny himself neutral creeps, and now Navi Jr., they're playing so aggressively right behind a tier 1 tower. Norma is there to force some of these heroes back. And Zubik is in a lot of trouble. Daze is probably going to end up falling. Yeah, he will end up falling. Niku now will get the return kill onto the offlaner. And that's going to be pretty worth it for Navi. You forced out a Doom. So that's going to be down for, I would say, 100 seconds now with the cooldown time. And you managed to get the kill onto the offlaner. And you've only lost your 2 supports, so that is a win-win scenario for them. Sure, you've given a bit of gold away, but you're able to overextend in all sorts of these places. And now with the Doom being down, you'll be able to overextend even more. As Armageddon, he's just going to vanish. I have to say, I'm not sure what the idea is behind this support Medusa. It's I'm struggling to understand the concept behind it. Sure, you have that root ability, sure you have the stone gaze, and you have the mystic snake that you can spam out, but a lot of heroes do the same thing that are meant to be supports. So I'm not sure why the Medusa in particular. And this Wind Ranger is going to be going for that Maelstrom as well. Of course, he's not going to be able to make it too early. So I do think that the Maelstrom and the Battle Fury are going to come in at nearly around the same time. And that works in favor of Navi, where once that Ursa gets that Battle Fury, the amount of pressure that Navi are going to be able to put out is going to be significant. It's going to be a lot. What's interesting, though, is that neither of these teams have that blink. Have that rock solid initiation mechanism. I do not think that the Doom has gone for it. But meanwhile, speaking on going, Navi Jr., they're very content playing this aggressive. They really do want as many kills as possible. They know that Juice is strongest in that early to mid game. And they've done so much damage to a lot of these towers. I don't believe Dragon Esports have managed to touch a single tower just yet. Navi's already taken down the towers towards bot side, already taken that tower down towards the mid side. This is going to be their last tower, and once Juice takes down this tower, then the potential for that Roshan opens up. With that Aegis, it's just, there are so many things that are aligning for Navi right now. It's going to prove to be a bit troublesome for Dragon Esports, because Nature's Prophet has only rotated once so far up towards that top side. Sure, he got that first blood, but he needs more of those rotations. Now you have the Doom up. It's off cooldown. So this is ideally when you should be going back in. What is Norma going to be going for? What is he going to be doing? We'll have to see. And meanwhile, PMA, he's built himself a full scepter, and oh, that scepter, that's just going to do quite a bit. It's going to hurt. You essentially have 2 roar targets in this game. You have the Wind Ranger and you have the Nature's Prophet. And in the situation where you get the roar off, you have an Ursa warrior, you have the timber saw. That's just so much follow-up damage, so much magical damage that without the potential BKB, you simply cannot survive
Are scanning.
if you get roared. And that's going to be the chink in their armor. I'm not sure what potential mechanism exists for Dragon Esports to survive. But oh, Paw, Niku blink onto the Wind Ranger, but no real follow-up, no real stun mechanism available for them just yet. As I don't believe that the Rubik or the Lion have that blink. Rubik, of course, will probably not be going for that blink. Days, and I do think the Lion should be going for it. But oh, Dragon Esports, they've surrounded
Dire are
this
scanning.
Rubik. Days, he's in a bit of trouble, and he will probably end up being taken down. A few hits here and there, as that's going to be a dead Days, and it's going to actually be the Nature's Wrath that is going to take out the Rubik, the Magus.
You deserved it.
I suppose the supports, they're going to fall.
Dire's
And I suppose this is an ideal scenario for Dragon Esports. You're essentially getting freebies because the Navi is playing so aggressive, but I don't think that farming in a situation where both of these heroes are farming, I don't think that Dragon Esports are coming out on top. I do think that it favors Navi quite a lot. You have a free farming Beastmaster who's sitting on 8,500 net worth. You have an Ursa Warrior whose farm is always going to be faster than you because you have the Battle Fury. So your ability to clear camps is just significantly higher. It's kind of like a very good investment item. So your farming speed just multiplies after you get the Battle Fury, and quite simply, the Doom can't farm faster, the Wind Ranger can't farm faster, so you have all of those negatives on towards your side. And DRT, I'm not sure why you chose to go back in. The idea was that Norma was supposed to use the Doom, and oh, just not quick enough on that. Essentially, Dragon Esports giving away their offlaner. And now Armageddon in a bit of trouble. Niku, I don't think he's going to follow the Medusa. And it's not because he can't. I simply think that he doesn't want to go for the Medusa because it's not worth his time. I would really like to believe in this support Medusa pick. Like, believe me, guys, I am really trying. And I do think that there's a lot of utility offered by the Medusa. I just don't think that I just don't think that it's a good way to execute the idea behind the support Medusa into some sort of action plan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
16 minutes in now, 6k net worth lead up. Navi Jr. have given the Aegis to that Beastmaster. And Norma, he does have the Doom, but he's just going to end up fall into PMA. The Scepter, the Beastmaster now has the Blink Dagger as well. And now a Blink Dagger onto the Beastmaster, the Blink Dagger onto the Ursa Warrior. And this game is just going to snowball out of control. Dragon Esports, they don't have a lot of mechanisms. The Medusa does have the ultimate, so that is essentially going to be the primary way where they stop some of these rotations. Paw, he's trying to make his way out, but the Finger of Death is just going to send him to his grave. I'm not sure how Navi Jr. will actually be ending up. I'm not sure how Navi Jr. is actually going to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
proceed further. Now, the good thing for Dragon Esports is the fact that they have very good high ground clear. The fact that they do have counter initiation once you get that Stone Gaze off. But the problem is Navi, they're so adept at going in for those quick initiations, going in for that quick aggressiveness, in and out kills. You have the Finger of Death, you have the Blink in by the Ursa and by the Beastmaster, that I'm not sure that the window for the counter initiation is so small. Because look at this, guys, we just saw Niku on towards the boss side. Within a second or two, the Wind Ranger just happened to die. So really, without the BKBs, it's very difficult for Dragon Esports. And you do have the Blink Dagger for Navi. But oh,
Radiant's middle tower
Juice
is
just
under attack.
missing the mark a little bit. Of course, Ursa does not have that BKB or roar onto Norma. He's just going to end up falling. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. The window for the counter initiation is just not there. Now there goes the Stone Gaze onto the Ursa, but it's just being used to back away, and it looks like the Medusa Armageddon is not even going to be able to do that. It is doomsday for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Navi Junior 12k net worth lead up now, and no signs of just any sort of counter initiation, no signs of any sort of counter pressure on towards them. The good thing is they do have a Nature's Prophet, so you do have that mechanism to rat out, but he's actually not going for that. You do have a smoke up by the Doom, by the Treant Protector.
Radiant's
They are
bottom
making their way
tower
towards
is
the
under
Ursa.
attack.
Ridis is here to cover them. Glepnir onto the Ursa. There goes the Doom as well. Ursa's taking a lot of damage. The Treant Protector, will it be enough? The Treant Protector's overgrowth comes out as well as the Ursa is eventually going to end up falling. That's 1,000 gold going the way of Norma. You do get DRT as a return kill, but it's quite worth it if you're Dragon Esports. That was a very well executed smoke attempt on towards the Ursa, and that's that's what they need. You need a lot more of that if you're Dragon Esports. The question is, will you have the time to go to execute on all of those pickoffs? Because Navi are going to be eyeing down your tier 2 towers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Eventually, though, Navi are not going to be playing in this sort of isolated positions. The Ursa will have the BKB as well, so those Dooms, it has such a high downtime. Like 2 minutes between every single Doom is a lot of time. And if you don't have any sort of kill potential with your other heroes, if your Wind Ranger can't get any kills, if your Nature's Prophet can't get any kills, then the Doom simply isn't enough.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I don't think the Navi is going to be going high ground just yet. You do have you have a full Crimson Guard up. And meanwhile, Norma's actually picked himself up that Midas. It's a 21-minute Midas. I'm not sure what the idea behind that is exactly, but
Dire's top tower is under
It-
attack.
it's essentially 2,000 gold that does nothing for you right now. You do have the Glepnir picked up by the Wind Ranger, so now you have two Glepnirs at the ready. Dual Race TPing in on towards the Rubik. The Magus is taking a lot of damage. He's going to end up eventually falling. Oh, but he's trying to blink away. Cheeky little lad, but not going to end up making it out of there. And now 4v5 situation. Niku does have that double damage. They know exactly where Dragon Esports are. They have a lot of tankiness, but the Doom is ready. If you're not careful, Dragon Esports, they want to be taking down the Storm, and the Treant, the first one to instantly fall. The Ranger taking a lot of damage. There goes the Finger of Death. And now Dragon Esports, they're all going to fall. TP out by the Nature's Prophet, but he's just left paw to die. Oh, they're actually going. They're going to take the fight to Armageddon in his own base.
Under attack.
A monster kill streak now for PMA. As Navi Junior, I was looking really excited to seeing how this team performed, and I have to say that they're looking pretty confident. They're looking pretty well put together, and I want to actually be seeing how this team faces up against some of the favorites of this tournament. I would say I want to see how Navi Junior actually faces up against Team Hydra or Team DMS or Team Night Pulse. I do believe that they would be strong contenders for the playoffs.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Dragon Esports, though, only one tier 2 tower remaining for them, and it's tough. It really is, because you have two cores that are essentially half of the net worth of Navi, and you have a Medusa that's not a core position. So all of that theorizing that I was doing regarding a high ground defense, it simply does not exist, and this is just going to keep on happening. There is a lot of counter initiation, there is a lot of attempts to keep that Medusa alive, but will it be enough? Oh, doing a lot of damage, but he's just overextended himself, and he's going to end up getting bursted down. 4 heroes down now for Dragon Esports. The high ground completely exposed. You do have the backdoor protection momentarily available, but it's not going to matter, as Dragon Esports, they're going to call it a day, as they're going to be going for that GG call. 23-minute GG being forced out by Navi Jr. And what a splendid game, what a flawless game by them. I do think that Dragon Esports had a bit of trouble. I do not think I really tried to figure out a way where that Medusa fits into the draft. But I simply don't think that Medusa was a worth it enough pick. I do think that Navi Jr. though, they had a very well balanced draft. The Beastmaster, the timings with that scepter, the timings with those Blink Daggers on both the Ursa and the Beastmaster, they were very well put together. They knew when to be aggressive. They knew how to be playing those heroes. They knew that as soon as you hit that level 3, level 4 mark on your Ursa, you can go aggressive on that safe lane. They knew the weaknesses of Team Dragon Esports, and they exploited those weaknesses to their best capabilities. And meanwhile, for Dragon Esports, there is a lot to be missed. I mean, you have a Doom that's going to be making a Midas at 21 minutes in after your Blink Dagger. That's not ideal. You have a Medusa that you've picked up, but you're sending the Medusa down towards that position 4 role. Not to mention your inability to adapt. I mean, you had that Nature's Prophet, and you could have put that Nature's Prophet up towards top, but instead you still chose to send that Nature's Prophet down the mid lane against the Timbersaw, knowing fully well that that Sprout does absolutely nothing to the Timbersaw, knowing that Timbersaw can actually just destroy the trees around him. So there's no DPS coming out on him. There's no regen. Your trees don't do anything to the treant because your trees just provide the treant with HP. So the tree Nature's Prophet was just completely countered out by the Navi Jr. So I think there's a lot to be missed. There's a lot that leaves me questioning on some of the decisions. I do think that Dragon Esports had a much better display of teamwork, had a much better display of much better Dota overall yesterday than they did today. But of course, I have seen a lot of their potential. I do think that they have the ability to give Navi Jr. a run for their money. I do believe that the Dragon Esports have what it takes to actually stay in this series and take it to a game number 3. But guys, that was a game number 1, Navi Jr.'s debut in this tournament, and what a way that they actually, I want to say debut. I do believe that they've played once before, but anyway, what a flawless win by them. But of course, it is a best of 3. I do hope the next one is going to be an exciting one. Of course, we will need to take a short break, guys, but I hope you guys don't go anywhere, and I hope we get to see another good game of Dota. But before we come to game number 2, we will be taking a short break, so I will see you guys very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second game of what was a very quick and decisive win by Navi Junior. 25-minute GG being forced out. They didn't even take racks, and before they managed to force it out from Dragon Esports, I believe Dragon Esports lost the morale for that game number one. They decided to call it a day because they did not see any comeback potential, any comeback mechanism, even though that they had a pretty good high ground defense. And even though they had a bit of a questionable Medusa pick on the support position. But going into the draft for this game number two, I would like to remind you all that anything can happen in this game of Dota. All it really takes is one team fight to go wrong, and suddenly you're now forcing out in game number three. And that's actually what I really would like to see from Dragon Esports. But meanwhile, we will talk about this draft again, some of the same bands, and predictably Lina, again, like every game of CCT and every game of competitive Dota that I've seen so far, Lina is either picked or banned instantly as soon as the draft phase starts. But this time around, you have gone for that Swen pickup, very versatile, can be played as a core, can be played as a support too. I personally prefer the Swen as a support. You throw in a physical DPS carry, or you throw in a squishy carry as well, and thanks to that bonus movement speed, thanks to the armor that the Swen is able to provide to his allies, that can be a recipe for success. Of course, you do pick up yourselves up that lion. It is going to be a support lion. I have to say that Navi Junior do really like that lion. It's one of the most, I would say, is the bread and butter of Dota. It's one of the most staple support heroes that have existed in Dota. You have the disables, you have the hex up, you have the finger of death. So you have the disables plus nuke plus sustain in the form of giving your allies that mana. Of course, for Dragon Esports, they've gone for that Wind Ranger again. It is a very potent carry, particularly if Navi want to be playing this Swen as a core. I don't think this one is a core, but it is a good enough insurance policy for Dragon Esports if they face a core Swen. And Dragon Esports have actually gone for the Monkey King too. So we will see if this Monkey King is on the support position or is on the carry position. I do think that the Wind Ranger is a stronger carry. I do think the Wind Ranger provides a lot more, I would say, bursting potential. The Wukong's command has been, from what I've seen of competitive Dota, the Wukong command has been a bit of a hit and miss. Teams have figured out, or players have figured out ways around the Wukong's command, have figured out ways to disengage very quickly from the Wukong's command. So we will see if Dragon Esports want to play this on the core position. Of course, I do think that the Marcy will be a support. We've sort of transitioned out of the Marcy core position, but it's Dragon Esports. They went for a Medusa support, so they can potentially change things up. They're very unpredictable in that regard. But we will see what exactly they have their plans. All three of these heroes could be cores, and all three of these heroes could be supports as well. So, I mean, of course, you'll only have 2 supports, and what I mean to say is that potentially all 3 of these heroes can be played as a support. We will see though Rubik being banned out, that perhaps might signal to Dragon Esports or perhaps that might signal to Navi that there is going to be a potential Enigma coming in. Of course, it would have to be a core Enigma, but Navi Junior, thanks to that Rubik ban, they can actually snag up that Enigma for themselves and play that on the offlane if they really want to. Ember Spirit still up for Navi Junior would be a pretty good ability, particularly because those remnants can actually burst down those trees, so you can disable the Monkey King. And that was the idea behind banning out that Timbersoft by Dragon Esports. You don't want the Monkey King to be seen. Of course, you do have the potential to be picking up that Night Stalker, right? Gaining that flying vision. You have, I would say, the Batrider up for Navi Junior as well, should they go for it. But they're actually going to go for that Darkseer and Phantom Assassin. So, guys, it is 4 heroes pick now. The mid laner still missing for Navi Junior. We will see exactly who it is. They have a lot of options. They have the Storm Spirit, they have the Ember Spirit, they have quite a lot. And I do believe that the Ember Spirit would do very well with that vacuum combination. And meanwhile, for Dragon Esports, they should be picking up more ranged heroes. They should be picking up heroes that do well in a dispersed situation rather than in a close quarter combat kind of situation, because Darkseer is just so good against melee heroes. But as I say that, Dragon Esports, they've gone for that Earthshaker. So still not revealing which hero is exactly going to be the core. Perhaps it's going to be that Earthshaker mid. We did get to see it yesterday. I believe it was Team Night Pulse that played. I think it was Team DMS that played the Earthshaker. I could be wrong, but it did end up doing very well. Even though they were faced up against a Huskar, the Earthshaker still managed to end up destroying one. In fact, it was DMS, now that I'm remembering it. 4 heroes revealed now. The mid laner for Navi Junior still missing. And in fact, Dragon Esports, they've recognized the fact that the Ember Spirit is just, well, 2 things. One, currently very strong, and secondly, the Ember Spirit is actually one of the better combinations with the Darkseer. Of course, you will see who else they can go for. The Primal Beast is banned out, so that's the hero that Navi could have potentially picked. They do, of course, have that Storm Spirit up and ready as well, that long-range zip alongside the Ion Shell could potentially do quite a lot. You have the Storm Spirit Scepter Vortex as well, which works very well with the Ion Shell. And generally, you can also pick yourselves up that Templar Assassin if you're Navi Junior. And for Dragon Esports, they're going to be looking towards perhaps picking up their offlaner. At least that's the idea behind, as that's what Navi Junior is thinking that Dragon Esports is going to go for. But we will see who exactly they should pick. They should ideally be getting an initiator up for themselves, even if they want to be sending whichever lane they want to be sending that initiator down towards. Of course, not a lot of initiators left. You do have the Mars, I have to say, and the Mars would do pretty well. It creates a lot of disruption, so the Darkseer has less room to add in chaos to that team fight, and the Mars actually does decently against the Phantom Assassin. Of course, I wouldn't worry too much about the Phantom Assassin. Sure, the Phantom Assassin can snowball out of control, and once he starts hitting those 1000, 2000 critical strikes, you're in a lot of trouble. But you have a natural MKB builder in the form of the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger generally does pretty well against the Phantom Assassin because you do have the Wind Run. You force the Phantom Assassin to go for that MKB if you want to be taking the Wind Ranger out, and meanwhile you have a sort of position where even if you don't go for that MKB as a Wind Ranger, you still have a lot of bursting potential before the PA gets that BKB. Once the PA has a BKB, then you can think about getting that MKB. So quite a few ways. Overall, a very balanced draft by both of these teams. Of course, Navi Junior has a lot of AoE ability, has a lot of team fighting ability, more so than Dragon Esports, I would have to say. And what Dragon Esports is currently extending at, simply through the basis of their draft, is actually, in fact, their pick-off ability, which I believe is a lot stronger. So that Marcy, that Wukong, that Monkey King can be giving that flying, or can be giving that vision while remaining safe. Meanwhile, that Wind Ranger and Earthshaker can just choose to rotate everywhere, getting those pick-offs. And it's going to be a Tidehunter offlane for Dragon Esports. I really like this because that Ravage ability and you have that Echo Slam. Sure, they're two very large cooldown abilities. So Dragon Esports have essentially constrained themselves, but it also means that should they be able to get off that Ravage, that 3-man Ravage or the 4-man Ravage, alongside the Earthshaker Echo Slam, you have the Wind Ranger who presumably is going to be going for that Whirlwind facet, then that is going to be might just be a recipe for success. Meanwhile, Navi Jr., they're going to be going for that Void Spirit. Overall, I would have to say that Navi Jr. has quite the deadly draft, is a draft designed around snowballing. And from what we saw last game, their potential to snowball is very high. They're kind of they like to play hyper aggressive towards that mid side, even from some of the some of the close qualifiers for the PGL Wallachia that we saw. Navi Jr. really loved to play that super hyper aggressive mid game oriented lineup, super hyper aggressive, add just absurd amounts of pressure towards the other team, and they love that's their essential play style. So that's essentially what they're going to be going for. The Void Spirit, once he gets once he gets those 1 or 2 items, it's essentially just going to be rotating all across the map. The PA is going to end up farming, and once you get that Battle Fury up, once you get that Desolator up, then the PA is going to be joining in those fights. And so Dragon Esports have that short window, that transition from the early game to the mid game, making sure that their Tidehunter, if the Tidehunter is going for that early Blink Dagger, I would personally suggest that he does, rather than going for something like the Mechanism or the pipe. I would just straight up go for the blink and just enable yourself to be able to counter initiate, enable yourself to be taking some of those fights earlier on, enable yourself to be actually adding on pressure towards Navi Esports and win the game through that. Because if you allow Navi to initiate, and it's reminiscent of the previous game where the opportunity for a counter initiation was so low in the first game, and it's very low in the second game as well, because you have a Phantom Assassin who's going to be jumping in on you, you have a surged up hero that is going to be charging at you, you have a Void Spirit that is going to instantly initiate on you. So your opportunity for that counter initiation, even if it's the Ravage, even if it's the Echo Slam, you have to be very quick to be able to get that done. And Navi Jr. might not be giving the space for Dragon Esports to let them be doing that, and that's essentially going to be the choking point, the weak point. The good thing is though, is the draft seems very even though there are pros and cons for both of these teams, for both of these drafts. I do think that it's even. I do think that it can go either way. Neither side appears to be outdrafted. I really like this draft a lot more than the previous one, where again, I don't mean to diss on the Medusa support, but it's just something that I simply could not understand. But this one is seemingly a lot more impressive. Norma on the offlaner will be supported by that Earthshaker. It is going to be a 2 melee hero lineup, and meanwhile you will have the Phantom Assassin and the Lion. So the Phantom Assassin should have a decent enough time, provided you get that magic wand. But Norma, not a lot of kill potential on towards that Tidehunter. So it's going to be expected that all of the pressure is going to be added on towards the Earthshaker once you hit those later levels. And for Norma, his objective is going to be zoning out that Phantom Assassin by that Anchor Smash. Just keep on throwing out that Anchor Smash. So that's going to be the objective for Dragon Esports. Just disable the Phantom Assassin as much as you can. Don't let the Earthshaker die. And for Navi, if you get a few kills on the Earthshaker, that's going to be a win for them. But oh, as I say that, Norma, he's actually going to get taken down by a flank from Navi. He was really not expecting that. Neither was I, to be honest, I from the way that he was positioned. But both of these teams getting that, both of them getting that double bounty rune. Meanwhile, on the mid side, you will have Niku, who's playing the Void Spirit against the Earthshaker. So that's going to be a pretty comfortable lane, I would say, for the Earthshaker. Sure, you have a lot of escape mechanism for the Void Spirit, but you also have a lot of damage coming out from that enchant totem. So the Void Spirit needs to be careful, and the Earthshaker should be able to zone the Void Spirit out, should be able to essentially free farm and eventually get that very early Blink Dagger. So that essentially will allow the Tidehunter it will allow Norma to free up the space to perhaps go for that Pipe of Insight, perhaps go for that Mechanism. And then through the Earthshaker's Blink Dagger, you can essentially make things happen around the map. And in fact, it's going to be the Monkey King with Norma. Up towards the bot side, though, you will have the Wind Ranger with the Marcy. It's a lane which has quite a lot of kill potential on towards the bot side, particularly as you hit the lower levels. Daze on the line, this simply does not have a lot of HP. Marcy can just choose to jump on the lion and might be able to take him out because the Wind Ranger power shot, you have the Shackle at the ready as well, and you don't have a lot of kill potential on the Wind Ranger, not a lot of kill potential on Marcy unless you choose to go for that sustained overtime damage from that Ion Shell, which is a bit of a stretch. I do expect a lot of kills to be happening on both the top lane and the bot lane once these heroes hit their level 2, hit their level 3. And meanwhile, Niku is managing to hold his own against the Earthshaker. Actually, more than holding his own, as he's managed to bring the Earthshaker down to quite low. But the Earthshaker will have that bottle up. Dual Rays will be feeling pretty comfortable with this bottle. He will be getting a Water Rune as well. And because of the Water Rune, this Void Spirit, as the later levels come on, as you get more and more levels on that Enchant Totem, that's going to be more and more dangerous for that Void Spirit. And I think the Void Spirit, the goal of the Void Spirit should be just to get that those level 6 runes and essentially be able to get those rotations down because of that. But if we look towards mid lane, Monkey King, he's situated, he's planted himself towards that mid side. Armageddon, perhaps he wants to be securing the rune and perhaps he wants to actually be taking down the courier. So Niku's courier is just got taken down. I don't believe that Niku was able to get the bottle. So that's a pretty big win for Dragon Esports. 2 minutes, no bottle going to be up for that Void Spirit. He won't be able to get the 4-minute Water Rune either. And that's going to help Dragon Esports out quite a bit. Norma 16 Magic 1 charges, so I do not think that there's going to be a lot of kill potential on him. And meanwhile, towards that boss side, as predicted, they're going to be focusing their efforts onto Daze, onto the Lion, who's fallen for, I believe, the second time now. And this pressure is only going to keep increasing as the levels come online for that safe lane of Dragon Esports. A much better start than the first game, I have to say. Monkey King on towards the mid lane, Bounder Strike onto Niku. Niku forced to just prison away. He's forced to go for that Disseminate. He's forced to expend so much of his mana trying to survive. And you don't have the Water Runes as well. So Niku's been completely disabled at this mid lane. And because Norma is playing this extremely tanky hero in the form of the Tidehunter, he has those 20 Magic 1 charges. He knows that he can't die without at least a rotation from the Lion. So that has essentially freed the Monkey King to be going towards that mid side and potentially disable that Void Spirit. But an engagement on towards that boss side, a quick power shot going to take down Daze for the third time now. So the safe lane, I would say, has been safely won by Dragon Esports. This Rain Ranger should be having a splendid time, as Armageddon has planted himself towards that boss side. Ideally, they want to be taking down the Darkseer, but oh, Lion is actually TP'd himself towards that outpost. Coming towards Niku, perhaps to give him some sort of sustain, because this Void Spirit is just not doing very well. Sure, you have matched the last hits of the Earthshaker, but the Earthshaker has the 8 extra denies that you don't have. And now there might just be a clash on towards the mid side because both supports have planted themselves. The Swen is there, the Armageddon is there as well. And now a TP in by the Phantom Assassin, in fact, and there's going to be an engagement on towards the Earthshaker. Dual Rays not able to get his Fisher off, and he's just going to die. 4 heroes for Navi now on to DRT as he's taking a lot of damage. No more mana to get away. And it looks like he's going to end up falling as well. The Monkey King, will they extend past the tier 2 tower? I don't think so. But that's good enough. 2 heroes down now. But oh, a long-range power shot by Paw, taking down the Swen. A third kill for
Radiant's
him.
middle tower is under attack.
So overall, I would say a bit of an even exchange. Of course, you did lose your mid laner. If you're Dragon Esports, that should hurt you quite a bit. But the positive point is that your Wind Ranger was able to get that kill and was able to punish Navi Jr. quite a bit. And you had essentially 4 heroes TPing in. And while all that is happening, the Tidehunter is just going to continue free farming. So overall, it's still pretty even for both of these teams. And if you're Wind Ranger, you're setting yourself up quite nicely to be transitioning forward. It is 6 minutes in now, so the all of these heroes, they have their abilities up, enough abilities to actually be getting some initiations down, some ganks down, some pickoffs, and we might just be seeing that because there's a TP in coming from Days. Niku is here. Void Spirit, Astro step in to dissimulate onto the Tidehunter. Marcy's going to give a bit of a movement speed. No Ravage up, but there's the Boundless Strike on the Juice. Juice has regen himself up. Marcy's taking quite a bit of damage as he's going to end up falling. And now Norma is in a lot of trouble. Does have the Magic Wand up. Not going to be using it as he probably realized it was futile. And Niku's now on that killing spree streak. Dual Rays is now towards that mid side. Niku does not have the mana, but Navi Jr. do have 4 heroes up at the ready. Earth Spike onto 2. Dual Rays does have the Echo, so Navi Jr. have to be careful not to stack up on that Earthshaker. But oh, there goes the Echo Slam onto Days, a triple kill for the Earthshaker. They did not see that coming. As Navi Jr., they had to be careful because from that Echo Slam, and they just simply did not expect it. And now Void Spirit is in a lot of trouble, but Astro step away in the nick of time. I thought that was an excellent bait by Dual Rays, just allowing Navi Jr. to come to him. And Navi Jr. should have seen that coming, should have known that Echo Slam was there, but they didn't. They probably did not expect that much amount of damage to be coming by Dual Rays. And now Power Tread's up for him, and he's probably going to get a very early Blink Dagger. But oh, Days towards that mid side was spotted out, I believe, by Dual Rays. $3K net worth lead up for them, leading on the lost hits chart as well. Wind Ranger doing so well, 66 lost hits as opposed to the 36 of the Phantom Assassin. 17 denies too. Of course, the denies don't matter because you are not faced up. You're not denying any XP of the Dark Seer. But still, Dragon Esports, they're priming themselves up quite nicely for that transition from the laning phase. And this is exactly the win condition that we were talking about. Dual Rays, once he's going to get a very early Blink Dagger, keeping in mind that he went for that Power Tread. So it's not going to be a brown boost Blink Dagger. It's probably going to be a 10 or an 11 minute Blink Dagger up for him. And once he gets that Blink Dagger, you have the Ravage to play around with. You have the Wind Ranger who can choose to rotate in, because I believe the Wind Ranger should be able to get the Maelstrom up and ready by that 11 minute mark as well. So you're primed. And we talked about how Navi Jr. love to play in this sort of hyper-aggressive form when the laning phase ends. And they might not be able to do the same thing in this game because their opponents are ready. Their opponents are primed to take the fight back to Navi.
Radiant are scanning.
Void Spirit, we will see what item he's going to choose to make. He could go for that very early Scepter build, and meanwhile, Phantom Assassin's probably going to go for that Battle Fury. So, Dragon Esports will have a big window to be setting themselves up for success. A big window before that Phantom Assassin comes online, where they can essentially rotate around the map, get all sorts of these skills. They've managed to take the tower down towards top, and now Norma's rotated himself towards that mid side, probably looking to take that tower down at mid. And that's a lot of tankiness that Dragon Esports have. You don't want to be facing up against Norma. 1500 HP, full 20 charges Magic Wand up for him, and the reveal of Dual Rays' Blink Dagger. But it's not very effective. They are spotted down by that observer ward on the cliff. Monkey King going to be brought down from the trees, but they're trying to save Armageddon, but he's taking a lot of damage. Niku will end up finishing him off, and now Duraze managing to blink out, dodging that Stormhammer. But Dragon Esports, they're so isolated. Everyone is so far apart that Norma's going to be gone on. The blocks coming in from that illusion, they dissimulate in, and now comes the Ravage and the Echo Slam onto Niku. That Fisher is going to stun up the Swen, but Regis is just going to survive, and the PMA, he almost managed to make it out, but will get taken down by a rotation from the Wind Ranger. That Echo Slam was deadly. That Fisher was deadly. Had PMA arrived there just a tad bit earlier, then they might have gotten those additional kills that they needed. And now the Ravage has been extended. Sure, they got the tier 1 mid tower, so it is a successful use of the Ravage if you think about it in that perspective, or from that perspective. Only one tower remaining for Na'Vi. That's the one towards that bot side. And the good thing for Dragon Esports is that they have all of their tier 1 towers. The good thing for them is that Phantom Assassin's Battle Fury is going to be pretty late, around the 16 or 17 minute mark. They have a huge window where they can essentially run down Na'Vi, provided they stick as 4, or even perhaps they stick as 5, because Wind Ranger probably has that Maelstrom up and ready. We'll be going towards that for that Gleipnir, and once you get that Gleipnir, you can essentially challenge the Void Spirit. You can essentially disable him from using that Astral Step and escaping away. Armageddon trying to buy as much vision as he can, but he's actually revealing himself, and that's not where you want to be. The Lion is there. Daze would be able to get that Earth Spike off. He will, and that's going to end up being a kill and a mega kill streak for Niku. Perhaps they're going to transition this into that tier 1 tower. They know that the Ravage is down. They know that the Echo Slam is not available, so but it's going to be a very risky fight for Dragon Esports. And this was the window that we were talking about, because you have such long cooldown abilities. In the downtime of those abilities, that's where Na'Vi Jr. will probably try to make the most amount of pressure happen as Jewel Rays. Just one more enchant totem onto Redis, and he's probably going to die. And I think Redis is just trying to buy as much time as possible. Armageddon just going to finish him off with that Boundless Strike. But that was quite a bit of space that Redis was able to buy. Of course, it wasn't a lot of resources expended by Dragon Esports in that chase. Earthshaker going to be going for that scepter. I have to say, Dragon Esports, they're making quite good use of their resources. They're getting their farm up. They're going for their next set of items already. The Monkey King has that Rod of Atos at the ready. Swen has that Pavis Mate, so it should help quite a bit against the Enchant Totem. The window for Na'Vi Jr. is probably going to come at around a 20-minute mark, where the Phantom Assassin has that Battle Fury, and potentially, if he gets a few more kills, has that the Scepter, or rather not that Scepter, that Desolator up. But in this game, Juice will require that BKB to be able to function as well. And with the way that he's farming, it's not the fastest Battle Fury. In fact, it's kind of slow, but you were against a Tidehunter, so it is expected that Juice would be behind. Oh, Daze. He has a finger available. Marcy trying to escape down towards that tier 2 tower, but will not be able to make it, as he will just be fingered to death. I mean, Daze is going to use his ultimate to kill him. Tier 1 tower now going to fall for Dragon Esports. It's interesting how they're not choosing to defend this, because you do have the Tidehunter available. Jewel Rays on towards Daze will be able to get him. Astral Step, actually Fisher landing on the edge of it, as Niku is tossed up. Marcy is going to come in as well. Will they be able to drag the Niku back? They're trying to chase after him. Niku, no more Astral Steps available for him. The Shackle Shot not going to land, but the Wukong command coming out, as that's going to essentially ensure that Dragon Esports gets a kill on him. A mega kill streak this time for Dual Rays. He's now gotten 800 gold from that, and that should go a long way into securing that early enchant totem. 16 minutes in now, and Dragon Esports are looking formidable. They're looking like Navi did in the first game. Norma having completed his Vladimir's, and that's actually synergizes with Wind Ranger's ultimate so well, because you're able to lifesteal so much from because of that Vladimir's.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Earthshaker only 900 gold away from his scepter, and that's going to be a very powerful one.
Radiant's
But
bottom tower
Navi
is
Junior
under
4-man smoke up, but they want juice.
Dire's
They want to
top
slow
tower is
down
under attack.
his
Radiant
scepter.
are
Armageddon did
scared.
spot him out, but Juice is trying to make his way back towards that tier 3 tower. He's going to turn around. Will they be able to get the kill on towards him? But meanwhile, engagement on towards the mid lane. Paul's going to end up falling, and now Dual Rays has entered the fight. He's trying to take down Daze, but Daze has a lot of HP, has that Pavis to help him out quite a bit, and now Dual Rays is in a lot of trouble, stuck between 3 heroes. There goes the Echo Slam, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up up for him. Where is your Tidehunter? He's trying to make his way into the fight, but he might not be able to make it in time, as Dragon Esports, they're falling all over Dual Rays. There goes the Echo Slam. There goes the Lion. There goes Swen flying away, as Niku, now in a lot of trouble, will get fissured up. The Remnant is going to buy him some amount of time, but Dual Rays, he's forced to disengage away, and I think he's just going to end up falling. Unstoppable streak going towards Juice should go a long way. And perhaps Juice might actually just skip the Desolator and go straight for that BKB, seeing as how much pressure Dragon Esports are able to put out. Juice might just want to be going for that early BKB and choose to join those fights early. Armageddon did manage to gain vision on towards that Phantom Assassin, but Navi Junior were able to grab Dragon Esports, and I'm not sure why the Tidehunter wasn't available earlier on. Perhaps his TP was on cooldown, perhaps he was just too far away, but had that Tidehunter been there with that Ravage, the fight would have gone a lot differently. But oh, Wukong stunned midway, and now the counter initiation from the Marcy, but the Vacuum going to stun up both Dual Rays and the Marcy, and now the Earthshakers in a lot of trouble, will get taken down as Norma is going to be the next target. He's stuck between 5 heroes, nowhere to go, despite of all of the Kraken tankiness that he possesses. It's not going to help him. 3 heroes down again now. I have to say, Dragon Esports, they're kind of crumbling now. And sure, they're still in a very good position, but they're not synergizing with their heroes well enough. They're not synergizing with their teammates. They're not sticking as 5 as the Wind Ranger wasn't there. Daze will come on to the Wind Ranger, but I should have expected that Wind Ranger to turn it around onto Daze, but perhaps he expected that there would have been a lot of Navi players behind the Lion. 1k net worth lead now, and Navi Junior have done a spectacular job coming back into this game. The Phantom Assassin is able to farm. They've taken the tier 1 tower down towards mid, down towards top, and it looks like they're not done. It looks like they want more. They've created so much space for the Phantom Assassin to farm, and the problem for Dragon Esports is that they have not been able to disable the Phantom Assassin at all. They're very heavily reliant on their abilities, which are up again. You have the Ravage and you have the Echo Slam, and I would expect Dragon Esports to actually change the pace and turn the fight around, go stick as 4, stick as 5. I haven't seen a smoke from them so far.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Haste Rune by Norma. He will make his way towards that triangle. The Monkey King going to TP in as well. He will come on to Daze, but he has other plans. He wants to be going in towards that Phantom Assassin. Will come on towards that PA. PAs are going to be revealed. Blur going to get dispelled, but now Norma is in trouble, but Ridis is actually choosing to go in onto Norma. He does have the Ravage, he's holding it currently,
And now the Wind Ranger is here. Now the Shackle Shot onto 2, and the Ravage going to come out onto the Phantom Assassin. But where's the follow-up? There's no Earthshaker here. Paul's just going to end up falling. Norman's going to end up dying. No Earthshaker available for you. The Wukong, the Monkey King, is dead as well. That would have been a phenomenal Echo Slam. That was such a missed opportunity for Dragon Esports. I mean, time and time again, previously in the last team fight, the Dragon Esports lost. The Tidehunter was not there, and this time around, Dual Rays was nowhere to be seen, despite of the fact that he had that Scepter in. Perhaps Dragon Esports expected that they had the damage to take out Navi Jr., to take out Juice, but that's not the risk that you want to be taking. I'm not sure what the idea behind holding your Echo Slam and using your Ravage is. You want to be using all of those abilities in unison. You had that opportunity, but you just simply let it go. As Navi, they're looking more and more in control, and now with the BKB up for that Phantom Assassin, things are so much more difficult for Dragon Esports. They've really botched the window of opportunity that they had. They've made this game a lot tougher for themselves. Now they need a lot more items. Now you need the MKB to be coming online for that Wind Ranger. Now you need the Earthshaker to be making a lot more plays and not be so static, just continuing to farm. Earthshaker is, despite of the amount of damage you're able to put out, he's a hero that does not scale too well into the late game, particularly against the Phantom Assassin, particularly when you will have so many of these disables. You have the Void Spirit to lock you down, you have the Lion, you have the Phantom Assassin that will have that Abyssal Blade up eventually. And now you have a Roche play incoming, and it does not seem like Dragon Esports, they want to be... Well, I mean, even if they want to contest this, they won't be able to reach in time. The Roshan will end up falling. Of course, 5-man smoke up is going to come out, and Dragon Esports, they are making their way towards Roshan. Will they be able to come in time? In fact, they might actually make it just in time. They don't have the Ravage, so they won't be able to stun anyone up, but it seems like Roshan is going to end up falling right at the nick of time. As Dragon Esports, Norma's fully committed inside of this fight, and he's just going to force to try and disengage. Buyback actually going to come out. They want to actually force the issue. Ravage onto 3. Duel is coming in from the back, taking out the Lion. And now Ridis is in a lot of trouble. Pause taking a lot of damage from Niku. And this fight has been entirely divided into 2, as Pause taking a lot of damage. And Norma's coming back to the aid of the Wind Ranger. Pause not going to be able to come out, and 2 heroes are going to die. But I'm not sure that was entirely worth it. You expended the Ravage, you expended the Echo Slam just to get that kill onto the Lion. You lost your carry as well, and you're going to lose your tier 2 tower. I'm not sure what the idea behind that buyback was. You could have just cut your losses and just chosen to respawn. Of course, Earthshaker will be going towards that BKB, should be able to help him, but against the pure physical damage that the Phantom Assassin is going to be able to dish out, against the physical damage that the Swen will be able to dish out, keeping in mind that he has the Solar Crest at the ready. Things have gotten very difficult for Dragon Esports. Navi Jr. are just snowballing out of control. This game has entirely turned around Dragon Esports previously, where all 3 cores of Dragon Esports were in the lead. Now all 3 cores of Navi Jr. have taken the lead. Phantom Assassin sitting on 15,000, near 15,000 net worth. Meanwhile, Wind Ranger is nowhere close. And in fact, Wind Ranger might just be closer to his demise, as he's being chased down, will eventually make it to his base. Close to the BKB, but because the Wind Ranger is going for that BKB, won't have the damage up and ready.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Tier 3 tower, the high ground being threatened now by Navi, by Juice. He has so much. He has a Solar Crest at the ready. He has the BKB up. He has the Aegis. How do you take this Phantom Assassin down a second time? All of the ultimates are up for Dragon Esports. You have the Ravage and you have the Echo Slam. Question is, how are Dragon Esports going to stop this attempt? Ridis activating the God Strand. Oh, the Fisher's actually blocking Norma out towards going back for some aid. There goes the Echo Slam. But Norma wasn't able to use his BKB, or rather, he wasn't able to use his Ravage, as the Earthshaker forced to pop his BKB, forced to come to the aid of his fallen comrade. But it's not gonna help, as Juice is just going to run down this Rax. Essentially, Navi, they can continue to go for more. They don't have to stop because the Echo Slam has been used. The BKB is expired from the Earthshaker. The good thing for Dragon Esports is that they do have their tier 2 tower. The bad news is that they simply do not have the damage. The enchant totem is not enough damage at this stage of the game. If your carry does not have the follow-up, you don't have the magical damage either. So suppose even if you land that Ravage, even if you land that Echo Slam, you don't have anything to close it out with. A full minute left on that Aegis.
Has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's courier has been killed.
As the second lane of Rax is going to be threatened by Juice.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And again, as long as that Aegis is up, it doesn't seem like Navi are going to back down. The Glyph going to be forced as well, but this should be another lane of Rax, or at least a tower. And I'm not even sure Navi chooses to go back even after taking this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle
20 seconds, Aegis still up. Smoke up by the Earthshaker and the Wind Ranger. The backdoor protection will essentially force Navi Jr. out, but they're going to go back in. I want to see what Jewel Rays are going to be doing. And Navi Jr., they're actually going for that Wisdom Room, but it was picked up by Jewel Rays. Marcy does have that BKB as well, so a lot of items coming online for those supports. And with that Aegis expiring, Navi Jr. are content to just go back. The Ravage is up as well. For Dragon Esports, ideally, they should be going for a smoke play. They should be going to take the fight to Navi, take the fight outside of their base. And it looks like they're going to do just that. A full 5-man smoke. Will it be successful as Navi Jr. have gone for that smoke themselves? Monkey King is going to reveal himself towards that mid side. The Lion going to jump in for that Hex. The Monkey King, but the Ravage on to 3. But where's the fall of the Echo Stand towards that back line? On towards the Void Spirit. He's now stunned up. Shackle shot it down. He's going to end up falling. Will he be able to survive? He does manage to buy himself some amount of time. And now the Phantom Assassin trying to turn it around. But there goes everything that they had. And now no more BKB available for Niku. He's trying to do as much damage as he can. Phantom's Juice is going to jump back in, getting all of those kills. And it looks like Dragon Esports have run out of juice themselves. Paul's just going to end up falling. Norma's the only one still remaining in this fight. And now he has nowhere to go. Because that's going to be the last casualty as the Earthshaker has decided to abandon that fight. What a blink-in by Daze. Managed to miss. Didn't land the Earth Spike, but he recognized that he still had that blink-in ability to stop that Monkey King, and even if he died, he had that buyback.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And he could just come back to the fight. They had that tier 2 tower. The Dragon Esports took that fight so close to it. And it looks like the game might be coming to an end, guys, because no more ultimates up for Dragon Esports. Navi are going to be getting these mega creeps.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps.
16k net worth up for Navi, and I'm not sure how Dragon Esports are supposed to defend from this Mega. I'm not even sure the Mega Creeps will land in enough time, as Navi, they're going to go back in. Marcy having activated his BKB, not gonna matter as Zeus is just gonna crit him down. And now BKB up Whirlwind away by the Wind Ranger, but their dual raids just got taken out inside of their base. Wind Ranger trying to do as much damage as he can, but Paul is just going to crit them all down. And now this fight is seemingly over, as the Monkey King is going to be the one to fall, and he's going to be the one to call it a good game. Unfortunate that the game didn't end with a rampage. That would have been an interesting way to end the series, guys. But this time around, I do believe that Dragon Esports, they put up a much better performance. They had quite a lot of things going their way, and it was a bit of a hit and miss by Dragon Esports. I mean, they had what it took in the early game, especially they had those items up, they had everything going their way. Their Earthshaker was doing so well. He got that triple kill early on, he got that very early blink dagger by that 10 to 11 minute mark, he got that very early scepter up as well. The Tidehunter had his farm, the Wind Ranger had his farm. That was their time to go. But then it seemed like they botched some of those team fights, particularly towards that tier 2 tower where the Tidehunter wasn't there for that Ravage. And then later on, when they got the Ravage down, but the Earthshaker was busy farming in the Radiant jungle. So that was those were two essential moments that Dragon Esports missed out on, and not to mention the Roche fight later on, where Norma chose to buy back and go back in for that forced fight. And I'm not sure that was the play. You had already lost the Aegis, you had already expended so many of your abilities. The Enchant Totem simply wasn't doing enough damage towards the later parts of the game, because the Wind Ranger chose to go for that BKB after the Gleipnir, had no Daedalus, had no MKB. You had no way to take down that Phantom Assassin after the BKB had popped, no way to actually pin down the Void Spirit long enough or dish out enough damage to the Void Spirit to actually take him out. And because of all of those factors, the mid-game kind of crumbled for Dragon Esports. They had a very good run, and at one point I was fully expecting them to take this game, or at least take this second match, but they didn't manage to do it. Navi simply had too much experience over them, simply were just an overall much better composed team. They recognized their weaknesses, but they also recognized their strong suit. They knew that as soon as that Phantom Assassin BKB came online, that was their ideal opportunity. That was going to be their time to shine, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what they went for. As soon as that BKB came, that was the green light for them to just amp up the pressure, take the fight to Dragon Esports, and essentially take the game from there. They recognize their window of opportunity so well, and I'm really glad I got to see what Navi Junior have been able to do. It was a very compelling performance by them. I really hope I get to see them in the playoff. And obviously, of course, Dragon Esports, they lost their series yesterday as well, and they lost their series today. Not exactly sure what their chances are to be making it to the playoffs, but one thing is for sure, they did manage to pick up the pace, they did manage to improve. So I do wish them the best of luck for the rest of their matches. I hope that they're able to gain some ground, gain some success there. And Navi Junior, what I wish from them, what I hope from them, is to see how they perform against some of the bigger teams, against Team Hydra, against Team Nightbus. I want to see how they do against some of the big league players in the series. But guys, that was the third game of today, and I do believe, unfortunately, I know it's a bummer for me too, that this is going to be the last series of the day, because unfortunately we have a forfeit for the fourth match. We were going to see Team Night Pulse play, I believe, but we won't be able to see that happen again, as I believe Pantheon have given a forfeit. But don't worry, guys, we will have a lot of Dota coming forward. And just to quickly recap on today's matches, I do believe that one team won 2-1, and I believe the rest of the games were 2-0. But we'll quickly look at the brackets, it's Avalis who lost out 1 and 2 against DMS. So DMS should be up quite a bit, as I believe they won 2-0 yesterday against Dragon Esports themselves. And meanwhile, Team Night Pulse actually won against 2-0 against Passion UA. Team Navi Junior 2-0 against Dragon Esports. And I believe I will have to correct myself. Night Pulse have already played their match, and it's going to be, it was supposed to be Pantheon versus Team Hydra, where Team Hydra have now gotten a 2-0 thanks to that forfeit, and Team Hydra are also quite a good contender for those playoffs. They gave Night Pulse a run for their money, and yesterday they won against the Mega Creatures, against 66 minutes, against Team Night Pulse, and whichever team can put up a fight against Team Night Pulse is a contender for those playoffs. So that was today's bracket, guys, and again, unfortunate that we won't be able to come towards that fourth game. I was really looking forward to it, but there is a silver lining. There's a lot of good Dota left. There is so much action-packed Dota. We're seeing a 2-1 happen every day now. It happened yesterday. It happened today. I expect it to happen tomorrow. I expect it to happen in the playoffs. I expected long matches. We went to 60-minute matches yesterday, where we had some decently sized matches today, not in the third series, but in the first few series that we saw in earlier in the day. And I believe we're going to see long, drawn-out 40-50-minute team fight action-packed matches happening in the later days as well. I hope you guys will continue following the tournament. This was it for today, guys. Was your host Tultris, and I will be signing out. Then I hope I will see you guys tomorrow.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.